Section 11 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Mentor 1 by Various. Makers of Modern Opera by H.E. Krehbiel. The form of entertainment called opera had its origin a little more than 3 centuries ago in an effort made by a company of scholars and musical amateurs in Florence to rescue music from the artificiality into which the composers, who were all churchmen, had forced it. The Florentine group had convinced themselves by study that music had been effectively linked with poetry and action in the Greek stage plays, and in striving to imitate these they created the art form which in time came to be called opera, though at first it was known by names all more or less closely connected with the terms which the composers of today use to describe their dramatic works: lyric dramas, musical dramas, and so forth. The new style quickly spread over Europe, and inasmuch as Italy was the home of music, it retained for a time the Italian language and the style of musical composition evolved by its creators. Soon other nations, impelled by a desire to hear the new lyric plays, began to translate the Italian books into their own languages. This brought with it a recognition of the incongruity between Italian music and the French, German, and English languages, and the dramatic poets and musicians of these countries began to seek more satisfactory idioms in which to express their ideals. Thus there came into existence the 3 great schools of operatic composers, whose latter-day representatives are here considered. Gaetano Donizetti. 2 men mark the point of departure of the lyric drama of today from the general style which characterized opera all the world over during the first 2 centuries following its invention. They are Verdi, the Italian, and Wagner, the German, and strangely enough, they were both born in 1813. The latter exercised an influence which was universal, and Verdi fell under it. The glory of Verdi. But neither in precept nor in practice was the great Italian brought to disavow the native genius of his people. That is the great glory of Verdi. For decade after decade he kept pace with his German rival in the march toward truthfulness and variety of expression in the lyric drama, but never did he forget that the elemental appeal which music makes is through melody. His conception of melody changed as his artistic nature grew and ripened, but song, vocal melody, is as dominant a factor in his first successful opera, Nabucco, performed in 1842, as it is in Falstaff, which he gave to the world 51 years later. Verdi's music illustrates every step of progress which Italian opera has taken, from the time when Rossini overcame the taste formed by the last masters of the 18th century, till the advent of the impetuous champions of realism who disputed popularity with him in the closing years of the 19th. His ideals when he wrote Oberto in 1832 were those of his immediate predecessors, Bellini and Donizetti. But his voice was ruder, so rude indeed as to lead Rossini to describe him as a musician with a helmet. This rudeness was the first expression of his desire for passionate and truthful expression, a desire which at the height of his spontaneous creative powers reached its finest flower in the final trio of Il Trovatore and final quartet of Rigoletto, 2 examples of operatic writing which are as good in their way as any that French or German opera has to show. Verdi's birthplace and his home. It is no depreciation of the mature and perfect Verdi of Otello and Falstaff to say that he reached the climax of his melodic inventiveness in Il Trovatore, Traviata, and Rigoletto, and that Aida, which is now his most universally admired work, is such because it is a product of his combined melodic inspiration and his marvelous judgment, skill, and taste, developed by study and reflection. The greater charm which Aida exerts now is due as much to the advanced ideals of the public, which Wagner was largely instrumental in creating, as to the refined and deepened sense of dramatic propriety and beauty which Verdi discloses in its melody, harmony, and instrumentation. If his mind was more impetuous in the 6th decade of the last century than in the 10th, it was of infinitely finer fibre at the last. When his creative impulses came to wait upon reflection, his music showed much nicer adjustment of the poetical and musical elements than had prevailed in his works thitherto. His harmonies became richer, the blatancy of his orchestration disappeared, and his instruments became more beautiful and truthful associates in expression with the singers of the drama than they had ever been. When he reached Falstaff and Othello, the last bit of slag which had vulgarized his earlier works was cast aside, and he stepped forth as full an exemplar of national arts as Wagner. In this last incarnation of the Italian spirit he was helped by his collaborator Boito, a poet as well as a composer, and therefore a type of the true dramatic artist as he existed in ancient Greece, and as Wagner conceived him when he projected his artwork of the future. It was Verdi's association with Boito which was largely responsible for the fact that he became the successor as he had been the predecessor of Mascagni. After the death of Verdi, nobody was readier to concede how much he had meant to Italian art than Mascagni, who had been the first to profit by the revolt against Verdi which came with the advent of Wagner's art in Italy. When Lohengrin made its way into Florence and other places, many pupils at the conservatories forsook Verdi and followed Wagner. The effect may have been a good one. There can scarcely be a doubt but that it was to turn his hot-headed young countrymen back to the path which he knew to be the only correct one for them, that Verdi made his supreme effort in his last two works. Under the new influence, the young Italians had plunged head-foremost into realism of the crassest sort, and that they might follow a vulgar bent for lurid expression, they went to the Neapolitan slums for their subjects. Realism in opera. Some of the first fruits of the tendency toward realism are plays whose plots can scarcely be narrated without moral and even physical nausea. Compared with them, Mascagni's Cavalleria Rusticana and Leoncavallo's Pagliacci are sweet and sane. After the taste for hot blood had been measurably satiated, and the failure of scores of operas in which lurid orchestration, violent shriekings, and rough harmonies had supplanted the old national ideal, there came back again the reign of dramatic melody, albeit in a new form, as we have it in the works of Mascagni, Leoncavallo, and Puccini. Puccini's operas are not entirely purged of artistic coarseness, as witness Tosca and The Girl of the Golden West. But he has been true to his Italian mission as a melodist, and has besides widened the Italian canvas to receive the new element of local color, which is an essential element in Madame Butterfly, the most extraordinary feature of which is the degree in which such stubborn material as Japanese melody has been made to yield up a charm which it does not at all possess in its native state. 50 years ago, so far as Americans were concerned, French opera was practically summed up in Les Huguenots and Faust. Meyerbeer was not a Frenchman, but the embodiment of merely sensuous tendencies which belonged no more to one people than to another, but which found its fittest expression in the glamour of Parisian life. That Gounod should have prevailed against these tendencies is to the great credit of the man and the people from whose loins he was sprung. Gounod's music. Amiability was as marked a characteristic of Gounod's music as it was of his personality. He was graceful and winning, but not strong. He was an emotionalist and a mystic. When his expression of passion ran out into ecstasy, he was at his best, and he could give expression to an emotional state better than he could depict its development. Essentially, therefore, he was a lyrical rather than a dramatic composer. The two most perfect products of his genius both disclose the climax of their beauty in scenes wherein ecstatic utterance asserts its right. The gems in Gounod's crown are the garden scene of Faust and the balcony scene of Romeo et Juliet. Critics have placed a high estimate upon the latter opera, and the lovers of sentimental church music are fond of Gounod's religious ballads. They are nothing else. One or two of his masses, and the oratorio, The Redemption. But to the historian and the people of the future it is not likely that he will be more than the composer of Faust, an opera which has a history that is unique in operatic annals. It had been in the repertory of the Théâtre Lyrique 10 years when it was transferred to the Académie Nationale, or Grand Opera, as it is popularly called, in 1869. When the transfer was made, it had already been performed 400 times in Paris, and before Gounod died in 1893, it had been performed nearly 700 times more. No opera has had a record comparable with this, and there is yet no evidence of loss of popularity in France, England, or America. Gounod's residence in Paris. As a musician, Gounod may be described as an eclectic. Though his genius was essentially lyrical, his models were the kings of dramatic music: Mozart, Weber, and Wagner. To his love for the first of these he raised a lovely monument in a book on Don Giovanni, which opera, he said, had influenced his whole life like a revelation, and had remained from the beginning the embodiment of dramatic perfection. He was one of the first of Wagner's disciples in France, but his lyrical trend did not permit him to follow the German poet-composer to the logical outcome of his theories. Wagner's influence upon him stopped with Lohengrin. Thereafter, as Gounod himself expressed it, he and Wagner traveled in diametrically opposite directions, he seeking to grow more simple in his manner and more desirous to achieve his ends by unaffected means and truthfulness of feeling. At the end, he was disposed to consider Wagner an aberration of genius, a visionary haunted by the colossal, unable longer to estimate aright his own intellectual powers, one who had lost the sense of proportion. So far as American people are concerned, the operatic Gounod lives only in Faust and Romeo et Juliet. There have been a few fitful performances of Mireille and Philemon et Baucis, but all the other operas in his list are a blank. Very different is the case of the most popular of his successors, Massenet, though it is more than likely that he too will become a two-opera man. Massenet is the most popular of Gounod's successors, but not the greatest. A greater musical dramatist than he was Bizet, a greater musician, and almost also as prolific an opera writer was, or is, Saint-Saëns. These two men are represented in current opera lists by a single opera each, but of Masset's works New Yorkers have heard no less than 11: Werther and Manon, which are likely to endure; Les Cides, Les Navarreises, Les Jongleurs de Notre Dame; Thais, Herodote, Sappho, Grisildis, and Cendrillon, which are not likely to endure long. The quality of Massenet. So many operas ought to speak well of Massenet's versatility, as it surely does of his productiveness and industry. But the individuality of this composer, which is incontestable, is an individuality of style which leans heavily on sameness. The French wits who thought it clever to dub him Mademoiselle Wagner 20 years ago never got the opportunity to call him Madame Wagner. He never grew up to that estate. He did not grow older in thought or riper in creative ability, but only more facile in expression. All of Massenet's operas are essentially illustrative of the sentimental spirit of French art. Whether Gounod attempts to write an oratorio on so sublime a subject as the fall and redemption of man, or Massenet tries to picture the touching faith and piety of an honest mountebank, it is all one. The music is bound to run out into a strain of religious balladry. But French music as is represented by Gounod and Massenet is ingenious also in its persistent pursuit of beauty. The northern ideal of strength before beauty, or truth before convention, is not for the French, with their devotion to elegance of utterance, and this fact has saved their lyric stage from the deplorable tendency exhibited by the most notable, and probably greatest, German composer since Wagner, namely, Richard Strauss. Oscar Wilde, though English, wrote his Salome in French, but it had to wait for the coming of a German for a musical glorification of its morbid attraction toward dead bodies. Nor is Elektra's bestial ferocity, as pictured by Hofmannsthal and Strauss, likely soon to find favor among the French. Thus much must be said in favor of the artistic tendency of a people who are still willing to hark back to a miracle tale like that of Our Lady's juggler, or to a legend like that of the Patient Grisel for operatic material. Between Gounod and Massenet there stands at least one French dramatic composer who accomplished much, but promised more in respect of the development of the lyric drama. Bizet's Carmen has won heartier recognition in Germany than even Gounod's Faust. Perhaps the qualities which conquered this distinction were against it when it first appeared in its native land. It may have been a feeling of its approach to an extra national ideal which made the French people, who with all their enthusiasm for art are yet strongly predisposed in favor of their own ideals, scent an objectionable Teutonism in Carmen and give it only tardy recognition, perhaps also more than a touch of jealous patriotism. The Franco-Prussian War had a twofold effect upon music in France. It threw the people back upon an appreciation of some of their own composers, Berlioz for instance, and also turned them against not only the Germans, but also all of their own composers in whom they thought they recognized German influences. The feeling was not only strong to taboo Wagner, but everybody in whose music they scented Wagnerism. Their conception of that term was amusingly vague. They did not recognize it in the freedom of form manifested in Faust, but felt it in the truthful and forceful dramatic expression which marked Carmen, and especially in Bizet's use of the typical phrase, the Lematoff. Wagnerism had to be purged by time before Charpentier could triumph with Louise, and Debussy with Péléas et Mélisande, works in which the Wagnerian system is much more extensively and frankly used than in Carmen. The influence of Wagner. French, German, Italian, Russian, and English composers have, for half a century, been under the domination of Wagner's influence. In France and Italy he put a new spirit into opera, but the composers did not attempt to follow him slavishly in both practice and precept. In Germany, on the other hand, many of his disciples made the attempt and failed. Two only have created living works, Engelbert Humperdinck and Richard Strauss. The more interesting phenomenon of the two is presented by Humperdinck, who has not only applied Wagner's theories to the musical score of his masterpiece Hansel und Gretel, but has extended their application to dramatic material. Humperdinck and Wagner. Wagner held myth to be the best subject for the lyric drama. Humperdinck has extended the principle to include fairy tales, which, in a sense, may be said to be decayed myths. Taking the German form of the story of the Babes in the Wood, he has turned it into an opera which illustrates the methods Wagner employed in his great mythological tragedy, The Nibelung's Ring, and has given the methods a peculiar charm by making his musical symbols, Leitmotiven, out of nursery jingles and tunes like them. Notwithstanding that he was thus hewing a line drawn by another, the opera has a melodic fluency and freshness which have scarcely a parallel in modern opera. A later work, Königskinder, Royal Children, though full of beauty, lacks the spontaneity and charm of its predecessor, largely because its book is stilted in language, its symbolism too much in evidence and not sufficiently sympathetic, and its construction faulty. Richard Strauss. Richard Strauss reflects the tendency of the times away from all ideal things. Physical, moral, and mental degeneracy are the subjects which he has attempted to glorify in Salome and Electra, and shameless immorality in Rosenkavalier. To the celebration of such things and to the promotion of his material interests, he is prostituting the finest musical gifts possessed by any composer known to the present day. Not all the men who deserve to be called makers of modern opera have been mentioned as yet. There are Frenchmen whose works have shown more vitality than those of Charpentier and Debussy, though those two, representing a more individual tendency, are generally singled out for comment when the talk is of latter-day men. Other modern composers. There is still a strong feeling among the lovers of French opera for Ambroise Thomas because of his Mignon, and Delibes because of his Lakmé and his ballets. The dramatic or pantomimic dance is getting a stronger hold on the stage every day, and nothing has yet been produced in this line more graceful, or in all artistic elements more elegant than Coppelia. Saint-Saëns' Samson et Delilah, though better fitted for the concert room than the theatre, has also won its way to recognition in America and England, while Germany, forgetting that Berlioz was pitted against Wagner by the characteristic spirit after the Franco-Prussian War, continues to pay deep respect to Benvenuto Cellini. Wolf Ferrari, half German, half Italian, has fought his way to the fore with two works in which his genius shows at its best. Il Segreto de Susana, and Les Dons Curieux. And lately a Russian, Mussorgsky, has come crashing through the veneer of conventional art with his Boris Godunov in a way which justifies the cry raised long ago by this writer in the concert room, "Beware of the Muscovite." Makers of Modern Opera, Giuseppe Verdi. 1. The last and greatest of the old school Italian opera composers, and one of the most popular of all opera composers in the world, was Giuseppe Verdi. He was born of humble parentage in the little Italian village of Roncole on October 10th, 1813. His parents kept a tavern, which they combined with a general village store. It was situated in a neighborhood of ignorant laborers. Little chance was there in that spot for a budding genius in music. Verdi's art instinct had to feed on slim nourishment, like a stray seed blown among rocks. But, like the stray seed, his genius took root even in that arid soil. His love of music was shown by his following an itinerant fiddler round the village. His father, detecting his taste, got him a mediocre piano, on which young Verdi practiced vigorously. When 10 years old, he played the organ in the village church, and at last a patron provided him with the means to go to Milan. When he applied for admission to the conservatory, he was rejected, on the score that he had no aptitude for music. He stayed in Milan, however, as a pupil of Vincenzo Lavagna, with whom he remained until 1833. He married in 1832, and in 1838 returned to Milan, where he wrote his first opera, Oberto. This did not prove a success, but it was the beginning of a famous career. Verdi's first success was achieved in 1843, when he brought out I Lombardi. It was followed the next year by Ernani, and with that work his reputation was firmly established. A number of operas followed, some successful and others failures. But in 1851 began the period during which Rigoletto, Il Trovatore, and La Traviata appeared, and then all Europe rang with his praises. Verdi was not only the most popular operatic composer of the 19th century, but the wonder of the musical world. His art life might be divided into 3 parts. His first operas were of the old-fashioned honey-sweet Italian type, in which the airs were tunefully sentimental and the orchestra played a guitar accompaniment. The middle period showed quite a definite advance in dramatic vigor, in fullness of musical expression, and in richness of orchestral technique. Of this period, Aida is a notable example. Then, in his ripe old age, Verdi revealed an amazing growth in musical power. He had advanced through the years as the art of operatic composition had advanced. His opera Otello showed that he had studied and mastered the newer works of his days, and that he held a leading place even with younger composers. Falstaff, his last opera, was a revelation of extraordinary fertility and virility in an artist of advanced age. It established Verdi's reputation for all time as a composer of music drama, as his earliest works had shown his skill in tuneful opera. The music score of Falstaff is as free and untrammeled as the work of any modern composer, even Richard Wagner himself. Verdi lived until he was 88 years old, enjoyed a happy home, quiet pleasures, and the admiration not only of his own country, but of all the world. He died at Milan in 1901, having left 29 operas, most of which were notably successful. Jules Émile Frédéric Massenet. 2. Massenet, one of the most renowned French composers, was born at Montaude, May 12, 1842. Like nearly all French musicians, he began his study in the French Conservatory. He was so poor in his early days that he had to help pay his living expenses by playing the kettle drum in a café orchestra. He carried off several minor prizes during his student days, and finally in 1863 secured the prize of Rome, and this despite the fact that the head of the conservatory at first tried to exclude him on the ground that he had no musical ability. On returning from Rome in 1867, he produced his first opera, a one-act affair which achieved only moderate success. He served in the Franco-Prussian War, and his impressions received there found musical expression in his study Alsace and his one-act opera Navarrese. After that time, Massenet was industrious in composition, turning out operas every year or so. The wonder of it is that most of them have been successful and are a part of the operatic repertoire today. From 1878 to 1896, he was a professor of composition at the Paris Conservatory, and had under his tuition a number of pupils who have since become famous. Charpentier, the composer of Louise, was one of them. His activities may be gathered from the fact that he has written more than 20 operas and 5 oratorios, together with incidental music to 4 dramas. In 1878 he was elected a member of the Academy of Beaux Arts, an honor that he won over Saint-Saëns, who is reckoned a superior musician. He died in Paris August 13, 1912. Massenet has been called a puzzling personality in modern musical history. His subjects are chosen to suit a Parisian public, and yet they have been successful in foreign fields. His style has been called weak and sugary, and his music superficially clever. But in spite of that, Massenet's music has lasted for years, and, however he may be criticized, his poetic sentiment and richly colored orchestration are emphatically suitable to the public taste. Giacomo Puccini. 3. Giacomo Puccini was named by the great Verdi as his probable successor. That meant much from the lips of the venerable master, and the years are beginning to verify it. Puccini was born at Lucca, Italy, in June 1858. He came from a long line of musicians reaching as far back as his great-great-grandfather. In his own immediate family of 6, all were devoted to music, and Giacomo took to the art from his earliest years. He breathed it as he breathed the air of life. His precocity attracted the attention of the Queen of Italy, who granted him a pension that enabled him to enter the Conservatory of Music at Milan. His mind turned toward composition from earliest years, his dominating thought always being opera, not old-fashioned opera of melody and empty orchestration, but opera of the modern sort, vibrant with life, vigorous in dramatic expression, and enriched with all the resources of modern orchestration. Ponchielli was his first instructor. Ponchielli, the composer of Gioconda, who has been credited with inspiring the modern Italian school of composers. Puccini's first opera, Les Villes, was produced in 1884. It created a favorable impression. That was all. In 1889 his opera Edgar appeared, but it was not popular. 4 years later, however, Manon Lescaut was produced. This established his success. It required courage to go to the opera house with a new work on Manon. Massenet's Manon was known throughout the operatic world, where it had been made successful by the brilliant performances of Jean d'Areski and Sybil Sanderson. But Puccini's Manon is of stronger stuff, and it holds its place today against the other. It was the production of La Bohème in Turin in 1896 that made Puccini famous. Tosca followed in 1900, and in 1904 came the charming Madame Butterfly. This beautiful opera was hissed by the Italians when it was first produced, a fact hard to understand today, when it has become a rival of La Bohème in the public's esteem. In 1910 Puccini produced his operatic setting of the American play, The Girl of the Golden West. It was brought out in New York with a cast of great artists, including Caruso, Destin, and Amato. It has been produced a number of times and holds an important place in the operatic repertoire. It is not, however, generally reckoned in popularity with La Bohème and Madame Butterfly. These 2 charming works are masterpieces of art and sentiment. Puccini has a rare gift of melody, strong imagination, skill in technique, and an unusual sense of orchestral color. He is considered the most gifted of the present representatives of Italian operatic art. Richard Strauss. 4. No composer since Wagner's time has been the subject of more discussion than Richard Strauss. He has been called the champion of the forward movement. Strauss came by his musical instincts naturally. He was the son of a horn player. His birth occurred in 1864, and he showed himself a prodigy from an early age. He played the piano proficiently at 4 years and produced a number of compositions when only 6. He followed his musical studies with avidity and at the same time was attending public school. In 1885 he began to study music regularly under the tuition of the eminent pianist and conductor Hans von Bülow, whom he succeeded later as head of the Minginian Orchestra. It was Alexander Ritter that set Richard Strauss on the path of advanced music. Strauss resigned his conductorship after a few months, and in 1885 went to Italy. Before the year was over, he was appointed third chapel master in Munich. 4 years after that, he took the position of director at Weimar. He held this post, however, for only a brief time, for in 1894 he married Pauline de Anna, an eminent singer, who has accompanied him in concerts and has rendered a great service to him by her interpretations of his songs. For 2 years, Strauss and his wife made tours throughout Europe. They came to the United States, where he gave concerts made up of his own compositions. In song and in opera composition, he is regarded by some as a high priest of future art, and by others as merely a shock to the nerves. The productions of his new operas have usually been the occasions of sensational interest. Salome and Electra both created a loud stir in the musical world. Many resent the bold and radical spirit of Richard Strauss. Perhaps we are all too near him. His enemies, or rather his severest critics, would say that anywhere within hearing of his operas would be too near. Many music students, however, find much too interested them in his work, and declare that Richard Strauss will come into his own in future years. His operas, for other reasons than their music, are not likely to be set in the regular repertoire of an opera season. His songs and tone poems, however, are already an accepted part of concert programs. In richness of orchestration, tremendous climaxes, vivid flashes of color, and frequent outbursts of dramatic power, there is nothing in modern music to place beside the tone poems of Richard Strauss. Charles François Gounod. 5. Charles François Gounod, the best known and by many the most liked of modern French composers, was born in Paris, June 17, 1818. His father having died when Gounod was yet very young, he was brought up by his mother, who was an excellent pianist. He entered the Paris Conservatory in 1836 and studied there under masters, one of them Availle, composer of the Jewess, a successful opera in its day. Gounod won the Grand Prize of Rome in 1839. That gave him the privilege of studying in Rome, and while there he devoted much of his time to the study of sacred music, especially to the works of the old masters Palestrina and Bach. Gounod had a strong religious tendency from the first, which brought him at times near to a resolution to join holy orders. His earliest compositions were masses, and on returning to Paris he played the organ for sacred services in one of the leading churches. He was turned from a serious and religious contemplation to worldly matters by receiving a commission to compose an opera. This, his first operatic composition, was Sappho, which was produced in 1851. It was not very successful, and is seldom produced, though selections from its score are sometimes played and sung. After some indifferent success and several failures, Gounod brought out his opera Faust in 1859. In spite of the fact that he had chosen a subject that had been drawn on liberally by other composers, Faust was a success from the beginning. And it is now without doubt the most popular French work in the operatic repertoire. It was liked at the start, but its enormous success was not predicted then. It has grown in the affections of the opera-going public year by year, until today it is one of the most prominent features of an operatic season. Philemon et Baucis, The Queen of Sheba, Romeo et Juliet, and other operas followed. Of these, the last named is the only one that remains a favorite with the public. Among Gounod's notable compositions are 2 grand oratorios, The Redemption and Mors et Vita, Death and Life, and a number of distinguished songs. According to the celebrated composer Saint-Saëns, it is in these 2 oratorios that Gounod's genius rose highest. Gounod's life was spent for the most part in or near Paris, and it was in that city that most of his great works were first produced. He was a man of great energy, a constant worker, both in musical composition and in writing. He died at St. Cloud, October 18, 1893, leaving an influence on French music that will probably never be dimmed. Personally, he was one of the most interesting figures in the musical world, a man of the world, and at the same time a student, a dreamer, and a mystic devoted to religious exaltations. Engelbert Humperdinck. 6. Few composers have so suddenly sprung into fame and favor as Engelbert Humperdinck. He was born at Siegburg, Germany, in September 1854. His musical education began in Cologne Conservatory under Heiler, and was continued in Munich under Lochner. The prizes that he won at the Conservatory enabled him to go to Italy, where he met Richard Wagner at Naples, who recognized his ability and showed him many favors. Wagner took Humperdinck with him to Bayreuth, and made an assistant of him. Humperdinck's services were most valuable in the production of Wagner's Parsifal in 1882. Subsequently, he visited France and Spain, remaining 2 years in the latter country, teaching at Barcelona. In 1887 he returned to Cologne, and shortly afterward taught music at Frankfurt on the Main. In 1896 the Emperor secured for him an appointment as professor in Berlin, and Humperdinck moved there in 1900. The compositions of Humperdinck are not numerous. His reputation, as far as the world at large is concerned, rests entirely on his masterpiece Hansel und Gretel. Besides this opera, he wrote incidental music for The Children of the King, a charming play of an allegorical character, and the Moorish Rhapsody, an orchestral piece. These two and a few other compositions are known chiefly to music lovers, and they uphold the reputation that Humperdinck obtained by his Hansel and Gretel. The fairy opera Hansel und Gretel is known the world over, and well beloved wherever it is heard. Its success was phenomenal from the start, the story of the opera being captivating, and the music likewise. It came at a time when the attention of the operatic world was absorbed with some of the successors of the well-known Italian school, prominently Mascagni and Leon Cavallo. But the little opera struck a note much higher and so much more beautiful that before the first season was over, the Italian composers found their admirers listening to and singing the music of Hansel und Gretel, and leaving their intermezzi to the street organs. The eminent critic Streatfeild pronounced Humperdinck the first German composer of distinct individuality since Wagner. The close association with Wagner that Humperdinck enjoyed has shown its influence on the latter's music, but there is a spirit and quality in it all its own. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The Mentor 1 by Various. Section 12. Venice, the Island City. A Trip Around the World with Dwight L. Elmendorf, lecturer and traveler. The Pearl of the Adriatic she has been called. Queen of the Sea is another of the poetic terms applied to her. If all the expressions that have been used by admirers to pay tribute to the beauty of Venice were gathered together, they would make a glossary of eulogy of considerable size. It was inevitable from the beginning that Venice should receive such homage, for she has a beauty that distinguishes her from all other cities. She is absolutely unique in picturesque attraction and in romantic interest. There are many cities that draw the admiration of the traveler. There is but one Venice, and any one who has been there and felt her spell cannot wonder at the worshipful admiration that she has received from the time of her birth in the sea. The fascination of Venice for the traveler is such that ordinary terms of appreciation are insufficient. The city takes complete possession of one, and visitors who have surrendered to her charms are referred to as having the Venice fever. All who love beauty have had more or less violent attacks. The artist is most susceptible to it. How it came to be. Venice is built on a group of little islands. At a depth of from 10 to 15 feet, there is a firm bed of clay. Below that, a bed of sand or gravel, and then a layer of peat. Artesian wells dug to the depth of 1,600 feet have shown a regular succession of these beds. On this base, piles, where they have been used for the foundation, have become petrified. So the city may be described actually as having been built up from the bed of the sea. In its physical aspect, it may be summed up by saying that Venice stands on 117 small islands, formed by something like 150 canals and joined together by 378 bridges. The Grand Canal by moonlight. There is but little in the way of sidewalks. Occasional narrow paths of stone skirt the canals, but in many places the water laps the very walls of the buildings, and transportation is to be had only by boat. Of course there are many lanes and passages among the houses, but the general effect is such as would make an impression on the traveler of a city set in the sea, and the people live, move, and have their being on either stone or water. They are strangers to groves, shady lanes, and country places. Some of the inhabitants of Venice have never seen a horse or a cow. The city is divided into two parts by the Grand Canal, which is nearly 2 miles in length and varies from 100 to 200 feet in width. It makes a fine curve like the letter S, and by this it displays to advantage the magnificent residences that line it. There, on its gleaming surface, are to be seen the brilliant pageants of the city, gondolas and auto boats in great number, gay parties, chatting and laughing and tossing flowers, and the whole stretch a blaze of intoxicating color. Some of the most attractive views of Venice are to be had not from within the canal, but from some point out in the lagoon. Your map of Venice will show you the city, not literally situated in the Adriatic Sea, but located within the lagoon and protected from the outer sea by long sand hills strengthened by bulwarks of masonry. From the strip to the mainland, across the lagoon, where Venice is situated, the distance is about 5 miles, and in this stretch of water you will see many striped posts called palli. These mark the navigable channels about the city. St. Mark's. It is not the physical conditions alone that make Venice unique. In the beauty and interest of its domestic architecture, it ranks before any city in the world. The mosaics of Venice have been famous for centuries, and are today the marvel of all who see them. The spot where Venice has massed the gems of her beauty is St. Mark's Place. The view of Venice most familiar to stay-at-home bodies is the one to be had from across the water looking at St. Mark's Place, and including, besides the Cathedral of St. Mark, the Doge's Palace and Campanile Tower, and in some cases a glimpse of the Bridge of Sighs. The Piazza of St. Mark is called the heart of Venice. All the life of the city surges there at certain times, then sweeps from there through its various channels. It is gayest on summer evenings, when the population turns out to enjoy the fresh air and listen to the military band. At that time the piazza is brilliant with fashionable people. Go there on a moonlight night, and you will find a dream of beauty. You must see, of course, the pigeons of St. Mark's. Flocks of them circle about the square or gather in groups on the pavement, wherever food is to be found. The pigeons of St. Mark's used to be fed at public expense. It is not necessary now. There are always plenty of travelers that will pay them this pleasant toll for the sake of being photographed in their company. St. Mark's Place is 191 yards in length, and in width 61 yards on one side and 90 on the other. The beautiful effect of it can hardly be expressed. It is paved with trachyte and marble, and surrounded by buildings that are not only important historically, but most interesting architecturally. The reconstructed Campanile of St. Mark's. The Church of St. Mark, now a cathedral, was begun in 830. The year before that the bones of St. Mark, the saint of Venice, were brought from Alexandria, and they now lie buried in the church. This marvelous building is Romanesque in style. During the 11th and 12th centuries it was remodeled and decorated with most lavish magnificence. In the 15th century it received some Gothic additions which enhanced its effect. In such short space as this it is impossible to do justice to the beauty of St. Mark's. It is best by far to rest on what Ruskin has said in his Stones of Venice. The effects of St. Mark's depend not only upon the most delicate sculpture in every part, but eminently on its color also, and that the most subtle, variable, inexpressible color in the world, the color of glass, of transparent alabaster, of polished marble, and lustrous gold. The building is in the form of a Greek cross, with mosaics covering more than 4,500 square feet. Over the upper entrance are 4 horses in gilded bronze, counted among the finest of ancient bronzes. They may have adorned the triumphal arch of Nero or that of Trajan in Rome. The Emperor Constantine sent them to Constantinople, and from there they were brought by the Doge Dandolo to Venice in 1204. These horses were taken to Paris by Napoleon in 1797, and for a while crowned a triumphal arch in that city. After Napoleon's downfall in 1815, the bronzes were restored to their original place at Venice. Palace and Campanile. Close beside the Cathedral of St. Mark stands the square Campanile, the most prominent feature in all Venetian views. Standing 325 feet high, the Campanile always dominated the picturesque low stretch of Venice's skyline, and gave a peculiar distinction to the whole scene. It seemed indeed to many Venetians and to lovers of Venice all over the world that the city had lost its crowning feature when, in 1902, the Campanile collapsed. It was originally erected in 900 and built in 1329. After it had fallen, Venice seemed maimed, and the hearts of thousands felt the depression until the tower was rebuilt and the city could once again hold up its beautiful head. A new tower was built by Piacentini during the years 1905 to 1911, and on completion it was consecrated with most impressive ceremonies. The Doge's palace was originally founded about 800, but was destroyed by fire 5 times, and each time rebuilt on a grander scale. The older part of the present edifice was built in 1309, while the west wing, facing on the Piazzetta, was built between 1424 and 1438 by the celebrated architects Buon, father and son. In gazing at the Doge's palace, the eye is first caught by the upper arcade. From there the sentences of the Council of 10 were pronounced, listened to by the assembled people in silence and in awe. The columns of this arcade are most beautiful, and have been pointed to with pride for years. Ruskin describes the detail of the sculptured columns, and declares that they are the finest of their kind in Europe. The interior of the Doge's palace is wonderful. Tintoretto's painting of Paradise is there, a marvel in size and in detail. The residence of the Doges and the apartment in which the authorities held their meetings are there, revealing still much of their ancient glory. The palace is virtually a museum, and it shows a great display of fine paintings, containing among others notably works of Tintoretto, Paul Veronese, and Palma Giovanni. Days could be spent profitably wandering through these halls, studying the treasures of art and history to be found there. Bridge of Sighs. In one room you will find yourself gazing from a window at a sight that will be familiar to you, though you may never have traveled before. You will exclaim when you see it, "The Bridge of Sighs!" A corridor nearby leads you to the bridge. You will take it, and find that it conducts you across from the palace of the Doge to the prison, where are to be seen the gloomy walls, as well as the torture chamber and the place of execution of former days. The Bridge of Sighs is best known in Venice, and the reason for it is chiefly sentimental. The Council of 10 of the Middle Ages is supposed to have sent doomed state prisoners across this bridge to their execution. We gather that these unfortunates saw the light of day for the last time when crossing the bridge. The thought is enough to seize upon the imagination of visitors, and many of them indulge themselves in sympathetic reveries when there. The interior of the Bridge of Sighs is gloomy enough to start creepy feelings, but there is no need of wasting too much sentiment on it. W.D. Howells calls it a pathetic swindle. As a matter of fact, there is no evidence that any great number of prisoners, or any prisoner of importance, ever crossed there. Aside from any sentimental reason, however, the Bridge of Sighs is most interesting architecturally. It was built in 1600. It is attractive in design, and it makes a good picture, connecting with fine lines the two grim buildings on each side and bridging over the long, narrow canal beneath. Picturesque waterways. The canals of Venice are of varying width, and as they wind through the city they offer picturesque nooks and corners that have from the earliest times captivated the eye of the artist. F. Hopkinson Smith, a longtime devotee of Venice, has painted several hundred pictures, and at that has drawn but lightly on the possibilities of the subject. Little canals in deep shadows, wider canals in sunlight, some straight, some curved, and at various points picturesquely bridged, supply effects in light and color that the eye greets with delight. The Grand Canal. It is trite and ineffective simply to say that the Grand Canal is the great artery and thoroughfare of Venice. It is so much more than that. It is a magnificent show course adorned with 200 or more magnificent palaces dating from the 14th to the 18th centuries, and beautiful churches and interesting public buildings. A sightseeing trip in a gondola affords the visitor an object of architectural beauty and historic interest at every rod. The historic interest of some of these houses is double: the interest attached to them by virtue of the original patrician owners, and a new interest acquired through the residence in them of notable men of later time. Drift slowly along this splendid waterway. Marble steps lead down from the noble residences to the water's edge. Tall posts bearing the colors of the family serve as hitching posts for the boats. Your guide will tell you the stories, poetic and dramatic, of the families whose names are set down in the great roll of the nobility of Venice, entitled The Book of Gold. Then you will be told of the later associations that enhance the interest of some of the palaces. That handsome mansion over there is where Desdemona lived. Nearby it is the Palazzo Vendramin Calergi, in which Richard Wagner died in 1883. That stately palace over there was for a time the home of Robert Browning. He died there in 1889, and there is a memorial tablet on the wall. Look at those three palaces close together. The one in the center was occupied by Lord Byron in 1818. Nearby is the Browning home, a Gothic building in which W.D. Howells wrote his Venetian Life. In another palace, George Sand had residence for a time. The great painter, Titian, lived in one of these buildings. Each structure has its interest. Each bend of the canal reveals new beauties. Across the beautiful waterway are three bridges. The name of one is familiar the world over. The Bridge of the Rialto. For many years this was the only bridge across the Grand Canal, and it stands for much of the past glory of Venice. It is made of marble and is over 150 feet long. It was built between the years 1588 and 1592, and is today, as it was in early times, a place of shops. Here Shylocks have bargained and Bassanios have met their friends these many years. More literally speaking, it was not the Bridge of the Rialto that Shylock refers to in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, but the district nearby. It is difficult for anyone who has visited Venice to select single points for comment or description. The city appeals to him as a whole, and each object of beauty in it is a part of the wonderful whole. The essence of Venice is a dreamy, poetic charm, a charm of light, color, and form, not of sound, Mrs. Oliphant writes. Venice has long borne in the imagination of the world a distinctive position, something of the character of a great enchantress, a magician of the seas. She is all wonder, enchantment, the brightness and glory of a dream. St. Mark's Cathedral. 1. The Church of St. Mark's is unequaled in the whole world for richness of material and construction. It was originally the private chapel of the Doge or ruler of Venice. One reason for its being so richly adorned is that there was a law in Venice which required every merchant trading with the East to bring back some material for the decoration of the church. Thus it became the final resting place of the adornments from countless other buildings, both in the East and in Italy. The building has been compared to the treasure den of a band of pirates. It forms a museum of sculpture of the most varied kind, from the 4th century down to the latest Renaissance. In 828, a little wooden church was built to receive the relics of the Apostle Mark. The Moslems had pulled down the church where he was buried in Alexandria, so his remains were brought to Venice, and St. Mark became the patron saint of the city, in place of St. Theodore. In 976, this wooden church was burned along with the ducal palace in the insurrection against Doge Canandiano IV. The church was rebuilt on a larger scale by Pietro Orseolo and his successors. It was a very simple church in the form of a Greek cross, built of brick in the Romanesque style. It was adorned with lines of colored brick and brick set in patterns here and there. On it were 5 low cupolas. St. Mark's grew in wealth as Venice became rich and important. Doge Contarini remodeled the cathedral in 1063. Byzantine and Lombard workmen were employed, and the two styles of architecture were joined. The low brick cupolas were covered by high domes of wood roofed with metal. Parts of the walls were sheathed with slabs of alabaster. Encrusted marbles and mosaics were used further to decorate the outside. Then, in the 15th century, the Gothic pinnacles and other florid adornments of the exterior were added. The final result is the finest piece of many-colored architecture in Europe. The Cathedral of St. Mark is in its present form a Greek cross, surmounted by a dome at each end and one in the center. The west front has 5 great porches opening upon the Piazza di San Marco. The church contains 500 columns, mostly in Oriental style, with richly ornamented capitals. The top of the narthex, that part of the church nearest the main entrance, forms a wide gallery, in the center of which stand the 4 great bronze horses, which are said to have belonged to some Greco-Roman triumphal quadriga, and to have been brought to Venice by Doge Enrico Dandolo after the fall of Constantinople in 1204. In 1797, Napoleon carried them to Paris, but they were restored by Francis of Austria in 1815. The Pala d'Oro, or retable of the high altar, is one of the chief glories of St. Mark's, and is one of the most magnificent specimens of goldsmiths' and jewelers' work in existence. The famous treasury of St. Mark's contains a precious collection of church plate, jeweled bookbindings, and other artistic treasures of the early Middle Ages. The Campanile and Doge's Palace. 2. On July 14, 1902, the Campanile, or bell tower of St. Mark's Cathedral, fell to earth with a crash. Earthquakes and a rotting foundation at length worked its ruin. But its reconstruction was begun in 1905, and the new tower was completed in 1911, 9 years after the fall. The Campanile stands, as is usually the case in Italy, detached from the church. The first bell tower on this site was built in 900. The one that fell in 1992 was probably erected in 1329. The Campanile signified to the Venetians the greatness of Venice. It was used as a watchtower before the year 1000. Then, in the 12th and 13th centuries, it became a bell tower also. Its bells rang out at the first hint of danger to warn the citizens of the Republic. During later times, these bells announced the taking of Constantinople by Dandolo to a waiting and expectant crowd, the victory of Lepanto, which made Venice master of the East, the establishment of her fights of sovereignty against Rome. They clanged when Martin Paliero, the traitor doge, was beheaded. They tolled a dirge when the Peace of Campo Formio ended the Venetian Republic forever. When the lagoons were united to the Italian mainland, they rang out in announcement. When the Campanile fell, the Venetians were shocked and broken-hearted. There was some question as to whether it could be reconstructed, but the Italians were determined that it should be. In its fall, the bell tower inclined toward the north and open piazza. If it had fallen in any other direction, either the library of San Sovino, or the Doge's Palace and St. Mark's Cathedral, or the Royal Palace would have been destroyed. In fact, some of the debris fell very near St. Mark's, but did not disfigure it in the least. The old foundations of the Campanile were used as a nucleus for the new. The shaft outside is a perfect model of the old bell tower, but by modifying the inside, the weight has been reduced 20,000 tons. The nucleus of the first Venice, before it was made the seat of government of the Republic, is said to have been the little district about the great bridge over the Grand Canal, which still retains the name Rialto. But as soon as the island group of Rivo Alto became the capital of the Venetian Republic, a palace for the Doge was erected near the open mouth, on the site that its successor still occupies. This earliest palace was probably built about the year 800. It was burned down in 976 and again in 1106. The present magnificent building was a slow growth over 3 centuries. As a whole, the Doge's Palace, as it now stands, may be regarded externally as the characteristic, typical example of fully developed Venetian Gothic. It is built of brick and is lined or encrusted with small, lozenge-like slabs of variously colored marble. The interior of the Doge's Palace is of a much later date than is the exterior. On the walls of the chief council chambers are oil paintings by many Venetians, among them Tintoretto's masterpiece, Bacchus and Ariadne, and the huge picture of Paradise, the largest oil painting in the world. The Bridge of Sighs, 3. Everyone probably has heard of the Ponte di Sospiri, or Bridge of Sighs. It is said that over this bridge walked political prisoners in the days of Venice's greatness, and these men were never seen again. This bridge, however, is, as W. D. Howells says, a pathetic swindle. The Bridge of Sighs dates only from the 16th century, and since that time there has been only a single instance, Antonio Foscarini, of political imprisonment. The bridge led from the criminal courts in the palace to the criminal prisons on the other side of the Rio Canal. The prisons really used for political offenders were the pozzi, often wrongly described as being beneath the level of the canal. A thick wooden casing to the walls protected the inmates from damp, and the romantic accounts of the horrors of these prisons are probably all imaginary. The best known is that of Charles Dickens. I descended from the cheerful day into 2 ranges, one below another, of dismal, awful, horrible stone cells. They were quite dark. Each had a loophole in its massive wall, where, in the old time, every day a torch was placed to light the prisoners within for half an hour. The captives, by the glimmering of these brief rays, had cut and scratched inscriptions in the blackened vaults. I saw them, for their labor with the rusty nail's point had outlived their agony and them through many generations. One cell I saw in which no man remained for more than 24 hours, being marked for dead before he entered it. Hard by, another, and a dismal one, whereto at midnight the confessor came, a monk, brown-robed and hooded, ghastly in the day and free bright air, but in the midnight of the murky prison, hope's extinguisher and murder's herald. I had my foot upon the spot where at the same dread hour the shriven prisoner was strangled, and struck my hand upon the guilty door, low-browed and stealthy, through which the lumpish sack was carried out into a boat and rowed away, and drowned where it was death to cast a net. The Council of Ten, which ruled Venice for many years, had its place of assembly during the 16th century in one of the smaller apartments of the ducal palace, on the second floor, a circular room with large windows, looking on the canal spanned by the Bridge of Sighs. This council had absolute power in administering justice and in governing the Venetian state. The Grand Canal. 4. The Grand Canal, or Canalazzo, the street of the nobles in Venice, is one of the deeper channels in the lagoon. It is the original Rivo Alto, or deep stream, that created Venice, and up which the commerce of all countries was able to reach the city in the days of her splendor. Let us step into a gondola, and telling our gondolier to keep to the left side till we reach the railway station, ascend the canal. That long, low building, flanking the exact end of the canal, looking seaward, is the Dogana de Mare. It was erected in 1676 by Benoni. There on the summit are two atlases bearing a gilded globe. A bronze Fortuna surmounts this, serving as a weather vane. And over there stands the church of Santa Maria della Salute. During the plague of 1630, the Republic vowed to give a church to Our Lady of Deliverance if the pestilence was removed, and the building was begun in 1631. Passing along the canal, we now come to a large, new palace, the Palazzo Genovese, erected in 1898, an imitation of the earlier Gothic buildings. After this we float by many houses and palaces until we finally reach the mouth of the Rio San Barnaba, where we see the huge and lofty Rezzonico, which was formerly the home of the poet Robert Browning. We float on and on by many more palaces and canals until we reach the Rialto Bridge, Ponte di Rialto. We go under this strikingly picturesque bridge, past the fish market, and finally reach the Fondaco dei Turchi, warehouse of the Turks. This is a large palace and got its name in the 17th century when it was let out to the Turkish merchants in Venice. It is representative of the Byzantine period. Here we are at the railway station. Now we turn and go down the other bank. We pass the broad mouth of the Cannaregio and come to the gigantic Palazzo Vendramin Calergi. Wagner, the great composer, died here. At the entrance to the Ria della Maddalena, the canal makes an angle, and after passing many buildings and the mouth of the Rio di Noale, we come to the Cadoro. This is a very ornate building. Its name, the House of Gold, came from the fact that it was once gilded. Then we go by many palaces and come to the Fondaco dei Tedeschi, or Guild of the German Merchants, in Venice. An earlier Teutonic guild hall existed here from the 13th century. Venice imported Oriental goods and passed them on to Germany. All the quarter round the Rialto Bridge was the business district, the Wall Street of Venice. We pass under the Ponte di Rialto again, and after a little while arrive at the Palazzo Loredan, the most beautiful house on the Grand Canal. It is a Byzantine Romanesque Venetian palace with a distinct Oriental feeling. Finally, we come to a dainty little house which the gondolier tells us is Desdemona's palace. This palace is named the Contarini Fasan. The rest of the canal is mainly occupied by hotels. Beyond the Hotel de l'Europe, we come to the gardens of the Royal Palace. Our trip ends at the Bridge of Sighs. The palaces on the Grand Canal bear witness to the early peace and civilization of Venice. Her houses were built for beauty and pleasure when the nations of the earth were still building castles for defense. The Rialto Bridge. 5. The Ponte di Rialto, or Rialto Bridge, gets its name from the part of Venice it is in. This locality was the ancient city of Venice and derives its name, Rialto, from Rivo Alto, as the land on the left of the canal was called. Even after the city expanded, it continued to be the center of commerce and trade, the business heart of Venice. In this quarter were the Fabriche, or warehouses and customs houses, and many of the handsomest buildings, such as the Fondaco dei Turchi, warehouse of the Turks, and the Fondaco dei Tedeschi, warehouse of the Germans. It is this part of the city that Shakespeare means when Shylock says, "Signor Antonio, many a time and oft in the Rialto you have rated me about my moneys." The first bridge of Rialto was built by an engineer named Baratieri in 1180. Up to this time a bridge of boats had been used. Baratieri's bridge may be seen in the great picture of Carpaccio in the Accademia. In the 16th century there was a great competition for the honor of designing the new bridge. Fra Giocondo, Sansovino, Palladio, Vignola, and even Michelangelo himself contended. Antonio da Ponte obtained the coveted prize, and he began the present Ponte di Rialto in 1588, under Doge Pasquale Cicogne. At its completion it was very much criticized. Soon, however, this criticism was silenced, and on the engravings of the time it is called Il famoso Ponte, the famous bridge. The span of the Rialto Bridge is 91 feet. Its height is 24½ feet, its width 72 feet. The Annunciation on the bridge is by Girolamo Compagna. The angel is at one end of the span, and the Madonna is at the other end. The dove flying toward the Madonna forms the keystone of the bridge. Along the footway of the bridge is a long line of shops. Close to the Rialto Bridge is the Church of San Giacomo de Rialto. This church is said to date from the foundation of the town. It possesses no remains of its antiquity. The campanile of the Church of San Giacomo is a fine example. Built almost altogether of brick, the long lines of its arcades give an effect of great height. The details are good. Their character is Gothic. Facing the church, a statue of a hunchback, Il Gobbo de Rialto, supports a pillar. From the back of this statue, the laws of the Republic were proclaimed, and this was the center of business life in Venice. And as we gaze upon all these relics of the past, we agree with Lawrence Hutton. So strange and so strong is the power of fiction over truth, in Venice as everywhere else, that Portia and Amelia, Cassio, Antonio, and Iago appear to have been more real here than are the women and men in real life. We see, on the Rialto, Shylock first, and then its history and associations, and the council chamber of the palace of the Doge is chiefly interesting as being the scene of Othello's eloquent defense of himself. A typical Venetian canal. 6. In Venice, one takes a gondola as in America he takes a taxicab, with one difference. After the gondola ride, he still has some money left. A gondola is a long black skiff with graceful lines and a swan-like prow sweeping up from the water. It is typically Venetian. It is admirably adapted to the work it has to do. There are only 2 points in all Venice where a gondola may not go even at low water. One near the great theatre of the Fenice, and the other near the Palazzo Mocenigo at San Ste. 2 is the number of passengers for a gondola. The rower is out of sight, behind. All is ideal. There is no noise, no dust, not even the feeling of motion, except the ripple of water past the bow. The wood of which a gondola is built must be well seasoned and without knots. All gondolas turned out of one workshop are the same length. A new gondola is left unpainted for the first year. This is to prove its newness to any possible buyer. An unpainted gondola can easily be examined for knots. As soon as it is painted, its value decreases. The gondoliers become very attached to their own boats. They learn their peculiarities, for a gondola, like a person, has a character of its own. Since the earliest days of Venice, gondolas have been in use. Their present form has resulted from gradual development. The earliest authentic document relating to Venice mentions the light boats that were to the Venetians as horses tied to the doors of their houses. At first these boats were simple in construction, but in the 16th and 17th centuries the gondolas became very sumptuous. Finally, so luxurious did they become that they had to be regulated by law. Now they are longer and speedier and are usually painted black. There are about 20 ferries operating across the Grand Canal and the Giudecca. They resemble our cab service. The gondoliers also have guilds or unions. The police license the gondolas, but the real laws of the gondolier are those of his guild. Each guild has its own meeting place, where all questions of hours of work and choice of station are settled. If one member of the union becomes sick, he is cared for out of the public purse, and if he dies, he is carried to the grave by his fellow members. These guilds are probably the last survivors of the old medieval crafts of Venice. The skill of the average Venetian gondolier is marvelous. Rare indeed are collisions. These gondoliers are not the romantic heroes one may imagine them to be. They do not float in the moonlight singing serenades beneath their sweethearts' windows. They are hardy fellows, thrifty, sober, and laborious, good husbands and fathers, matter-of-fact money-makers. $1.40 a day is the charge for a gondola, and its gondolier in the season. At other times the price is 40 cents less. A gondolier earns on an average 60 cents a day. This does not seem very much, but the gondoliers live fairly well and even put money into the bank. All the gondoliers of Venice are divided into two factions, the Nicolotti and the Castellani. The rivalry between these two is intense, and the question of supremacy was formerly settled by the knife. Nowadays, however, more peaceable but exciting races are the means. The Nicolotti wear a black sash and cap, and the Castellani wear red. There are 4 principal races a year. The first is rowed in May for a banner of red and gold. In August 2 pennons are rowed for, the white and gold and the green. The blue banner is the prize in October. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Datcher. The Mentor 1 by Various. Reclaiming the Desert. Volume 6, Number 17, Serial 165, October 15, 1918, by C.J. Blanchard of the United States Reclamation Service. Land and the Homecoming Soldier. To the great number of returning soldiers, land will offer the great and fundamental opportunity. The experience of wars points out the lesson that our servicemen, because of Army life, with its openness and activity, will largely seek out-of-door vocations and occupations. This fact is accepted by the Allied European nations. That is why their programs and policies of relocating and readjustment emphasize the opportunities on the land for the returning soldier. The question then is, what land can be made available for farm homes for our soldiers? We have millions of acres of undeveloped lands that can be made available for our homecoming soldiers. We have arid lands in the west, cutover lands in the northwest, the lake states in the south, and also swamplands in the middle west and south, which can be made available through proper development. Much of this land can be made suitable for farm homes if properly handled, but it will require that each type of land be dealt with in its own particular fashion. The arid land will require water, the cutover land will require clearing, and the swampland must be drained. Without any of these aids, they remain largely no man's land. The solution of these problems is no new thing. In the admirable achievement of the Reclamation Service in reclamation and drainage, we have abundant proof of what can be done. Our thoughts should now be given to the problem. We should know by the time the war ends not merely how much arid land can be irrigated, nor how much swampland reclaim, nor where the grazing land is and how many cattle it will support, nor how much cutover land can be cleared, but we should know with definiteness where it is practicable to begin new irrigation projects, what the character of the land is, what the nature of the improvements needed will be, and what the cost will be. We should know also, not in a general way, but with particularity, what definite areas of swampland can be reclaimed, how they can be drained, what the cost of drainage will be, what crops they will raise. We should have in mind specific areas of grazing lands, with a knowledge of the cattle that are best adapted to them, and the practicability of supporting a family upon them. So too with our cutover lands. We should know what it would cost to pull or blow out stumps and put the lands into condition for farm homes. We should know what it will cost to buy these lands if they are in private hands. In short, at the conclusion of the war, the United States should be able to say to its returned soldiers, if you wish to go upon a farm, there are a variety of farms of which you may take your pick, which the government has prepared against the time of your returning. From a letter to President Wilson from Secretary Lane of the Department of the Interior. Reclaiming the Desert. Irrigation 1. Irrigation, the artificial application of water to produce crops, is as old as agriculture. Genesis 1:17, a river went out of Eden to water the garden. The practice of irrigation is probably coincident with that of the earliest agriculture of record for the reason that the latter was begun in regions of deficient rainfall in the Old World: Egypt, Assyria, Mesopotamia, Persia, India, Ceylon, and China. Evidences abound of the existence of important storage and distribution systems constructed previous to 2000 BC. Even greater antiquity is ascribed to similar work, the remains of which are found in the valley of the Euphrates and also in China. The ancient aqueducts and subterranean canals of South America, extending for thousands of miles, once supplied great cities and irrigated immense areas. Irrigation on the continent of North America was old when Rome was in glory of its youth. Centuries before the venturous Norsemen landed upon the bleak and inhospitable shores of New England, a large population dwelt in the hot valleys of the Southwest, in New Mexico and Arizona. From the solid rock with primitive tools of stone, they cut ditches and hewed the blocks for many-chambered palaces, which they erected in the desert or on the limestone ledge of deep river canyons. These voiceless ruins, older than the memory of many centuries, tell the story of a thrifty, home-loving, and semi-cultured people concerning whose fate history brings us no word. The long lines of their canals, now choked with the windswept drift of centuries, give mute and pathetic evidence of the patience and engineering skill of the builders. Early in the 16th century, when Coronado, the first great American explorer, swept up the Rio Grande Valley in Texas and New Mexico, he found a pastoral race dwelling in pueblos and practicing irrigation, as had their forefathers, perhaps as far back as the days of Abraham. The priests, with the aid of their Indian converts, extended the practice of irrigation wherever they established their missions, and introduced many varieties of fruits and vegetables from Spain and Italy. Irrigation by English-speaking people began in America in 1700 and, for fully a century, was confined to use in the cultivation of rice on narrow strips along the coastal rivers of the Carolinas and Georgia. The first Americans to reclaim extensive areas in the arid regions were the Mormons, who, in 1847, settled on the eastern borders of the great interior basin on the site of Salt Lake City. Under wise leadership and through community efforts, numerous canal systems were constructed and extended to thousands of acres of desert lands. Between 1862 and 1880, many canal systems were constructed in Colorado, though none was important. The success of the Greeley colony, established in 1870 in the northern part of the state, gave considerable impetus to irrigation all over the arid region. In the last 30 years, there has been an awakening to the opportunity that lies in the arid West for the homemaker, and a remarkable transformation has taken place in many parts of this region. Irrigation canals long enough to girdle the globe 3 times now distribute the normal flow and the stored water of western streams to millions of acres, which support hundreds of thousands of contented farmers. Cities, populous and great, have sprung up, rural communities, attractive and prosperous, broad vistas of fertile fields and blossoming orchards have replaced the waste of sand and sagebrush. Skyline canals, 2. Locating and excavating several of the main canals proved almost as difficult and trying as the building of the big dams. This was especially true in the Yakima and Okanogan valleys in Washington, the St. Mary and Flathead in Montana, the Uncompahgre and Grand River in Colorado, and the Utah Valley, Utah. These canals cling to the edges of deep and precipitous canyons or hug the steep mountain slopes. Here and there, huge aqueducts of reinforced concrete span the chasms. For miles, the water is siphoned across broad ravines in iron-banded stave pipes or flows in tunnels through the cliffs. The Teton Main Canal, the Yakima Project, Washington, for a distance of 12 miles is through very rough country. It is cement-lined throughout, and for 2 miles is in tunnels. For the greater part of its length, it hugs the side of the canyon in places 500 feet above the river. The lining for the canal was molded on the riverbank, where water, sand, and gravel were available for concrete making, and the forms were carried to the top of the canyon by tram and cableways. The capacity of the canal is 30 cubic feet per second and is now irrigating 40,000 acres. The High-Line Canal of the Strawberry Valley Project swings around the steep slopes of the Spanish Peaks of the Wasatch Range in Utah for several miles. At one point, a portion of the water is dropped in pipes to the turbines where power is developed and distributed to several towns in the valley. At various points along its course, the canal is covered with a reinforced concrete roof to prevent injury and filling up from avalanches in the spring. The Gunnison Tunnel, 3. Notable among the engineering works calling for courage and daring is the Gunnison Tunnel. This great bore, which in a sense changes physical geography, is excavated under the Vernal Mesa in western Colorado. The river portal is in the famous Black Canyon of the Gunnison, a precipitous chasm 3,000 feet deep, and the tunnel extends for nearly 6 miles, 2,500 feet below the surface of the mesa. The outlet is in the valley of the Uncompahgre. By means of a low diversion dam, the waters of the Gunnison are turned into the tunnel and transferred to the desert valley of another stream. The early reconnaissance surveys and examinations and final work of determining the location of the tunnel were attended with unusual dangers. The exploration of the canyon, which up to that time had never been traversed by man, and the careful and detailed preparation of a topographic map of this rugged region called for genuine heroism. In the former task, the surveyors risked their lives for many days in the depths of the gorge, and in the latter, the engineers performed their duties under conditions of great hazard and peril. The construction forces met and overcame almost every difficulty ever encountered in a tunnel excavation. Gas, cave-ins, and subterranean springs interposed obstacles throughout the work. At one time, a heavy flow of carbon dioxide, or choke damp, forced the workmen to flee for their lives and delayed operations until a ventilating shaft 680 feet deep was sunk. The heavy flows of hot and cold water necessitated the use of large pumps for months at a time. For more than 500 feet, the tunnel was driven through a remarkable bed of fossils consisting of the shells of extinct sea creatures, many of which were of great size. Exposed to the air, disintegration was rapid, and the huge masses of falling rock imperiled the lives of the workmen. Notwithstanding the extraordinary care of the government to safeguard the employees, a heavy toll of human lives was taken. The excavation work was projected from 4 adits, 3 on the Uncompahgre side and 1 in the canyon, and crews of drillmen and assistants simultaneously began boring into the mountain from both sides. When the last charge of dynamite had been exploded and the tunnel was holed through, it was found that the line was true within a fraction of an inch. Connecting with the outlet of the tunnel is a large cement-lined canal which conveys the water to the valley 10 miles below. Here it mingles with the Uncompahgre, and by means of a complex distribution system of canals and laterals, finally reaches the irrigable lands. The Uncompahgre Valley is one of exceptional scenic beauty and is blessed with a fertile soil adapted to the growing of a wide variety of products. Its irrigable area is approximately 100,000 acres, more than half of which is now producing 2 generous harvests. The discharge of the Uncompahgre River is quite inadequate for the irrigable lands in the valley, which had been brought under the ditches constructed before the passage of the Reclamation Act, and failure of crops occurred frequently during the low water periods. In addition, there were thousands of acres of desert land in the valley doomed to aridity unless the water supply could be supplemented. The Gunnison River, flowing uselessly in its profound canyon on the other side of the range, was drawn upon by means of the tunnel, and an abundance of water is now assured for all the lands included in this project. Agriculture here is exceedingly diversified and in many sections is intensive. The products of the soil range include alfalfa, cereals, sugar beets, potatoes, onions, peas, beans, and other vegetables, peaches, pears, and apples. Surrounding the valley are vast areas of fine grazing lands included in national forests, which furnish summer pastures for thousands of cattle and sheep. The rapid settlement of the farmlands has been followed by a corresponding growth of the towns of Montrose, Delta, and Olathe. The Roosevelt Dam, 4. First among the imposing structures of the service in the order of beginning and completion is the Roosevelt Dam, the important engineering feature of the Salt River Project in Arizona. Brilliant and daring in its conception, diverse and complicated in its problems, and stupendous in its structural features, the Roosevelt Dam stands today an enduring monument to the creative genius of its designer and builder. The layman will not appreciate the complexity of the problems and the variety of obstacles that were encountered without an understanding of the locality in which the work was carried on. The dam is located in a region which was once regarded as almost inaccessible except to the nomadic Apache, who found a safe refuge here for many years. The nearest railway is 62 miles away. 20 miles of this distance is across a waterless, parched, and forbidding desert. For more than 40 miles, the country, gashed and fissured into fantastic forms, a region of stupendous canyons, steep-sided mountains, and turbulent streams, presented an almost insuperable barrier to ingress. It is a region of colorful and inspiring scenery, but most unpromising as a site for large engineering work. The initial step was to build a highway to the dam site, a task of much difficulty on account of the rough country and the unwillingness of the white laborers to do the work. The road was finally completed largely by utilizing the Apache Indians, many of whom were remnants of Geronimo's band of marauders. The influence of this experiment in employing Indians has been of lasting benefit to the red men of the Southwest, many of whom have continued on similar work for railroads and other corporations. The Roosevelt Road, now familiarly known as the Apache Trail, is one of the most spectacular highways in the country, and thousands of tourists go over it each year in automobiles. The site for the dam was located at the entrance of the profound canyon that Salt River has cut through the mountains. Just above the canyon, Salt River and Tonto Creek converge in a broad, level valley, which is now submerged to a depth of nearly 200 feet, forming one of the largest artificial lakes in the country. The Roosevelt Dam is of sandstone hewn from the walls of the canyon in which it is built. It is of gravity section, arched upstream, 280 feet high, 168 feet thick at the base, and 1,080 feet long on top. At its base, it covers an acre of ground. A building 209 feet square and 26 stories high would about cover the space of the dam, except that halfway up the sides, there would be space for 2 more structures, each 11 stories high and 885 feet long on top. Owing to the long haul for the railroad, the activities of the engineers were varied and numerous. The government cement mill turned out 600,000 barrels of first-class cement. The sawmill in the national forest manufactured all the lumber required to house 2,000 people and for stores, offices, etc. A hydroelectric plant furnished power to the contractor on the dam and light for the camp. 2 farms were operated to supply food for the employees. Waterworks and sewerage systems were installed, and law and order were preserved during 4 years of construction. The engineer had charge also of a large commissary, a big mess, and superintended a brickyard and cement pipe plant. During the building of the dam, the valley below was the scene of unprecedented activity. A $1 million diversion dam was constructed across the Salt River to divert the stored water into thousands of miles of canals, power plants, pumping plants, transmission lines, and 1,001 engineering details were completed in advance of the great day when the turbulent floods of Salt River would be conserved and led to the thirsty lands. On March 18, 1911, former President Roosevelt, in the presence of an assemblage of nearly 1,000 people, formally dedicated the structure which fittingly bears his name. By the simple pressure of an electric button, the enormous gates weighing 60,000 pounds were raised and released the pent-up floods for irrigating nearly 200,000 acres of Salt River Valley. The swift passing of years has been marked by marvelous progress in this desert valley. In 1902, when the work was started, the assessed valuation of the country, of which the valley is the larger part, was $5 million. In 1916, the taxable property values were $72 million. In 1913, the first crop census of the project was taken and showed an irrigated acreage of 159,170 and a gross value of crops of $4,775,000. In 1917, the total acreage watered was 201,600. The total gross value of crops was $13,692,000. During the same period, the number of farms increased from 3,600 to 4,326. The net cost of the entire project to June 30, 1917, including $3,500,000 for the Roosevelt Dam, was $11,367,000. The annual returns from the land irrigated by it are more than $3 million in excess of this amount. The gross value of the crops in 1917 was almost equal to that of New Hampshire and Rhode Island in the census year of 1909. In October of 1917, the Roosevelt Dam, canal system, and power plants were formally transferred to the Water Users Association, under whose management the project henceforth will be operated. The highest dam in the world, 5. Arrow Rock Dam in Idaho is probably the most spectacular structure to the credit of the service. Completed on October 4, 1915, it ranks all other dams in the world in its height, 350 feet above bedrock. It is of rubble concrete, arch gravity type, and contains 585,130 cubic yards of material. It was built by government forces and not by contract, and its completion in 2 years less than the estimated time and at a saving of more than $2 million in estimated costs furnishes a striking example of federal efficiency and economy. In connection with this important work, the engineers built and operated a standard gauge railway 14 miles long, which carried more than 80,000 passengers and 14 million tons of freight. A unique camp containing 4,000 people was established, with sewage, waterworks, and electric lights, schools for the children of employees, a hospital, postal savings bank, churches, and YMCA, a large general store and commissary, blacksmith and machine shops, sand grinding and cement mixing plants, all under the engineer's direction, gave to the camp the aspect of an enterprising and busy community. It was a camp in which, for 4 years, there was no night. Throughout the greater part of this period, the work proceeded without interruption, night and day, with 3 8-hour shifts. Profiting by the experience gained on other large works of the service, and with labor-saving devices of their own invention, The engineers on Arrow Rock worked with extraordinary swiftness and sureness and established a most enviable record for economy and time. The total cost of the Arrow Rock is approximately $5 million, and its principal purpose is to conserve the floods of Boise River for the irrigation of 240,000 acres of land embraced in the Boise Project. The Romance of the Desert 6. A vein of romance runs through every form of human endeavor. No life so sordid, prosaic, or wretched, but has felt sometime its light and gladsome touch. In the desert, romance finds its chief essentials in adventure, courage, daring, and self-sacrifice. For more than half a century, man has been writing a romance of compelling interest upon the face of the dusty earth. Irrigation with Midas's touch has changed the desert's frown to smiling vistas of verdure. Its solemn silence has been broken by the voices of countless happy people. Our national strength is in its citizens, and the place in which the best is bred is in the country. The threat of urban congestions no longer remote, and the pressure of population, which even now is bearing heavily upon our resources, are unanswerable arguments for increasing and making permanent the nation's virility, prosperity, and growth by creating more country homes. It is an economic axiom that the stability of a nation is assured only when the bulk of its citizens reside in their own homes. The ideals and principles for which our forefathers fought cannot be preserved and maintained by a citizenry whose interest does not extend beyond mere wage earning. The American desert was won by war, treaty, discovery, and purchase. Flying at one time the flags of 4 nations, its history is rich in thrilling incident and adventure. Its milestones are the bones of trappers, explorers, and pioneers. Its people are strong and courageous. To battle with the elemental forces of nature has become a passion. While the glamour of romance in years agone is dispelled, it is still romance land, but with a new background. The romance of creation now pervades the once silent desert, and the dominant thought and impulse is to establish there the well-ordered life of New England with all the highly organized facilities for making existence in the country attractive. American people cannot rightly claim to have measured up to their opportunity until the deserts of the West and the swamplands of the South have been replaced by vistas of prosperous farmsteads. National reclamation was the dream of Western statesmen and thinkers for a quarter of a century before a laggard Congress gave it form, and actually by law, of June 17, 1902. With the passage of that law and another which initiated the construction of the Panama Canal, both were signed by President Roosevelt in the same month. The engineering forces of the nation were flung into widely differing fields of activity. With the Panama Canal engineers, the task, though Herculean, was confined to a restricted and perfectly well-defined area. On the other hand, the reclamation problems were generally in regions widely separated, remote from transportation, and often unsurveyed and unexplored. To appreciate the variety and magnitude of the task involved, it is necessary to briefly describe the general character of the country in which these works were projected. The desert states. The Great American Desert may be roughly described as lying between the western boundary of the Mississippi Valley and the Pacific Ocean, and as embracing about 2/5 of the total area of the continental United States, exclusive of Alaska. The superficial area of the several states that comprise this desert is almost equal to the combined areas of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Holland, Germany, Belgium, France, Italy, and the British Isles, Austria-Hungary, Spain, Portugal, the Balkan states, Turkey in Europe, and Japan. The population of the so-called desert states, namely Arizona, New Mexico, California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Utah, Idaho, Montana, Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, and Oklahoma, is 16,423,625, while that of the countries above mentioned is over 12 times as great. Within the confines of the desert is every gradation of climate from north temperate to semi-tropic found in these European countries. Its physical geography includes a wide variety of features from the Great Plains to the highest and lowest elevations in our country. Herein are found the most notable scenic attractions, including the great national playgrounds of Yellowstone, Glacier, Rocky Mountain, Mount Rainier, Crater Lake, and Yosemite National Parks, the Grand Canyon of Arizona, and the principal national forests. As to water supply, the desert belongs in two regions, arid and semi-arid. West of the Missouri and extending to the foot of the Rocky Mountains is a vast area of foothills and gently sloping grassy prairies which constitute a large part of the semi-arid or subhumid region of the United States. This broad belt, stretching from Mexico northward into Canada, has no clear-cut boundary separating it from the humid region on the east or the arid region on the west, owing to the variance of the mean annual precipitation in many localities. A convenient and easily marked line for the eastern boundary of the arid region is one closely following the 103rd meridian. On the north it bends away from the meridian toward the west, and on the south extends eastward north of the Rio Grande. On the west, the arid region extends to the Pacific coast in extreme southern California, but from Monterey north there is a narrow belt of semi-arid and humid country bordering the Pacific Ocean. The Coast Range is humid, especially in Oregon and Washington, where the rainfall is as heavy as in any other part of the United States. The true desert, wherein the production of crops is wholly dependent upon the artificial application of water, lies for the most part west of the Rocky Mountains. Its estimated area, 900,000 square miles, is probably slightly greater than that of the semi-arid region. An accurate determination of the relative size of each, however, is not possible until a comprehensive hydrographic survey has been completed. Contrary to popular opinion, this region is not a vast wilderness, desolate and unpromising. Between the mountain ranges lie many beautiful valleys through which flow numerous streams fed by melting snows. Utah and Nevada contains large areas of sagebrush desert comprising what is known as the Great Basin, which has no outlet to the sea and is doomed to aridity by reason of the absence of living streams. Millions of acres of desert now inhabited by the coyote and the rattlesnake await only the coming of the engineer to wake the teeming fecundity. In one important respect, the arid and semi-arid regions are alike, and that is in the character of the streams. Almost without exception, the rivers of the West are erratic and flashy in flow, are subject to long periods of drought and sudden and destructive floods. The full utilization of these streams for irrigation and power necessitates storage. In the control of floods, engineers have found their greatest problem, and one whose solution has taxed the skill, imagination, and daring of 20th century genius. National irrigation. National irrigation became a fixed policy of the American government with the passage of the Reclamation Act in June 1902. The principal provisions of this act are briefly as follows. First, a reclamation fund in the Treasury consisting of the proceeds from the sales of public lands in 16 arid and semi-arid states. Second, a reclamation service in the Department of the Interior to investigate and report on the irrigation projects to the Secretary of the Interior, who, with the approval of Congress, may authorize construction and let contracts providing the money is available in the fund. Third, the return of the fund of the actual cost of each project by the sale of water rights, payments to be made in a series of installments running over a period of 20 years without interest. The money so returned is to be used again and again on other works. Fourth, the holding of public lands for actual settlers under the Homestead Act in small farm units sufficient to support a family. Fifth, the sale of water rights to private landowners, but no more than 160 acres. Sixth, the ultimate turning over to the people of the irrigation system to be operated and managed by them under a system of home rule. The policy of national irrigation is broadly paternal and of enormous economic importance to the whole country. In the building of new commonwealths in the arid West, the government is utilizing its own undeveloped resources. It is creating opportunities for its citizens to establish themselves in permanent homes in which patriotism, loyalty, and civic pride are bred and fostered. For a number of years, the growth of population has been abnormal when compared with the development of the agricultural industries that must support the people. Farming as a profession has been languishing and falling behind the general development of the country. The rapid increase in land values has made it correspondingly more difficult for the man of small means to acquire a foothold on the land. Practically every progressive nation in the world has come to recognize this fact and is making provisions to encourage and assist its citizens to undertake farming. The primary purpose of the reclamation law, therefore, is to make homes on the land. To the new empire in the West have flocked the young, the strong, the adventurous, and herein we are witnessing a gradual welding of all the Aryan races to a final race type. Signs are not lacking that this type in time will dominate the world, for the desert offers to every man his true birthright, room to breathe, sunshine, a sure reward for intelligent labor, the individual home, and an opportunity to become independent. Desert reclamation already has gone beyond the stage of prophecy. The material and substantial results that have been accomplished place the work of the government on a practical and solid foundation. The romance of reclamation. The history of national reclamation is as interesting and romantic as a tale from the Arabian Nights. Romance colored the vision of builders that saw in the sparkling streamlets the unchecked floods, the wide, free plains, and the vacant mountain valleys as a promise of independence, happy homes, and laughing children. Theirs was not the incentive of large emoluments, for government salaries are notoriously meager. Their inspiration came from doing a signal work of splendid usefulness, conquering nature in her unfriendliest mood for the permanent and lasting good of mankind. As they toiled in the fastnesses of the mountains, in abysmal canyons, or far out in the voiceless desert, through the blazing summer heat of the southwest or the fierce blizzards of the northern plains, this thought was uppermost: by this work we shall make the desert blossom. Their dramatic achievements stand out boldly in this age of engineering triumphs. The mighty floods of western rivers have been checked beyond enormous masonry dams, several of which are ranked among the highest in the world. Physical geography has been altered by transferring rivers from one drainage basin into that of another. Whole rivers are now flowing through tunnels that pierce lofty mountain ranges, and the water is being distributed in thousands of miles of canals into 1,000,000 acres of desert. Owing to limitation of space, only a few of these interesting irrigation projects of the United States federal government are here mentioned, although each is worthy of extended description. The annual reports of the service are obtainable from the Superintendent of Public Documents in Washington, and these contain full details. In the order of their magnitude and the spectacular character of the engineering work, the Arrow Rock Dam in Idaho, Elephant Butte Dam in New Mexico, Roosevelt Dam in Arizona, Shoshone and Pathfinder Dams in Wyoming, and Gunnison Tunnel in Colorado take first rank. Several of these are described at length elsewhere. The most capacious irrigation reservoir. In a region rich in thrilling reminiscence along the pathway trod by the conquistadors of Spain, federal engineers recently completed a monumental structure of masonry known as the Elephant Butte Dam in New Mexico. This enormous mass of rock and cement effectually and permanently blocks the canyon of the Rio Grande just below the isolated basaltic peak from which it derives its name. It rises from the depths of the canyon 318 feet, and its crest length is 1,674 feet. It owes its place among the greatest structures of the age to the enormous capacity of the reservoir created behind it. Behind its towering monolith, the great floods of the turbulent Rio Grande are held in a lake 45 miles long and 4 miles wide. When full, it will contain enough water to cover 2,627,700 acres to the depth of a foot, or sufficient to submerge the entire state of Connecticut 10 inches deep. This stored water, when needed for irrigation, is turned back into the river and taken out at several points above and below El Paso, Texas. 180,000 acres in New Mexico, Texas, and Old Mexico are being brought into civilization. The charm of antiquity pervades the whole region. Here irrigation was practiced long before the first written word of our history. Centuries before the coming of the Spanish missionaries, a pastoral race dwelt here and cultivated this fertile valley along the stream. A later civilization merely absorbed and extended the primitive canals until the era of national reclamation aroused the valley to new life and purpose. While some of the primitive methods of agriculture, differing but slightly from those of biblical days, are still practiced, modern harvesting machinery is replaced by the hand sickle. The sulky plow supplants the sharpened stick, and the threshing of grain is now performed by modern methods and rarely by means of goats and ponies. Splendid highways of concrete and macadam connect the farming communities with numerous thriving towns, and the quaint groups of adobe houses, which here and there rise in the desert, are the last remains of vanishing races that are slowly giving way to modern progress. The Shoshone Dam. In northern Wyoming, near the eastern entrance to Yellowstone National Park, the south and north forks of the Shoshone River plunge downward from the steep slopes of the Rockies and unite in a broad level-floored valley in which early geological times was a beautiful mountain lake. At the lower end of the valley, the river rushes abruptly into a deep and narrow canyon. The entrance to the canyon, which is only 60 feet wide at the bottom, was selected as the site for the Shoshone Dam. Before construction began, it was necessary to blast a highway through the gorge for a distance of 8 miles in order to connect the work with the nearest railway. This highway is now part of the road system into the park, which is known as Cody Way. Nearly a year was spent in investigating bedrock conditions before the foundation was placed. Enormous boulders 80 feet in thickness were discovered in the bed of the stream. The removal of these, owing to the narrowness and depth of the canyon, proved expensive and difficult. Before any work was undertaken in clearing the channel of obstructions, the river was passed around the dam site by means of a tunnel. During the early period of construction, the laborers were taken to and from their work hundreds of feet below the camp by means of baskets, and skips were suspended on cableways across the gorge. Sudden floods, extreme cold weather, short seasons, and other unfavorable conditions greatly retarded progress. The dam is a wedge of concrete with curve upstream, 328 feet in height and 200 feet long on top. It has restored the lake of olden times, and this beautiful body of water is now one of the attractions of the trip to the park. The stored water will be utilized for the irrigation of 150,000 acres of land on the mesa, a high, broad, flat tableland below Cody. This region, until 1907, was a worthless and uninhabited desert. Today it is occupied by more than 700 farm families and 3 growing towns. Conquering the American Nile. The delta of the Colorado River in Arizona and California is often described as America's Valley of the Nile. In climate, soil, and agricultural conditions, it is singularly like the Great Valley of Egypt. The conquest of this turbulent river of the West was a splendid achievement. The engineering features of the Yuma project in Arizona and California are in many respects original. The control of the stream called for a long diversion dam and more than 100 miles of strong levees. The dam is nearly a mile long, 19 feet high, and 267 feet wide on the bottom. Its type is similar to that of the barrages of the English engineers in India. Laid on a foundation of shifting sand and silt, it is held in place by its enormous weight, 600,000 tons. Owing to the quantities of silt carried by this stream, the dam is provided with a large settling basin, sluiceway, and gates by which comparatively clear water is turned into the canals. The main canal system extends for 12 miles on the California side. Just opposite the city of Yuma, Arizona, the entire volume, 1,000 cubic feet per second, is dropped in a siphon 1,000 feet long and carried under the river to the Arizona side. Here, there are 90,000 acres of valley and mesa land, and more than half of the area is being developed intensively. The soil is of great depth and extremely fertile, and the climate is adapted to the growing of a wide variety of crops. The mesa lands, which are to be opened later, are described as frostless and especially adapted to growing citrus and other semi-tropic crops. The Pathfinder Dam. Far from the beaten path of man, 50 miles from the nearest railway in a deep and narrow granite canyon of the North Platte River in southern Wyoming, engineers in 1903 located an admirable site for a high masonry dam. Early maps of the expedition of General John C. Fremont, the explorer, indicated the spot as the scene of a disaster where these adventurers suffered the wreck of their boats and the loss of many belongings in the rapids of the river. Hence the name Pathfinder Dam. This is a beautiful structure of huge granite blocks 225 feet high and 600 feet long at the top, and its cost was $1 million. Judged from the service it has rendered mankind already as a preventative against disastrous floods and as a guarantor of generous harvests, it deserves a high place among the storage structures of the world. Since its completion, the North Platte River has been completely tamed, and angry floods that once wrought millions of dollars of destruction are now so distributed as to ensure an annual harvest valued at $6 million in a region once occupied only by nomadic herdsmen. Transferring a river. The waters of the Strawberry River in Utah, which for ages flowed idly to the Pacific Ocean, are today contributing to the material prosperity of a beautiful valley in the drainage of the Great Salt Lake. The transference of a river from its own drainage into that of another has been performed by the federal engineers on several occasions, notably in Colorado, where the Gunnison River is augmenting the flow of the Uncompahgre, the St. Mary River in Montana, a former tributary of the Arctic Ocean, now transferred to the Atlantic drainage, and the Truckee River in Nevada, now consolidated to the Carson River. Strawberry Valley, Utah, in the heart of the lofty Wasatch Range, has been converted into a large lake by means of a dam in Strawberry River. The stored waters are turned through a tunnel 4 miles long, piercing the range, and dropped into Utah Valley on the western slope. By means of 60 miles of cement-lined canal skirting the mountains, an area of 60,000 acres of excellent agricultural land has been reclaimed. The downward rush of water has been harnessed, and the surplus power developed is leased to several of the towns in the valley. Reclamation Past and Future. 15 years have passed since reclamation became a federal policy, a short period in a nation's life if measured only in time, but one of historic importance when measured by achievement and progress. In this brief span of years, the service has completed 16 notable structures of masonry and concrete, controlling the floods of torrential streams, has excavated more than 10,000 miles of canals, many of which carry whole rivers, and 70 miles of tunnels, mostly in mountains. It has to its credit the highest dam, the longest tunnel, and the largest storage reservoir for irrigation in the world. By an investment of $120 million, which is repayable by the farmers in 20 years, the productive territory of the nation has been expanded by more than 1 million acres, and there has resulted an annual increase in its food supply valued at $50 million. Where once the wilderness reigned, the hearthstones of 200,000 people have been erected, and a citizenship established which constitutes a new bulwark of American liberty, and bulkhead the floodwaters of anarchy. Thrilling, dynamic, and inspirational, this work quickens patriotic impulses and stimulates love for the Republic that has promoted it. Reclamation Plans. The plans of the Reclamation Service for the present and for the immediate future are centered upon the completion of 26 projects embracing a total of 3,118,000 acres. To date, engineering works have made available an adequate water supply for approximately 1,800,000 acres. In 1917, water was applied to about 1,200,000 acres, and the gross value of the crops was nearly $60 million. It is conservative to state that with the irrigation of all the lands included in these projects, 50,000 families will have been established on individual farms. The taxable wealth will be augmented by $300 million, and our annual returns from crops increased by $100 million. The area included in these projects exceeds the total cropped acreage of Connecticut, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Delaware, and the estimated value of crops after reclamation is $20 million greater than the total returns per annum of these states. In these estimates, no account is taken of the important increment to our national wealth in the resulting growth of cities and towns, in the building of railroads, and in manufacturing and commercial institutions, which in aggregate usually equals that of land values. In fulfilling its manifest destiny, the West has undertaken the greatest and most splendid enterprise in the world, the upbuilding of man. It is doing for the world what the world needs most. It is producing a great people. The sentiment of it has been expressed in eloquent terms by the late Henry Grady, a citizen, he said, standing in the doorway of his home, contented on his own threshold, his family gathered about him, while the evening of a well-spent day closes in scenes that are dearest. He shall save the republic when the drum tap is futile and the barracks are deserted. This pregnant sentence epitomizes the final chapter of our romance of the desert as it is now being written in the arid West. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mentor 1 by Various. Section 14 by Elizabeth Lounsbery. American Miniature Painters. Serial 123, January 15th, 1917. By Mrs. Elizabeth Lounsbery, author. Art and Life. We are close to realizing the greatest joys to be found in this workaday world when we accept art as a vital part and not a thing separate and distinct from our daily lives. Then we come to know the true value of things, to find tongues in trees, books in running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. Art, if we so accept it, says William Morris, will be with us wherever we go. In the ancient city full of traditions of past time, in the newly cleared farm in America or the colonies where no man has dwelt for traditions to gather round him, in the quiet countryside as in the busy town, no place shall be without it. You will have it with you in your sorrow as in your joy, in your working hours as in your leisure. It will be no respecter of persons, but be shared by gentle and simple, learned and unlearned, and be as a language that all can understand. It will not hinder any work that is necessary to the life of men at the best, but it will destroy all degrading toil, all invariating luxury, all foppish frivolity. It will be the deadly foe of ignorance, dishonesty, and tyranny, and will foster goodwill, fair dealing, and confidence between man and man. It will teach you to respect the highest intellect with a manly reverence, but not to despise any man who does not pretend to be what he is not. John Trumbull. 1. The work of John Trumbull as a historical painter has already been considered in the Mentor number 45, and in that number, too, the main facts of his life are told. John Trumbull was a patriotic American and a leader in the artistic and public life of his day, both in England and in America. His position was much more than that of a painter. His attitude toward painting was not one of complete and whole-souled devotion. "I am fully sensible," he wrote at one time, "that the profession of painting as it is generally practiced is frivolous, and unworthy a man who has talents for more serious pursuits. But to preserve and diffuse the memory of the noblest series of action which have ever presented themselves in the history of man is sufficient warrant for it." We see accordingly that John Trumbull's idea of the work of a painter was to write history on canvas with a brush, and his pictures bear out his idea. His life governed and controlled his art. He was born in Lebanon, Connecticut, in 1756, the son of the colonial governor of that state. And from early years he revealed a mental vigor that was extraordinary. He was an infant prodigy in learning. He entered Harvard College in the junior year at the age of 15, and the time he spent there was occupied in omnivorous reading and study, which finally came near wrecking his health. When he was a student, he visited the great painter John Singleton Copley, and became impressed with that great painter's idea of the dignity of an artist's life. He determined to study art, and he was learning to paint when the War of the Revolution began. This event determined the character of his art life. His skill in drawing being noted by General Washington, he was set to work making plans of the enemy's works. He was then promoted to a position on the general staff and afterward served as colonel under Gates. But aggrieved at what he considered a tardy recognition of himself by Congress, he resigned from the army, went to England, and there, meeting the distinguished artist Benjamin West, took up under him the study of painting. When Major André was executed, there was a spirit of retaliation aroused in England, and Trumbull was arrested and imprisoned as a spy. It was only the intercession of Benjamin West that saved his life. After 7 months' imprisonment, he was released on condition that he leave the country. He did not leave, however, but continued his studies with West, and did not return to the United States until 1789. And so we see that Trumbull's life was more that of a patriot than a painter. Art was not the controlling factor with him, but the servant. He devoted his brush to the commemoration of great historical events, such as the battles of Bunker Hill and Trenton, and when he painted portraits, he selected the prominent patriotic figures in the public life of his time, Washington, Alexander Hamilton, and others of like importance. It was only natural, then, that he should turn with an interest little short of enthusiasm to the portrait of that brave and gallant officer, Captain Lawrence. The face of Lawrence, as shown in Trumbull's miniature, is more rotund, more genial, not to say jovial, than we are led to believe it to be from other portraits. John Trumbull knew Lawrence, however, and found great satisfaction in this portrait. The special interest to us that distinguishes the portrait from others of Lawrence is that it imparts a sense not so much of the military as the personal character of the man. As pictured here by Trumbull, he's a very human hero. In studying this portrait, we feel anew the gripping pathos of Lawrence's tragic end. Edward G. Malbone. 2. Edward Green Malbone was born in Newport, Rhode Island, August 17, 1777, and died in Savannah in 1807. While a boy, he frequently visited the local theater in his native town to watch the process of scene painting, and later tried his hand at this work, attaining what was considered by the townspeople great success. As a child, he was quiet, reserved, and self-absorbed. At 16, he showed an indication of great talent in his first portrait miniature. Encouraged in his efforts by the English Council of Providence, he devoted himself to the study of drawing heads and painting miniatures, and at 17 he became professionally identified with miniature painting in Providence, and in 1796 fairly established as a miniature painter in Boston. In 1800, he accompanied his friend and fellow artist Washington Allston to Charleston, and the following year the two went together to Europe. It was during this stay in London that Malbone painted his most important miniature, The Hours, now owned by the Providence Athenaeum. This shows, at 3/4 length, the figures of 3 beautiful women who represent, as the Greeks personified them, Eunomia, Dice, and Irene. The past, the present, and the coming hour. They have a general resemblance and seem as if they might represent the same individual in different moments of emotion and development. On the left is seen Eunomia, or the past, with an expression of pensive reluctance rather than regret. The central figure is Dice, or the present, looking straight out from the picture. Her right arm is slightly raised toward Eunomia at the left, while the left hand reaches half deprecatingly toward the coming hour. Irene, or the coming hour, is shown leaning upon the shoulder of the present. This miniature was given to his sister by the painter during his lifetime, and, later, was purchased from the family by the subscription of $1,200 for the Providence Athenaeum. Although urged by Benjamin West to remain in England, where his art would win him ample appreciation and employment, Malbone preferred to return to America, and on his arrival traveled for several years, stopping in the principal cities to paint miniatures. These, to quote Tuckerman, are among the few pleasant and precious artistic associations with the past in this country. Ill health finally took Malbone to Jamaica, but finding that his illness was incurable, he left there with the intention of returning to New England, but died in Savannah, in the prime of his life and success, before he could reach the North. Malbone is now considered the most important of all miniaturists of his time. William J. Bear, 3. Art beckons, and the artist follows. Only an artist knows what the lure of art is. The field of art is full of enticements. Little incidents, apparently insignificant, have sometimes been sufficient to change an artist's career and direct him toward his most brilliant achievements. William J. Bear was 30 years of age before he painted a miniature. More than that, he had never seen a miniature that interested him, and he believed that miniature painting had limitations that precluded it from serious consideration. He was an instructor of drawing at Cooper Institute, New York City, an illustrator for magazines, and a painter of portraits, and had no thought of painting miniatures when, in 1892, he finished a very successful portrait of the late Alfred Corning Clark of New York. Mr. Clark was so pleased with the painting that he expressed a desire to have a copy of it in miniature. Mr. Bear did not believe that a result could be attained worthy of the effort, so he refused to try it. Mr. Clark renewed his request, and Mr. Bear again refused. A short time after, however, having some leisure, his mind turned back to Mr. Clark's request, and upon consideration, he was prompted to make a quiet attempt at miniature painting. He supplied himself with the necessary materials and made his first experiment by copying a head from one of his own pictures, a profile of a young woman. The result was surprising to him. Detail, patience, eyesight, and hand served him well. In another week, he had painted the miniature of Mr. Clark from his original sketch in oil colors. When Mr. Clark saw it, he was delighted, and asked for another. And so, out of what was at first a mere diversion, Mr. Bear developed a perfected art. With the showing of Mr. Bear's miniatures at the first portrait show in 1894, his success was definitely assured. In 1896, he painted his first ideal miniature, The Golden Hour, now owned by Mr. Robert S. Clark of New York City. The idea of this exquisite picture developed from an effort of Mr. Bear's to paint in profile from memory the head of an auburn-haired girl he had seen. A well-known English girl who had posed for Sir Edward Burne-Jones and Sir Frederick Leighton happened then to call at his studio. Several sittings, in which a number of penciled and red chalk drawings were made, gave him an entirely different idea. The profile developed into a lovely dream picture in which woman's crowning glory, her glowing hair, was poetically idealized. The picture shows two profiles, like twin sisters, the first with hair of dark copper tinge, the second at the left with hair of brilliant auburn, melting into the sunset colors of the sky. This was the first of a number of ideal works by Mr. Bear, and was followed at intervals by others of like charm. Primavera, painted in 1908, which is Mr. Bear's most important and ambitious endeavor, represents Flora, the handmaiden of spring, and is a delicate color poem. Mr. Bear was born in Cincinnati, Ohio, on January 29, 1860. He studied art in Cincinnati and in Munich. He returned to America in 1885, and for several years was an instructor in various art institutions. In 1897, he received the first-class medal for miniature and ideal subjects in New York, and he was an organizer and a former president of the American Society of Miniature Painters. Mr. Bear is at present treasurer of that society and an associate of the National Academy. Alice Beckington. 4. Alice Beckington is one of the leading members of the American Society of Miniature Painters, and she now holds the office of vice president. She was born in St. Charles, Missouri, on July 30, 1868. She was a pupil at the Art Students League in New York under Carroll Beckwith. After that, she studied in Paris with Benjamin Constant. Miss Beckington was a close friend of Miss Thayer's, and the work of the two shows a sympathetic understanding. Miss Beckington's work is serious, fine in taste, and dignified in character. She does not play lightly with her art. Her pictures have a pleasing warmth of color, that is to say, blacks and browns, golden flesh coloring, and grays that are never cold. Occasional cool effects are, however, to be found in her work, for Miss Beckington has a full appreciation of the value of harmoniously contrasting color. The picture reproduced on the reverse side of this sheet is taken from an original miniature in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It is a portrait of Miss Beckington's mother, the original ivory plate being slightly smaller than the reproduction given here. As may be seen, it is a work of distinction. The character of this refined woman is portrayed with simple eloquence. The pale blue of the dress and the delicately toned background set off in a poetic and sympathetic manner the character of this fine gentlewoman. The picture is thoroughly representative of Miss Beckington's work and amply explains her high standing among our miniature painters. Just as many persons in social life who are assured in their exclusive positions dress simply and unaffectedly, so Miss Beckington paints, with directness and sincerity, without display or striving for effect. Miss Beckington, referring to her early efforts in miniature painting, says that it was during the 4 years when she was working in oils in Paris that she became interested in miniature painting, and that in this work she was self-taught. Her first portrait of her mother was accepted by the Salon in Paris in 1894, and upon her return to New York, she exhibited pictures annually at the National Academy. She believes that the great principles of art that obtain in oil painting should apply to miniature work as well, and she paints her miniatures in the same manner as she would paint in oils, only with the difference in treatment required by the conditions of a small-size picture. Laura Coombs Hills. 5. Laura Coombs Hills is a favorite of lovers of miniature painting. She has a fine, fresh style of her own. Her spirit is buoyant, natural, and without affectation. She is a craftsman of extraordinary talent. No difficulties seem to daunt her. Her coloring is positive, and she seems undismayed in rendering any tone of dress or background or face. Her painting of flesh color, particularly, is just and true. Temperamentally, Miss Hills must be counted as one of the soundest and truest of miniature painters, by which is meant that she looks at life with clear, seeing eyes and records what she sees truthfully and with sympathetic understanding. The accompanying picture, Persis, is a good example of Miss Hill's work. It shows a child with brownish-red hair wearing a dark shade of pink ribbon. Her dress, of the faded pink variety, wherein the lights approach flesh coloring and the shadows are silvery, merged into golden tints. The background of sofa and tapestry offer a variety of green throughout, with a note of clear orange in a bit of cushion on the left of the child's arm. The floor and the arm of the sofa repeat the color of the hair. A few patches of blue and blue-green in the tapestry supply a relief for the colors of the figures and the cushions. It was somewhat over 20 years ago that Miss Hill began to paint miniatures. Up to that time, she had done some illustrating and decorative painting, worked in china and some commercial designing. She was born in Newburyport, Massachusetts, September 7, 1859, and was a pupil of Helen M. Knowlton of the Cowles Art School in Boston, and also of the Art Students' League in New York. She was in England on a visit when a girl friend of hers remarked on her work and asked her why she did not turn her brush to miniature painting. Miss Hills was at first reluctant to attempt a new line of art, but after some consideration she got several pieces of ivory, persuaded some young girls to sit for her, and in a short time turned out 7 miniatures. She was surprised to find how easy the work appeared to be. She had understood that miniature painting was difficult and required a special talent. She was not wrong about that, but until she undertook the work she was not aware that this special talent was hers. She was delighted. Her outlook was clear and full of promise. She had a work of beauty to do, and she knew that she could do it well. People interest Miss Hills, and the picturing of people, especially young people, is a delight to her. The people she paints are very real, and they are distinct and individual. She has painted over 200 miniatures, and they are something more than portraits. They have a pictorial quality that gives them a very special charm and distinction. It has been observed that if the subjects that she has pictured in her miniatures had been rendered in oils on large canvases, they would be found decorative and impressive. Miss Hills was a member of the Society of American Artists in 1897 and was made an associate of the National Academy in 1906. She is a member of the Boston Watercolor Club, Copley Society, New York Women's Art Club, and the American Society of Miniature Painters. She has exhibited in several of the world's expositions and has received a number of medals for merit. Lucia Fairchild Fuller. 6. The miniature work of Mrs. Fuller, like that of Miss Thayer and Miss Hills, comes close after that of Mr. Bayer. These artists were each independent of the other, and in the history of the modern revival of miniature painting they stand simply as remarkable coincidences in taste and inclination. Miss Fuller's miniature work is full of intimate feeling, reflecting the charm of affectionately considered detail, and giving out an impression that her subjects must have been near and dear to her. Her work is distinguished for its delicate grace and simple charm. The picture on the reverse side of this sheet is a portrait of a child, a very real child. The composition is beautiful in line as well as in pattern. The human interest predominates without sacrificing a fine workmanship. It is not simply a prettified picture such as we find so often in the shops and soon tire of. It is a work that attracts the painter as well as the layman by its sympathetic appeal. Delightful, we exclaim. A masterpiece of child-life painting is this little girl in her nightie holding her doll. The coloring is tender and fine. The background is a pale blue under which the baseboard and floor show a pale golden color harmonizing with the child's blonde hair. The little print on the wall also makes a repeat of the warm color. Lucia Fairchild Fuller is the wife of the well-known artist Henry Brown Fuller. She was born in Boston on December 6, 1872. She was a pupil of Dennis M. Banker and studied at the Cowles Art School and at Mrs. Shaw's in Boston, likewise with Siddons Mabie and William M. Chase in New York. As a member of the Society of American Artists, she became an associate of the National Academy in 1906 and was likewise one of the founders of the American Society of Miniature Painters, of which she is now president. Her work has not only won popular appreciation, but has secured distinguished recognition in the form of medals awarded at various expositions in Paris and in the United States. The revival of miniature painting in America in the last 25 years has awakened interest in its past history. The installation in the Metropolitan Museum of Art of the comprehensive collection of miniatures owned by the estate of the late J. Pierpont Morgan has no doubt done much to increase this, and inspire the purchase and gifts of examples by American painters for the museum collection that are now on permanent exhibition there. Just when the art had its beginning has never been definitely determined, but its evolution from the portrait painting in illuminated manuscripts and parchments of the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries is generally accepted. In these, small heads and portraits were painted into the text and often in the first letter of the first word of the paragraph. This was extensively practiced in Italy, where this work assumed a necessarily religious character, being executed almost exclusively in the monasteries for ecclesiastical use. Minimum, the Latin name for red mineral coloring matter, was the pigment used by the early scribes for the initial letters and headings of these manuscripts. Thus, the term miniatura generally came to be applied to these portraits, which later became known as miniatures. Miniature painting on ivory, or paintings in little, as they have been called, gradually developed into a personal art. Because of their peculiar appeal to the sentiments and affections, and for their companionable proportions. They were often framed in black wood, usually in gold, however sometimes mounted in jewels or set in a locket that could be readily worn on a chain or ribbon around the neck, or kept an intimate touch upon the dressing table or desk. In them, the fashions and vanities of costume and headdress of all periods have been recorded in the daintiest and most minute detail. The history of miniature painting, however, is not complex, the methods and materials being much the same throughout its development or decline. The art is largely confined to the simple portrayal of heads, with only occasional contributions of fanciful subjects. Were it not, therefore, for the change of fashion, one would have difficulty in remembering the painters, and an approach to monotony would result. Curiously enough, the first notable miniature painter, Hans Holbein, has remained the undisputed prince of miniature painters. Indeed, It may be said that the birth of miniature painting as an enduring means of expression in art dates from the time of Holbein's arrival in England in 1526. Following Holbein, Nicholas Hilliard became England's most distinguished exponent of the art. Then Richard Cosway and his contemporaries in England, France, and Italy. This period, the 18th century, marks the introduction of miniature painting into America, where it became popular as an expression of art during and after the Revolution, as large oil portraits had been before. Charles Willson Peale, the famous painter of George Washington, of whom Peale is said to have painted 14 portraits, was the best known of his era, many of his miniatures being painted while in camp on the battlefield. His brother James likewise won a reputation in miniature painting, his work being notable for its extreme delicacy and beauty. We are told that starting life as a carpenter, he was able to make the frames used by both his brother and himself for their portraits and miniatures. John Singleton Copley was another famous artist of his period. He was renowned for his large portraits in oil, which were characterized by a skillful treatment of silks and rich fabrics for both costumes and elaborate backgrounds, and yet he painted many miniatures. John Trumbull, known chiefly as a painter of stirring historical subjects of the Revolutionary era and for his portraits of Washington, also worked in miniatures, as did John Hesselus in Annapolis. Gilbert Stuart, while a prolific painter of portraits, is not said by his biographers to have painted miniatures, although several have been attributed to him. The fact that many miniatures, even by the greater artist, were not signed or dated has made it difficult to determine the origin of some of the most beautiful examples, or to place them definitely as the work of American painters. Moreover, miniatures brought back as souvenirs by those who were able to travel abroad in those days introduced the work of foreign artists, often unsigned, among American miniatures, thus making identification more difficult. Edward G. Malbone, born in Newport, Rhode Island in 1777, was destined to become the most important miniature painter of his time in America. Malbone had the gift of realism, of simple, unaffected grace, and a sureness of rendition that compelled attention. His portraits were likenesses of intimate and convincing truth. The Hours, Malbone's most famous work, a fanciful subject depicting the past, present, and future hour and painted in 1801, after a short period of study in England, is now the property of the Providence Athenaeum. Many of his portrait miniatures are owned by individuals throughout the South, where he spent several years and prematurely died in the height of his career at the age of 30. A group of his portraits is also included in the Metropolitan Museum collection. Charles Fraser, Malbone's contemporary and friend, likewise excelled, especially in male portraiture. Others of this period, and men who afterwards forsook their art for other interests, but who were recognized as successful miniature painters, were Robert Fulton, 1765 to 1815, the inventor of the steamboat, and Alvin Clark, the most notable of all lens grinders. John Ramage, an Irishman by birth, became a well-known miniature painter in Boston and New York about this time, and also Richard M. Steig, who, though born in England, was prominently identified with American art as one of the original members of the National Academy of Design and a miniature painter of distinction, strongly influenced by Malbone. Benjamin Trott was a contemporary of Malbone's and Fraser's, whose painting was characterized by strength and delicacy. Anson Dickinson, John Wesley Jarvis, Joseph Wood, Henry Inman of Philadelphia, and Charles Cromwell Ingram may also be mentioned among the miniature painters of the early 19th century, together with Sarah Goodridge, a protégé of Gilbert Stuart's, and whose work reached a great degree of excellence about 1840, and later John Henry Brown. About this time, miniature painting began to decline, owing to the introduction of the daguerreotype and the photograph. Such American artists as devoted their efforts to miniature painting struggled on without sufficient recognition until, feeling the need of organization and the encouragement in this branch of art that an association would lend, the American Society of Miniature Painters was founded in 1899 by William J. Baer, Alice Beckington, Lucia Fairchild Fuller, Laura Coombs Hills, John A. McDougall, Virginia Reynolds, Theodora M. Thayer, and William J. Whitmore. It was the intention of the Society to hold annual exhibitions where the work of all American miniaturists could be passed upon by a competent jury and then be seen by the public. The first annual exhibition was held in January 1900 at the galleries of Monsieur Knoedler and Company, New York City. Isaac A. Josephy, prominent as a miniaturist at this time, became its first president and is accredited with the conception of the society. William J. Bear, sometime president and afterwards treasurer of the society, contributed largely through his efforts to make the society the factor that it has since become in the art world. The impetus thus given to miniature painting led, unfortunately, to the production of cheap substitutes of artistic work in the form of colored photographs made to simulate miniatures. These tawdry imitations were sold broadcast to undiscriminating persons and did much toward creating the opinion that a miniature could not be a serious work of art. Some merely regarded miniature painting as a remarkable feat of technical skill, a stunt, in which the feature of interest was the astonishing minuteness of detail that could be introduced on a very small area. It was to counteract this popular fallacy and encourage the work of really good artists that the American Society of Miniature Painters lent its best efforts. With the cooperation of the Pennsylvania Society of Miniature Painters, an offshoot from the older organization, these exhibitions revealed a miniature art of a high order of merit. But even among examples supremely fine in quality, there are to be found many productions that were simply good, honest workmanship without inspiration. Painting on ivory is not easy of control, and it is unresponsive to the intention of the hand. The colors wash up readily, or at best are apt to be spotty and unmanageable. In consequence, the painter must resort to stippling, a process of drawing by means of dots, and repeated light touches to produce the required flow of form or surface. The results, therefore, except under the hand of a master, are apt to run to labored effects due to the loss of freshness and directness. The expression, "it is art to hide art," may be taken to mean that an artist's result should appear comfortable, spontaneous, and unrestrained. William J. Bear. In these characteristics, there is no more proficient exponent than William J. Bear. Although his earlier efforts in art were devoted to magazine illustrations, painting in oil, and teaching drawing at the School of Applied Design for Women, Cooper Institute, and Chautauqua. It may be interesting to note here how circumstances often cause the door of opportunity to open for a man in fields quite different from those to which he dedicated himself. For example, S.F.B. Morse, 1791 to 1872, who was the most able portrait painter in the United States in his time, found his place in the Hall of Fame as the inventor of the telegraphic code. So Mr. Bear's activities as a portrait painter were turned into another field of art. Having painted a successful portrait of the late Alfred Corning Clark of New York City in 1892, and afterwards a replica in miniature, Mr. Bear began his career as a miniature painter, showing unrivaling skill and an acknowledged excellence of conception, character, color, and suggestion of detail. In 1896, he painted his first ideal subject, the Golden Hour. And in 1908, what he considers his most important and ambitious endeavor, Primavera, representing Flora, the handmaiden of spring, in which the color scheme is rendered in delicate pinks, blues, greens, and grays. Aurora, owned by Mr. Henry Walters of Baltimore. Daphne, a charming conception of nude. Summer. Mildred, a fancy head representing spring. Doris, another female nude, and young Diana are also among the ideal subjects for which Mr. Bear has become famous, while the portrait miniatures of many prominent persons can be numbered as the result of his able brush. Laura Coombs Hills. In freshness and brilliancy of rendition, Laura Coombs Hills of Boston is a recognized leader among living miniaturists. Her work is charmingly natural and unaffected, with vivacity evident in every essential part of her work. Especially true is this of her miniature entitled Persis in the Metropolitan Museum, a 5 by 6.5-inch oval. This is a child with brownish-red hair, dressed in faded pink, is seated in relief against the reds and blues of the background. The Goldfish is another beautiful miniature by Miss Hills. in which her treatment of the bright golden tresses of a girl, her gown, and the elusive tones of the background denote the artist to be a colorist of the first rank. The Bride, a harmony of gray, gold, and blue, is also a notable example of her work that marks her as a craftsman of great talent. Theodora W. Thayer. Theodora W. Thayer's short career, 1868 to 1905, as a miniature painter measures well up to that of Malbone's in its quality and good art. Perhaps Malbone will be more popularly remembered by reason of the fact that he painted a number of works, whereas the available works of Miss Thayer are few. The latter artist had the distinction of being different from other miniaturists, although quite without eccentricity. In her portrait of Parke Godwin, at the Metropolitan Museum, we see a person we should like to know, a charming portrait of an old gentleman with a mass of white hair that dominates the picture. This is not only a characteristic example of Miss Thayer's art, but is an eloquent portrayal of fine manhood. In the profile portrait of Miss Gray, the genius of this artist is again seen, also in her portrait of Bliss Carman, the poet, in profile. Lucia Fairchild Fuller. The successes of Lucia Fairchild Fuller, like those of Miss Hills and Miss Thayer, followed immediately upon Mr. Bayer's. Mrs. Fuller's painting, like Mr. Bayer's, is full of tenderness, reflecting sympathetically and affectionately the details of her subjects. Feminine grace and the charm of child life are special qualities of her work. In the Metropolitan Museum may be seen a masterpiece of child portraiture, a little girl standing in her nightgown, caressing her doll. In this the color scheme is delicate throughout, in the tender pearly flesh and the pale blue background. In Mother and Child, the portrait of a woman with a classic profile dressed in red brocade with ivory white draperies over her shoulders, upholding the nude figure of a little girl with outstretched arms, is again seen a perfection of arrangements, line and fine color, and a predominating human interest that attracts by its sympathy. Alice Beckington. Alice Beckington, like the other miniaturists just referred to, was one of the original members of the American Society of Miniature Painters. A close friend of Miss Thayer's in the latter's lifetime, she profited much by that influence. Her work is distinguished by its dignity and reserve. Her most successful miniatures tend to warm schemes of color. In her portrait of her mother, portrait of Mrs. Beckington, in the Metropolitan Museum, the coloring of the dress is of a faded blue against a background of warm, dull coloring, not gray, not brown, while the reddish color of the chair provides the only note of difference needed to satisfy the eye. This picture is essentially characteristic of Miss Beckington's art, representing her straightforward and sincere simplicity, combined with an appreciation of subdued color harmonies. William J. Whitmore. William J. Whitmore is well known as a painter in oils and in watercolor, one who essayed miniature paintings without ever deserting the other mediums. His work is marked by a fondness for completeness of beauty and fineness of finish, whether in oil or miniature. As a master of form and an excellent painter of likenesses, Mr. Whitmore has executed a great number of portrait miniatures. His Burgomeister, in which an old man wearing a ruff appears against a somber background, is a fine bit of characterization strongly expressed. Among other artists who are now prominently identified with American miniature painting may be mentioned Eloise Dodge Patty, whose work is represented in larger type of miniature, rendered with much tenderness and directness, as in the portrait heads of her own children. Also Margaret F. Hawley of Boston, a thorough craftsman, as is evidenced in her fine portrait of Alexander Petronkovich. The work of Heloise G. Redfield, who has had a Paris training, is characteristic of the method of the French school, a method which has found little favor with American miniaturists generally, wherein there is a free wash of color on the surface of the miniature instead of the granulated appearance of stipple work. The work of Catherine Smith Merrick is in direct contrast, being entirely of stippling-produced qualities, while Mabel R. Welch uses free washes, qualified with delicate and well-controlled stipple that never obtrudes in her finished work. The miniatures of Lucy M. Stanton, a Southern painter now in New York, are rendered rather in the manner of the late Theodora W. Thayer and are strong in characterization. Those of Margaret Kendall are virile and natural, and her portraits of children are always charming. Maria Judson Stern's portraits are refined and painted with lightness and freedom. The work of Lydia E. Longacre is personal and has much charm. Harry L. Johnson of Philadelphia, known as a miniaturist but a few years, has painted effectively both landscapes and figures on a diminutive scale. W. Sherman Potts is a competent and scholarly craftsman who has established a summer school in miniature painting in Connecticut. Emily Drayton Taylor, who has been president of the Philadelphia Society of Miniature Painters since its organization, has been a prolific worker in the field. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joni Silva. The Mentor 1 by Various. The Incas, Volume 6, Number 3, Serial 151. March 15th, 1918, by Osgood Hardy, M.A. Instructor in Spanish in the Sheffield Scientific School and chief assistant and interpreter of the Peruvian expeditions of 1914 through 1915 under the auspices of Yale University and the National Geographic Society. Worshippers of the Sun. The deity whose worship the Incas especially inculcated, and which they never failed to establish wherever their banners were known to penetrate, was the sun. It was he who, in a particular manner, presided over the destinies of man, gave light and warmth to the nations, and life to the vegetable world, whom they reverenced as the father of their royal dynasty, the founder of their empire, and whose temples rose in every city and almost every village throughout the land. Besides the sun, the Incas acknowledged various objects of worship in some way or other connected with this principal deity. Such was the moon, his sister wife, the stars, revered as part of her heavenly train, though the fairest of them, Venus, known to the Peruvians by the name of Chasca, or youth with the long and curling locks, was adored as the page of the sun whom he attends so closely in his rising and in his setting. They dedicated temples also to the thunder and the lightning, in whom they recognized the sun's dread ministers, and to the rainbow, whom they worshipped as a beautiful emanation of their glorious deity. In addition to these, the subjects of the Incas enrolled among their inferior deities many objects in nature, as the elements, the wind, the earth, the air, great mountains and rivers, which impressed them with ideas of sublimity and power, or were supposed to, in some way or other, exercise a mysterious influence over the destinies of man. But the worship of the sun constituted the peculiar care of the Incas and was the object of their lavish expenditure. The most renowned of the Peruvian temples, the pride of the capital and the wonder of the empire, was at Cuzco, where, under the munificence of successive sovereigns, it had become so enriched that it received the name of the Place of Gold. It consisted of a principal building and several chapels and inferior edifices, covering a large extent of ground in the heart of the city, and completely encompassed by a wall, which, with the edifices, was all constructed of stone. The interior of the temple was mostly worthy of admiration. It was literally a mine of gold. On the western wall was emblazoned a representation of the deity, consisting of a human countenance looking forth from amidst innumerable rays of light, which emanated from it in every direction, in the same manner as the sun is often personified with us. The figure was engraved on a massive plate of gold of enormous dimensions, thickly powdered with emeralds and precious stones. It was so situated in front of the great eastern portal that the rays of the morning sun fell directly upon it at its rising, lighting up the whole apartment with an effulgence that seemed more than natural, and which was reflected back from the golden ornaments with which the walls and ceiling were everywhere encrusted. Gold, in the figurative language of the people, was the tears wept by the sun, and every part of the interior of the temple glowed with burnished plates and studs of the precious metal. From Prescott's Conquest of Peru. The tellers of the story. 1. Rude and destructive as were most of the Spanish conquistadores, many of them sympathized with the conquered people, and it is from the records of their impressions that we have obtained most of what we know about the Incas. 4 of these Castilian diarists, whose work is most valued, were soldiers. Of their number, Pedro de Cieza de Leon has given us the fullest and most interesting account of the ancient Peruvians. Only a boy of 14 was he when he embarked on the Spanish Main, and he was only 19 when, in 1538, he joined an expedition up the valley of the Cauca. He commenced his chronicle in 1541, and for 10 years traveled from one end of Peru to the other, writing down his impressions as he went. The first part of his journal was published in 1554. Juan de Betanzos, another soldier, has left us but a portion of his work. We have only the record used by Friar Gregorio de Garcia in the first 2 chapters of his Origen de los Indios, and a complete manuscript of the Escurial. This was edited and printed in 1880 by Jimenez de Espada. Betanzos' work is valuable, as he learned the Quichua language and was an official interpreter. Pedro Sarmiento de Gamboa, a militant sailor, accompanied the Viceroy Toledo and was employed by him to write a history of the Incas. Finished in 1572, it is without doubt the most authentic and reliable we possess as regards the course of events. Pedro Pizarro, a cousin of the conqueror, was also a historian of merit, finishing the Relaciones at Arequipa in 1571. The writings of lawyers have been of little value, although Prescott made use of the unpublished Relaciones of Pola de Ondegardo, written in 1561 and 1570. The priests were the most diligent inquirers respecting the native religion, rites, and ceremonies. Vicente de Valverde was the first priest to come to Peru, but he stayed only a short time and wrote very little. The best-known clerical author is Joseph de Acosta, who was in Peru from 1570 to 1586 and traveled over the greater part of the country. Cristobal Molinas' report of the fables and rites of the Incas, written previous to 1584, is also valuable, for he was a master of the Quichua language. Fernando Montesinos, who, with his amazing list of kings, traced the Inca ancestry back to Noah, was until recently given little consideration. But lately, his work, Ophir de Espana Memorias Historiales y Politico del Peru, written about 1644, has been given more credence, since it seems probable that much of it was based on the writings of Blas Valera. The premature death of the latter and the disposal of his valuable manuscripts is described by Markham as the most deplorable loss that Inca civilization has sustained. His work was used extensively by Garcilaso de la Vega, a grandnephew of the Inca Huayna Capac. He is the most famous of all the historians and is quoted some 80 times by Prescott. The works of many of these authors, and of others less famous, are available today in English as a result of the indefatigable efforts of Sir Clements Markham, whose translations have been published by the Hakluyt Society. There are still many interesting and valuable old manuscripts reposing in the archives of Madrid and Seville, which have yet to be discovered, edited, and given to the world. Of the Spanish historians who have been engaged in this work, Dr. Marcos Jimenez de la Espada is probably the best known. An excellent bibliography of Peruviana has been prepared by Markham and is published in the History of the Incas, Publications of the Hakluyt Society, Series 2, Volume 22, Cambridge, England. The Inca Sovereigns, Section 2. The Inca sovereigns, about whom tradition tells us enough, so that they may be considered historical personages, are 12 in number. The first of these, Sinchi Roca, or Roca the Great, was the first ruler after the return of the Incas to Cuzco, at the close of their long exile in Tamputoco. He reigned from 1134 to 1197, according to the chronology of Dr. Gonzalez de la Rosa, the most eminent of modern Peruvian historians. Roca owed his position to a cleverly executed plot contrived by his mother. She dressed him in glittering gold apparel and hid him in the Chingana cave on Sacsayhuaman Hill. At intervals for several days, excited Cuscayans beheld a golden vision moving on the fortress heights. Eventually, after their curiosity and fanatical credulity had been sufficiently aroused, the vision descended into the city. It gave itself over to the crowd, allowed itself to be conducted to the temple, and there proclaimed itself the adopted son of the solar deity. Under Roca, the temple of the sun was enlarged and the city greatly improved. There is some question among the historians as to the act of Roca's successors, Lioque, Yupanqui, and Maya Cacapac, who reigned from 1197 through 1246 and 1246 through 1276 respectively. Garcilaso records their conquering of the Cana and Colla people in the southwest, building a sun temple at Hatun Colla, carrying on warfare along the shores of Lake Titicaca and Lake Aliagas, and on the west, going as far as Lake Parinacochas and Arequipa. But the majority of historians represent the first three Incas as confining themselves more or less to the Cuzco Valley, and gradually, by diplomatic means, extending their influence over the surrounding inhabitants. Cacapac Yupanqui, 1276 to 1321, made the region to the southeast the theater of his operations, and Garcilaso credits him with reaching Potosi. Inca Roca, 1321 to 1348, improved the water supply of Cuzco, would that he might come again, founded schools, and military-wise attempted to penetrate the Amazonian forests. His son, Yawar Wakak, Weeping Blood, 1348 to 1370, was rather a nonentity. His name was acquired as follows, says tradition. While a child, he fell into hostile hands. At the point of death, he was seen to be weeping tears of blood. This so affected his enemy that he was permitted to live. He eventually escaped to his own people after a life of hardship among some shepherds. He was followed by Wiracocha, 1370 through 1425, in whose reign occurred the invasion of the Chancas. The invaders were finally driven out, chiefly through the bravery of his son, Pachacuti, who reigned from 1425 through 1478. Under this rule and that of his successors, Tupac Yupanqui, 1478 through 1488, and Huayna Cacapac, 1488 through 1525, The Inca dominion grew from a comparatively small confederation to the great imperial state found by the Spaniards. Huáscar, the successor of Huayna Capac, was overthrown and taken prisoner by his natural brother Atahualpa about the time that Pizarro entered Peru. When the latter heard of the quarrel between the two brothers, he determined to settle it. Fearful lest the decision should go against him, Atahualpa had Huáscar murdered, and this act provided Pizarro the excuse he needed for the execution of Atahualpa. After he had acquired complete control of the country, Pizarro elevated the Inca Manco to the throne. This proud youth soon tired of the farce and fled to the fastnesses of the Vilcabamba Mountains. Here he and his successors, Seri Tupac and Tupac Amaru, maintained their independence until 1571, when the latter was captured by the Viceroy Toledo, brought to Cuzco, and there beheaded in the Great Square. In 1781, a descendant of Tupac Amaru, bearing his name, led a revolt against the barbarous oppression of the Spaniards, only to fail and suffer torture together with his whole family. In 1814, Pumacagua, also of Inca ancestry, started an abortive uprising, which, although a failure, was the beginning of the struggle which was to eventually break the power of Spain in Peru. The Incas, Section 3. The Expansionist Policies of the Incas. Although pacific by nature, the Incas built up their vast empire by conquest. Not one reign lacked great military campaigns, and in all of them, the necessity of introducing the worship of the sun gave rulers a pretext as plausible as the followers of Muhammad had for their great wars. Wherever it was possible, peaceful methods were employed. Persuasion, diplomacy, and bribery were all tried. If these were unsuccessful, war was declared, but only after the failure of all the arts used in the acquisition of an empire by the most subtle politicians of a civilized land. Immediately on the declaration of war, mobilization took place with extreme rapidity, for the Incas aimed early to secure such an obvious strategical advantage that their enemies would wisely surrender without a struggle. This was made possible by the remarkable series of roads constructed throughout the empire. In times of peace, these served as post roads, which enabled the Incas to have surprisingly rapid intercommunication. At convenient places, storehouses were located. These were always kept completely equipped, so that the mobilization of the Inca armies, which sometimes totaled 200,000 men, provided the minimum of inconvenience for the civilian population. Contrary to the customs of some of our supposedly civilized modern nations, the Incas forbade their soldiers engaging in any unnecessary outrages, and punished such infractions of the law very severely. Even after the war had commenced, the Incas were always ready at any time to bring about peace. At the conclusion of hostilities, they adopted the policy of the Romans, gaining more by clemency to the vanquished than by their victories. As soon as the reduction of a country had been brought about, measures were taken to ensure the loyalty of those newly conquered. The first step was the introduction of the worship of the sun. No disrespect was shown to the local gods, but an acceptance of the priority of the sun was always enforced. Oftentimes, the people's own gods were treated as hostages and removed to Cuzco. The Inca system of government was of course always imposed. Land was cultivated according to the well-regulated schemes of the Incas, which included fertilization, crop rotation, and careful supervision to see that the desired amount of acreage was devoted to each product. The Quichua language was enforced. The new members of the empires were assigned their particular style of clothing and hairdressing. Roads were built to all parts of the new territories, and absolute amalgamation was eventually secured. In some instances, where the loyalty of the conquered was doubtful, a portion of them were removed, bag and baggage, to some locality where they would be surrounded by inhabitants of whose loyalty there was no question. Some of the latter were then sent to occupy the lands of the exiles. Through successive reigns, same policy was continued. Each Inca took up the work where his predecessor had been compelled to leave it, and tried to do his share in advancing the boundaries of the empire. Each Inca's life was a crusade against the infidel to spread the worship of the sun, to reclaim the benighted nations from their brutish superstitions, and to impart to them the blessings of a well-regulated government. The Incas, Section 4, The Incas' Food Supply. One of the greatest aids to the Incas in extending their domains was their abundant food supply, the result largely of the great progress they had made along agricultural lines. Although Peru is a very mountainous country, by taking advantage of every available inch of fertile ground where the climate permitted the raising of crops, they were able to carry on a system of agriculture which, in the variety of products yielded, seems truly marvelous. It is stated by Mr. O. F. Cook of the United States Department of Agriculture that a complete census of the plants cultivated by the ancient Peruvians would probably include between 70 and 80 species. The most important products are the maize and the potato, one world crop of which is today more valuable than all the gold the conquering Spaniards were able to take out of the country. The cultivation of corn goes very far back, for abundant specimens have been found in ancient graves, and the type of maize that furnishes the bulk of the Peruvian crop is peculiar to that region. Other plants familiar to us are the pineapple, the sweet potato, peanuts, beans, lima beans, guava, alligator pears, papayas, and chiromayas, as well as many with which we are not familiar, as afu, arrancacha, tintin, tomate, purutu, quinoa, oca, and uyuku. From the dried potato, a nutritious flour was made called chunya, which was used to thicken stews. The cocoa plant, Erothoxylon, was widely cultivated, but in the days of the Incas, if we are to believe the historians, its use was regulated by the government. Commonly used today by their modern descendants, it is alcohol's most potent aid in the degradation of the Peruvian Indian. We must not think, however, that the Incas were vegetarians. Although they lacked sheep, hogs, and cattle, in the llama and alpaca they had excellent meat, as well as animals to provide them with wool, and in the case of the llama, a serviceable pack animal. The guanacos and vicuñas, first cousins of the llama, were never domesticated, but were hunted in large drives, superintended by representatives of the government. In the mountains there were rodents, such as vizcacha, chinchilla, and guinea pigs. In the valleys there were monkeys and parrots. At the seashore and near the larger rivers, fish were plentiful. Such excellent means of communication existed between the capital of Cusco and the coast that the Incas were kept constantly supplied with fresh fish. The prevalence of both fishing and hunting is attested by the many depictions of these industries found on ceramic art objects which have been encountered by the archaeologists. Hunting was carried on to such an extent, and the country in general was so intensively cultivated, that the Peruvian highlands today have less to offer the Nimrod than any other section of the world equally uninhabited and desolate. Alcoholic beverages were used, of course, but the government saw to it that their manufacture did not affect other industries. Chicha was made from both potatoes and maize, but the favorite brand was brewed from the mulle berry. Then, as today, religious feasts provided the common people with an opportunity for debauchery, but under the Incas there was less of the consequent inebriety. The Incas, Section 5, Inca Architecture. Together with the excellence of their governmental system and the extent of their food supply, the architecture of the ancient inhabitants of the Peruvian plateau establishes their claim to fame. Although early historians attempted to give the Incas themselves the credit for the wonderful structures to be found in Peru, it is generally believed today that most of the megalithic remains, such as Tiahuanaco and Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo, are the work of a people living many centuries before the Incas, whose own traditions carried them back only about 400 years prior to the coming of the Spaniards. However that may be, the ability to make equally fine structures evidently existed down to Spanish times, although in later years such work became less and less common. There is great uniformity in Inca architecture. In the highlands, the edifices are usually built of porphyry or granite, and in the coastal regions, more frequently of brick. The walls also have a thickness of several feet, but are rather low, seldom attaining more than 10 or 12 feet in height. The apartments seldom open into each other, usually onto a court. The doors, which ordinarily provide the only entrance for light, are like the Egyptian, narrower at the top. The ruins at Machu Picchu and in that vicinity are remarkable because windows are quite common in them. As the Incas had not evolved the arch, their doors, windows, and niches were crowned with a lintel stone, in many cases necessarily a huge affair. Among the most interesting features of an Inca residence are these niches, probably used for shelves, perhaps for shrines, although if for that purpose, there would seem to be more of them than necessary in most houses. The fineness of stonework is, of course, the most remarkable characteristic of the Incas' architecture. They seemed able to fit, with equal facility, blocks of stone weighing tons, and those weighing but a few pounds. Although they are not known to have used the T-square, some of their angles are very true, and when it seemed desirable, they could build a straight wall. Particularly beautiful are some of their circular structures, such as the Temple of the Sun in Cusco. It is probable that only the temples and palaces of the rulers were so well built, and that the common people lived in houses of mud and stone. One of the most remarkable structures in Peru, the Temple of Yuriacocha at Roche, shows a combination of fine stonework and mud and stone. In addition, the upper part of these walls, which tower some 30 feet high, is of adobe only, and centuries of weathering has done but little more damage to the sun-dried bricks than to the granite foundations. There is something incongruous in the fact that the roofs of the buildings, walled so beautifully, and often covered inside with skillfully woven tapestries and gold adornments, were commonly of thatch. The rafters were of wood, tied onto ring stones and projecting cylinder stones with magaweeds. but although they were ignorant of iron, did not even mortise their timbers, and were content with a dingy, unlighted interior. The buildings of the Incas were adapted to the character of the climate, and the wisdom of their plan is attested by the number which still survive, while the more modern constructions of the conquerors have been buried in ruins. Provided they escape the destructive hands of the treasure-hunting Peruvians, only a gigantic cataclysm of the earth's surface can destroy these monuments to the stoneworking skill of Peru's ancient inhabitants. Vitcos and Tampu Tocco. Section 6. The location of Vitcos, or Pitcos, the home of the Inca Manco, after he fled from Cusco to the wilds of Vilcabamba, was one of the questions which students of Inca history had never answered. Armchair archaeologists and historians had selected the site Choqquequirau, Cradle of Gold, which consists of a series of extensive ruins of the Apurimac River near Abancay. His visits to these ruins convinced Dr. Hiram Bingham of Yale University, now Lieutenant Colonel Bingham, that Vitcos and Choqquequirau could not be identical. Accordingly, in 1911, he conducted an expedition to Peru, one object of which was to find a place that would fit the descriptions of the Incas' retreat as given by the early Spanish historians, some of whom, i.e., Father Antonio de Calancha and Baltazar de Ocampo, had actually visited Vitcos. The expedition went down to the Urubamba Valley to the mouth of the Vilcabamba River, crossed the Chuquichaca Bridge, and went up to the Vilcabamba Valley, finding place after place which tallied with the accounts of Ocampo and Calancha. Above the little town of Puquira were encountered ruins now Rosapata. Careful study has proved that these fit in every detail the description of the Inca's last home. While on his way to Vitcos, Colonel Bingham was fortunate enough to discover the ruins of Machu Picchu. Although the problematical existence of these ruins had long been known, no one had ever taken the trouble to climb to the top of the ridge and make certain as to their location. In so doing, Colonel Bingham came upon ruins whose magnificent beauty alone makes them more than ordinary interest. But doubly important is the discovery, because in Machu Picchu we seem to have found at last the Tampu Tocco of early Inca legends. The selection of Pecari Tampu as Tampu Tocco has never seemed justified. The slight similarity in name, the location of a few ruins and natural caves in that vicinity, and the non-existence of any place which had a better claim, made up the evidence to substantiate the theories of those who wish to call Pecari Tampu the cradle of the Inca race. Machu Picchu, as shown by Colonel Bingham, corroborates in every detail the descriptions of Tampu Tocco given by all the historians. In addition, it appears that Machu Picchu may also be the Vilcabamba, the old mysterious place 3 days' journey from Vitcos, to which, as told by Father Calancha, 2 monks were taken by the Incas while they were in the region seeking his conversion. No situation at all plausible has ever been suggested for this mythical locality. Granting that Machu Picchu is Tampu Tocco, the presence of 2 distinct cultures and skeleton remains, chiefly of women and effeminate men, would seem to indicate that on his retreat to Vitcos, the Inca Manco made use of the wonderfully concealed first home of the Incas to provide safe retirement for the priests and priestesses of the sun. A very important part of the work of modern archaeology lies in identifying the location of the cities and towns which have a place in Inca tradition and history. The finding of the first and last home of the Incas by Colonel Bingham's expedition is only the beginning of a great deal of similar work which awaits the archaeologist in Peru. There is probably no part of the world that stimulates more curiosity in an archaeologist or even in a casual traveler than that part of South America which was once inhabited by the Incas of Peru. Tianhuaco, a finely carved gateway, and its ponderous stone platforms. Sacsayhuaman, gigantic walls. Ollantaytambo, monolithic fortress, and Machu Picchu, picturesque grandeur, fill one with an admiration for their builders, which is only equaled by the sorrow that today, only 3 centuries after the advent of Pizarro and his conquistadores, we can do little more than make conjectures concerning the ancient Peruvians. And furthermore, it is doubtful if we can ever go very far in solving the problem of man in the Andes. Although they made great progress in architecture, agriculture, engineering, and the science of government, the ancient Peruvians did not achieve the art of writing, nor did they even reach the stage of hieroglyphics. Their records were kept on quipus, variously colored strings with many different kinds of knots. These seem, however, to have been used only for accounting purposes. Thus far, the quipus in possession of our archaeologists have been of no particular aid in deciphering the history of their makers. Accordingly, what we know of the Incas consists of traditions gathered together by early Spaniards and the work of present-day students who, by modern archaeological methods, are slowly bringing some light to bear on this apparently insolvable problem. Pisac, terraces below the principal ruins still used for growing wheat and barley. Doorway, in ruins, now known as Rosapata, but which Dr. Bingham has shown are probably those known to the Incas as Vitcos, the last home of the Incas. Section 7. Origin of the American Aborigines. Although there are many ideas advanced as to the origin of the American Aborigine, it is commonly believed that he came from northeastern Asia and gradually moved southward. Archaeologists and geologists are all agreed that he arrived at the close of the glacial epoch, long after the disappearance of the prehistoric animals which Dr. Matthew described for Mentor readers some time ago. When he came to this continent, he had probably already reached the higher stages of the Stone Age, and was possibly already in the Bronze Age. Just how long it has been since his arrival, we cannot tell. Although the number of traditions concerning the origin of the Inca Empire is legion, the 2 best known are the Titicaca and the Tampu Tocco legends. The former has been given us by the immortal Prescott, relying on the commentaries of the Inca Garcilaso de la Vega. From him, we know there was a time when the ancient races of the continent were all plunged in deplorable barbarism. The sun, the grand luminary and parent of mankind, taking compassion on their degraded condition, sent 2 of his children, Manco Cacapac and Mama Occhio, to gather the natives into communities and teach them the arts of civilized life. The celestial pair, brother and sister, husband and wife, advanced along the high plains of the neighborhood of Lake Titicaca to about the 16th degree south. They bore with them a golden wedge and were directed to take up their residence on the spot where the sacred emblem should without effort sink into the ground. They proceeded but a short distance, as far as the valley of the Cusco, the spot indicated by the performance of the miracle. There the wedge speedily sank into the earth and disappeared forever. On this spot, the children of the sun established their residence and laid the foundations of the city of Cusco. The Titicaca myth, however, does not receive as much consideration today as the Tampu Tocco myth. The former is characterized by the late Sir Clements Markham as an obvious invention to account for the ancient ruins and statues in the vicinity of Tiahuanaco on the island of Titicaca and Coati. It has no historical value, he says, while the Tampu Tocco myth is as certainly the outcome of a real tradition and is the fabulous version of a distant historical event. The Palace of the Inca Roca. A large gravure picture of this massive structure will be found in the Mentor, number 132, on Peru. The story is somewhat as follows. At a distance from Cusco is a place called Tampu Tocco, House of the Windows. This was long considered to be identical with Pacare Tampu, House of the Dawn, but the explorations and studies of Dr. Bingham have shown that the evidence is in favor of his statement that Machu Picchu is Tampu Tocco. From this locality, at a date placed by the students somewhere between 950 BC and 200 AD, came 4 brothers accompanied by 4 sisters. Their leader, Manco, the princely, succeeded in making away with his 3 brothers, so that at length, on their arrival at Cusco, where the golden rod which this Manco also carried sank into the ground, the first Inca and his sisters were able to found their kingdom without rivals. Under the leadership of Manco and his successors, sometimes known as pre-megaliths, the empire grew. In the 17th or 19th reign, a change in dynasty took place, and thenceforth the megalithic monarchs, who were often distinguished and skillful astrologers and reformers, ruled with the title Amauta. About 450 AD came the end of this dynasty. Pachacuti, the 6th, a ruler of peoples on the east, south, and west and subject tribes, had risen in revolt. The invaders ultimately retired, but the power of Cusco was broken and the ruler slain. The city was left to the priests, and the inhabitants, under a new sovereign, took refuge at Tampu Tocco, where some 24 princes ruled in succession. At length, when the provinces, once under the control of the princes of Cusco, had relapsed into barbarism, a woman of high birth named Silva contrived a plot to place on the throne one who would initiate a bold attempt to recover the power once possessed by their forefathers. The individual selected was Silva's own son, Roca. The plot was successful, and Roca, later known as Sinchi Roca, or the Great Roca, was the first of the Inca sovereigns whose reign looms up clearly enough to remove it from the realms of traditions and give it a place, although slightly hazy in history. From the accession of Roca to the throne, about 1100 AD, down to the murder of Tupac Amaru in 1671 by the Viceroy Francisco de Toledo, the course of events is fairly well authenticated. It is to this period that a discussion of the Incas must necessarily be confined. When the Spaniards arrived, the little kingdom of Cusco had already grown to an empire that extended to the equator on the north and was bounded on the south by the river Maule in southern Chile. On the west, it extended to the Pacific Ocean, and on the east, faded away in the torrid forests of the Amazon and rolling hills of the Argentine uplands. The Incas had succeeded in conquering the many tribes scattered over this whole region, and for the most part had enforced the use of their own language, the Quichua. They had evolved a system of government which, expanding from that of a village community, had met the needs of a vast empire, and they had done it so gradually that the inhabitants at large had been conscious of little change, save in the direction of increased prosperity and security. Inca government and religion. The Inca government was a despotism. The Inca, the chief magistrate of the dominant tribe, had absolute powers, and as a direct descendant of the sun, was also vested with sacred attributes. Surrounding him and under him were his immediate family. His official wife was his sister, and from their offspring was chosen the successor of the Inca. The elder was usually designated, although this rule was broken in several instances where the younger brother seemed more able. Next in the social scale were the nobles, or orejones, as they were called by the Spaniards. These officials wore very large earrings. The lobe of the ear was often distorted, so that ornaments several inches in diameter were inserted. Under the orejones came the caracas, or inspectors, who had charge of the census, the estimation of local resources, and the imposition and collection of tribute. Their work was chiefly administrative, and the actual government was left to district magistrates and judges who acted as tax collectors also. Finally, there were common people. These were divided for military purposes into tens, 100s, 1000s, and 10,000s, and the mobilization of the Inca armies was almost Teutonic in its ease and precision. As might be expected, the Inca religion included the worship of many things. The priestly historians always characterize it as extremely vile, but those of Inca ancestry insist it was remarkably pure and spiritual, consisting of only one true worship, that of the sun. Only those that have experienced life in the Peruvian highlands and have endured the enervation of its cold altitudes can realize how certainly must the early peoples have turned to the worship of that force which alone makes life endurable or possible on the Peruvian plateau. The places of worship were usually temples so located as to catch the first rays of the rising sun. Huacas, such as large rocks or springs, were of course worshipped where they were situated, and ofttimes were surrounded by temples. In the case of stones, shelves or platforms were carved on which priests stood while making their offerings to the sun god. The worship was carried on by priests and mamaconas. The latter, the priestesses, directed the lives of the virgins of the sun. The most beautiful girls on the kingdom were gathered together from all parts of the land. The most attractive became the wives of the Inca, after they had passed through a severe training in the various feminine arts. Others took the vows and became mamacones, while the rest either became wives of the nobles or were sent back to their homes. Many different feasts were celebrated, the most famous being those of Inti Raymi and Situa. The former was celebrated in June at the winter solstice, the object being to secure the return of the sun. It lasted for 9 days and was celebrated by all the ruling caste and was always successful. Situa was celebrated in August, and the movable huacas were transported to Cusco from all over the empire. There were also many feasts of local and family significance, as those of name-giving and adolescence. The rites of worship were sacrifice, prayers, confession, and fasting. Although there has been a great deal of controversy over this point, it is generally accepted that, unlike the Mexican peoples, the Inca did not make human sacrifices. Offerings of food, libations, and animal sacrifices were the customary procedure. Some of the Inca prayers which have come down to us are remarkable for their beauty and spiritual qualities. Confession was made to a priest. Fasting was usually observed by those desirous of entering some sacred spot, as at the end of a pilgrimage, and is said to have been at times 20 days in duration. The more famous pilgrimages were those to Pachacamac and Titicaca. Peasant and labor conditions. The condition of the peasant in Peru, summarizes Mr. T.A. Joyce, approximated nearer to the ideals of the doctrinaire socialist than in any country in the world. But it was at a price, which perhaps the native of no other country would consent to pay. From the cradle to the grave, the life of the individual was marked out for him. As he was born, so would he die. And he lived his allotted span under the ceaseless supervision of officials. His dress was fixed according to his district. He might not leave his village except at the bidding of the state, and then only for state purposes. He might not even seek a wife outside his own community. An individual of ability might perhaps rise to be one of the subordinate inspectors, but the higher ranks were inexorably closed to him. Because of this despotism, which placed all the labor in the hands of the state, the Incas were able to achieve marvels in the way of building, road making, irrigation works, and agricultural engineering. Inherently an agricultural people, the greatest efforts of the ancient Peruvians seem to have been exerted, not in building tombs for the dead, as did the Egyptians, but in making conditions better for the living. It is true that a great deal of labor was expended on the wonderful palaces of their rulers. Each successive Inca thought it necessary to rear an edifice for himself, but the greater part was employed for the benefit of the country as a whole. In irrigation and other projects, water was brought many miles, and regions which today are desolate through the Spaniards' failure to keep in repair the ditches and canals were flourishing agricultural communities in the days of the Incas. Rampant streams that threatened to destroy fertile valleys were penned within stone walls. Roads made throughout the whole dominion were useful, of course, for the transportation of troops, but especially valuable because the intershipment of crops was thereby made easier. Agriculture and architecture. As might be expected in a mountainous country where a wide stretch of level ground is but seldom encountered, the construction of miles upon miles of terraces was necessary. Many slopes, writes Mr. O. F. Cook of the United States Department of Agriculture, have more than 50 terraces forming huge staircases as high as the Washington Monument, resting against the lower slopes of mountains that tower thousands of feet above. The stonework of the prehistoric builders excites the wonder and admiration of the beholder. Admiration for the grand and beautiful simplicity of the Inca masonry, wonder as to the methods employed in its accomplishment. What the means were we do not know. At best, we can only conjecture. The modern Indians, in fact, many of the upper class of Peruvians, preferred to explain it by magical methods, such as softening the rocks by rubbing them with the juice of some plant or fruit. Only the combined labor of hundreds of people, understanding the lever and the inclined plane, could have moved some of the huge rocks that form many of the walls, and moving them would be the easiest part of the work. How they succeeded in fitting these monoliths together so that in places the joints are too fine for the naked eye to discern is quite beyond the ken of the modern stoneworker. Formerly, it was thought that the larger terraces, which were chiefly for defensive purposes, but the fact that these, as well as those more plainly agricultural in character, show the underlying strata of stones being covered with fine agricultural soils that must have been brought from a distance, would indicate, according to some of our scientists, that these were also used to produce crops. The importance attached to agriculture can be understood from the fact that the majority of the terraces equal in fineness of masonry even the palaces of the Incas. Lacking timber, the Incas used stone as the chief building material, and although they had not evolved the pure arch, they had learned to secure strength through the keying together of irregular blocks, and, as Dr. Bingham writes, had developed many ingenious devices, such as lock holes for fastening a bar back to the door, ringstones which were inserted in the gables to enable the rafters to be tied on, and projecting cylinder stones which could be used as points to which to tie the roof and keep it from blowing off. Sculpture existed only in a rude form, and the decoration of Inca pottery did not equal that of the coast people. Their ceramic products are marked by simple and graceful lines, rather Grecian in effect, and of striking simplicity and utility. They had arrived at a high degree of skill in the manufacture of textiles, for the llama and alpaca provided them with excellent raw material. Although they were unfamiliar with refined methods of heat treatment, and so were compelled to sacrifice extra hardness and strength by increasing the tin content, they had learned the art of cold working and produced many kinds of bronze implements. Some of these were of an excellent temper, and together with obsidian knives were used for tree panning. Inca methods of warfare, the use of slings and war clubs, naturally caused many wounds, which could be relieved only by such operations. In war, their skill was defensive rather than offensive. They built salients and re-entrant angles in their walls, and dry moats are often encountered. They domesticated the South American camel, the llama, which enabled them to carry out engineering and agricultural works far more difficult than they could have accomplished had they been obliged to depend on human bearers. In addition to maize, potatoes, and cassava, they had many other important crops, such as pineapples, peanuts, and cotton. Great is the treasure of precious and base metals which has come and is to come from Peru. But that sinks into insignificance beside the value of one corn and potato crop throughout the world. And in the future it seems not at all unlikely that the Incas, famous for centuries for their system of government, their masonry, and the treasures which the Spaniards took from them, will be yet more famous for the extent to which they developed agriculture. Inca implements. We can do no better in closing this account of the old Peruvian Empire than to quote from Mr. Prescott's imperishable work, The Conquest of Peru, the following summary of the characteristics of Inca culture. Under the rule of the Incas, the meanest of the people enjoyed a far greater degree of personal comfort than was possessed by similar classes in other nations on the American continent, greater probably than in feudal Europe. Under their scepter, the higher order of the state had made advances in many of the arts that belonged to a cultivated community. By the well-sustained policy of the Incas, the rude tribes of the forest were gradually gathered within the folds of civilization, and of these materials was constructed a flourishing and populous empire such as was to be found in no other part of America. End of section 15. Recording by Joni Silva. End of The Mentor 1, section 15, by Various.
Section 16 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Datcher. The Mentor 1 by Various. The Story of Coal, Volume 6, Number 6, Serial 154, May 1, 1918. By Charles Fitzhugh Talman, editorial writer for The Scientific American. The Miner by Burton Braley. Grimy and caked with dust of coal he stands, grasping his pick within his mighty hands, the arbiter of destiny and fate, greater by far than king or potentate. Shops may not run except at his behest, at forge and blast his strength is manifest. The rolls that rumble and the shears that scream and all the million miracles of steam depend on him for fuel that will turn the wheels that urge them and the belts that churn. guns that will shatter fortresses of steel, ships that will plow the waves on steady keel, bearing munitions for an army's need, must wait the miner's orders and take heed that he who toils within the coal mine's murk gives them the coal with which they do their work. Behind the men who battle in the trench, there stands the workman at the lathe and bench. But back of them and master of them all, the miner stands and holds the world in thrall. Not soon again shall any man forget how much the world is in the miner's debt. For we shall read upon fame's honor roll, he won the war, his labor gave us coal. Reprinted by courtesy of publishers of Coal Age. The origin of coal, 1. While the vegetable origin of coal is beyond question, two rival views are current among geologists to account for the deposit of ancient plant material in the form of coal beds, such as we now find in the earth. One school of geologists holds that the coal plants grew in great lagoons and swamps, like the mangrove swamps of today, and that the modern coal beds mark the locations of these swamps. From time to time, these areas subsided and were flooded with water to such a depth that the plants were killed. Eventually, the decayed vegetation of the former swamps was covered with a layer of mud or sand. Later, a slow upheaval of the ground brought these regions again to the surface. A new swamp formed, only to be submerged again at a later period, and the same process was repeated several times in the course of hundreds of thousands of years. The bulk of evidence seems to favor this view, but there is another. Perhaps the coal beds are not the sites of former swamps, but of estuaries and ocean shores where the plant material settled down in still water after a long drift down the ancient rivers from its place of origin. It is not impossible that both explanations are correct, some coal beds having been formed in one way and some in the other. With the progress of time, the deposits of sand were compacted into sandstone and the mud and clay into shale, while the layers of vegetation were solidified by pressure. Some of their constituents were vaporized and expelled by heat, and the final product was coal. The coal measures abound in fossil plants of species long ago extinct, and we also find the molds or casts of plants that have themselves disappeared, leaving only their impressions in the mud by which they were once enveloped. These records of ancient vegetation are mostly found in the rocks just above and below the coal beds, and not in the coal itself. The plants of the Carboniferous period, during which most but not all of the coal beds were formed, bore a family likeness to certain kinds of plants that flourish today. Many of them were ferns, ranging in size from the smallest species up to great tree ferns. Others resembled our modern horsetails or scouring rushes with their fluted and jointed stems, but these calamities, as the geologists call them, grew to the size of trees, sometimes 80 or 90 feet in height. Some plants of the Coal Age were like the modern cycads, intermediate in appearance between tree ferns and palms. Some were like the ginkgo, a tree with leaves like those of the maidenhair fern, widely introduced into this country from China and Japan. One of the commonest and largest trees was the lepidodendron, closely resembling, except in its vastly greater size, the club moss or ground pine, which we know so well as a Christmas decoration. The animal life of the period, of which also abundant fossil remains are found, include mollusks, fishes, crustaceans, insects, spiders, thousand legs, snails, reptiles, and lizards. Some of the insects were a foot or more in length. Of cockroaches alone, more than 500 species have been found in the coal measures. The Coal Fields of the United States, 2. When a coal famine is upon us, there is a grain of comfort in the reflection that beneath the soil of this country and within 3,000 feet of the surface, there still lies 3,538,554,000,000 tons of coal. This is the estimate of the United States Geological Survey. We have mined coal wastefully and used it prodigally, yet we have taken from the ground up to the present time only a fraction of 1% of the total amount at our disposal. The whole of our coal reserves, if they could be extracted and placed in a great cubical pile, would form a mass 8.4 miles long, 8.4 miles wide, and 8.4 miles high. If the coal thus far mined were piled up in the same way, the cube would be 7,200 feet long, 7,200 feet wide, and 7,200 feet high. The coal-producing areas of the country are divided into 6 great divisions, known as the Eastern Province, the Interior Province, the Gulf Province, the Northern Great Plains Province, the Rocky Mountain Province, and the Pacific Coast Province. The Eastern Province contains probably 9/10 of the high-rank coal of the country. It is made up of the anthracite regions of Pennsylvania and Rhode Island, the Atlantic Coast region of Virginia and North Carolina, and the Great Appalachian region, which embraces all of the bituminous and semi-bituminous coal of what is called the Appalachian Trough. The state of Pennsylvania produces 47% of all the coal mined in the country and nearly all of the anthracite. The Appalachian region is the greatest storehouse of high-rank coal in the United States, if not in the world. This nearby and almost inexhaustible supply of high-grade fuel, says the Geological Survey, has been the foundation of the development of the blast furnaces, the great iron and steel mills, and the countless manufacturing enterprises of the eastern states. The Interior Province includes all the bituminous coal fields and regions near the Great Lakes, in the Mississippi Valley, and in Texas, and is made up of 4 distinct sections: the Northern, Michigan; Eastern, Illinois, Indiana, and Western Kentucky; Western, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas; and Southwestern, Texas. The coal of this province is not, in general, of as high quality as that of the Eastern Province, but it is very extensively mined and is used for heating and for generating power in the many cities and towns of the Mississippi Valley and the Great Lakes region. Indeed, extensive coal fields in proximity to rich agricultural lands have made possible the existence of such manufacturing centers as Chicago, St. Louis, and Kansas City, and have been a leading factor in the development of the vast railway systems of the Middle West. The Gulf Province is at present of little commercial importance. Its coal is mined only at a few places in Texas and is mostly lignite. The Northern Great Plains Province includes all the coal fields in the Great Plains east of the front ridge of the Rocky Mountains. The coals are of low rank, either being lignite or subbituminous, except in a few of the basins near the mountains. The largest coal region in this province is the Fort Union region, lying in the Dakotas, Montana, and Wyoming. The amount of unmined coal in this region is estimated to be twice as great as that lying in the rich Appalachian region, but it has been little worked, and it is generally of poor quality. The Rocky Mountain Province contains a greater variety of coal than any other province in the United States. It includes all ranks, from lignite to anthracite, but the prevailing ranks are subbituminous and low-grade bituminous. The coal of the Pacific Coast Province is mined chiefly in the state of Washington, where it has aided in developing the industries of the Puget Sound region. Oregon and California have small fields, but the coal is of poor quality, and little mining has been attempted. Handling coal. 3. In times gone by, coal was carried out of the mines on the shoulders of men and women, and then transferred in wheelbarrows to the sailing vessels or wagons in which it was taken to market. In progressive mines of today, The coal is loaded in the mine into small mine cars, which are then hauled and hoisted to the surface by electricity or steam. The mine cars are dumped on an elevated platform called the tipple, and the coal passes through chutes or conveyors to the railway cars waiting underneath to receive it. On its way downward, it undergoes a more or less elaborate process of screening, breaking, picking, washing, etc., according to the kind of coal and the purpose for which it is to be used. The coal reaches the market by three general methods of transportation. 1. All rail. 2. Rail to the seaports, where it is used for bunkering steamers or carried by vessel to other ports, foreign and domestic. 3. Rail to the Great Lakes, especially Lake Erie ports, from which it is carried to ports on the upper lakes, and from the latter again by rail to markets in the interior. The railroads themselves use about 1/4 of all the coal mined in this country. The coastwise coal-carrying trade is mainly by wooden barges towed by steamers, though much coal is also carried by schooners, some of which can carry a cargo of 5,000 tons or more. About 4% of the bituminous coal output goes to foreign countries. The consumption of coal, says the United States Geological Survey, is a measure of the industrial activity of a people, for as yet coal is the main source of mechanical energy. In this respect, the United States is the foremost nation, its average annual consumption of coal for all purposes being about 5 tons per capita. Prior to the present war in Europe, the consumption of coal per capita in England, Belgium, and Germany was about 4 tons, in Russia, 1/4 of a ton, and in France, about 1.6 tons. Marvelous forms of labor-saving machinery have been introduced to facilitate the loading and unloading of coal. The principal form of apparatus for transferring coal either to or from a vessel is the bridge tramway plant, which consists of long steel bridges mounted side by side on suitable rails so that they can be moved into place over the hatchway of a vessel. Huge buckets, which load and unload themselves, are carried on a trolley suspended from the bridge and transfer coal at high speed from the vessel to the stockpile or railway cars, or vice versa. The cost of loading coal by this method is only 1 cent or 2 a ton. Another ingenious device is the car dumper. This powerful machine picks up bodily from the railway track a car loaded with 100 tons of coal, overturns it, and discharges its contents into the hold of a vessel, after which it returns the car to the track. It is capable of handling 50 cars an hour. It is equipped with special apparatus to prevent the coal from being discharged too violently and thus being badly broken up. Coal Products 4. The story of the coal products forms one of the most romantic chapters in the history of applied science. The marvels of fairyland are surpassed by the achievements of the modern manufacturer in obtaining from mere black rocks dug out of the ground not only heat and light, but a bewildering variety of useful gases, liquids and solids, drugs, chemicals, dyestuffs, and so forth. For hundreds of years, it has been known that when coal is covered or enclosed to keep out the air and then heated for a certain length of time, instead of burning to ash, it is converted into a porous, grayish-black substance called coke. This material, which burns without smoke or flame, is a valuable fuel for many purposes, especially for use in blast furnaces for the smelting of ore. Nowadays, coke is made on a vast scale from certain grades of bituminous and semi-bituminous coal. The coal is heated in coking ovens, of which there are several kinds. The most common form of an oven in this country is the beehive oven, which produces coke only. Another type of coking oven, more generally used in Europe than in America is the flue oven, which produces, besides coke, a number of valuable byproducts. When coal is converted into coke, it gives off combustible gases. The idea of saving these gases and using them for illuminating purposes was first practically applied in the latter part of the 18th century. Coal gas is made by heating coal in a closed vessel called a retort. It is a mixture of hydrogen and methane, a compound of hydrogen and carbon, with small amounts of several other gases. Most of the carbon in the coal remains in the retort as coke, which is, therefore, a byproduct in the process of making coal gas. After the gas is given off from the coal, it passes through a series of vessels where, by chemical and other methods, it is freed from ingredients which would impair its value as an illuminant, but which are saved and used for other purposes. The most important of these are coal tar and ammoniacal liquor. The purified coal gas is finally conveyed to a gas holder or gasometer, from which it is distributed to the consumers. In recent times, other methods of gas making have come into use. In one of these, nearly all the carbon in the fuel is turned into a combustible gas by passing air through the hot coal. The product is known as producer gas and is very valuable for use as fuel and as a motive power in gas engines, but it is not an illuminant. A modification of this process, in which steam is passed over the heated fuel, gives a mixture of hydrogen and carbon monoxide known as water gas. This is also a valuable source of heat and power, but for use as an illuminant, it must be mixed with a gas made from oil. It is then known as carbureted water gas and is very extensively used for lighting purposes, either by itself or mixed with ordinary coal gas. Of the byproducts of gas making, ammoniacal liquor was, until recently, the only commercial source of ammonia. Coal tar, formerly thrown away as worthless, is today the source of innumerable substance of immense value to science and the industries. From coal tar are obtained benzene, toluene, xylene, phenol, carbolic acid, naphthalene, anthracene, etc. And these more direct products are combined with one another or with other chemicals to produce coloring matters, explosives, perfumes, flavoring materials, sweetening substances, disinfectants, medicines, photographic developers, in short, a little of everything. The total number of coal tar products runs into the thousands and is constantly being increased by fresh discoveries. In Germany, just before the war, the industries engaged in making these products, no longer byproducts, but far more important than coke and gas, were capitalized at $750 million. One firm made no less than 1,800 coal tar dyes, besides 120 pharmaceutical and photographic preparations. The smoke problem. 5. Smoking is a costly and injurious habit. This is not the beginning of an appeal on behalf of the anti-cigarette crusade, but the introduction to a few facts in regard to the far-reaching effects of smoky chimneys. The smoke nuisance is as old as the use of coal. In the 14th century, a man was executed in London for befouling the air of that city with the fumes of sea coal, as ordinary mineral coal was once called in England, because it was brought to London by sea. Under Queen Elizabeth, a law was passed forbidding the burning of coal while Parliament was in session, as the legislators believed their health was likely to be impaired by the smoky air of the city. What would these bygone gentlemen say if they could see modern London enveloped in one of its famous pea soup fogs, the color and denseness of which are entirely due to coal smoke? Smoke is injurious to health, destructive to vegetation, and fatal to architectural beauty. And along with all this, it is enormously expensive. In the first place, a smoky chimney means imperfect combustion and a waste of part of the heating value of fuel. Then, a smoky atmosphere entails big laundry and dry cleaning bills, frequent repainting of houses, injury to metalwork, damage to goods and shops, excessive artificial lighting in the daytime. Pittsburgh was once the most famous American example of all these evils, but it has recently reformed. Before the Mellon Institute of Industrial Research carried out its elaborate smoke investigation in that city and, in consequence, stringent smoke abatement ordinances were adopted, the annual smoke bill of Pittsburgh was estimated at nearly $10 million. The city was the paradise of the laundrymen, and light-colored clothing was so little worn by the inhabitants that it was known as the Morning Town. Throughout the United States, it is said that smoke causes an annual waste and damage amounting to $500 million. No wonder numerous societies have been formed to mitigate this evil, and a great many laws have been enacted on the subject. With a gradual increase in the use of gas, coke, and other smokeless fuels and improved methods of stoking furnaces, the smoke nuisance is now happily abating. The pollution of the air by smoke is the subject of systematic investigation and measurement at certain places in this country and abroad. Measurements of the soot fall made in Pittsburgh a few years ago indicated an annual average deposit of soot in that city amounting to 1,031 tons per square mile. London's average is 248 tons per square mile for the whole city and 426 tons in the central districts. In the heart of Glasgow, the annual soot fall is 820 tons per square mile. In Great Britain, there is a committee for the investigation of atmospheric pollution which has installed standard measuring apparatus in 16 English and Scotch towns. The soot is collected in a pollution gauge consisting of a large cast iron funnel enameled on the inside. Projecting above the gauge is a wire screen open at the top to prevent burrs from settling on the edge of the vessel. The gauge communicates at the bottom with one or more bottles for collecting rainwater with its solid contents. The bottles are emptied once a month when their contents are weighed and analyzed. Smoke is injurious to the respiratory organs, conducive to eye strain, and responsible for lowering of human vitality. The gloominess of a smoke-laden atmosphere also has a depressing effect upon the minds of many people. Safety in coal mines, 6. Since the year 1870, some 60,000 men have lost their lives as a result of coal mining accidents in this country. This is approximately one fatality for every 180,000 tons of coal mined. Gradually, this bad record is being improved thanks to the combined efforts of the United States Bureau of Mines, the mining departments of the various states, the operators and miners themselves, but coal mining remains a hazardous pursuit. Falls of the roof are responsible for more accidents than any other single cause. These are likely to occur whenever the roof is not fully timbered, especially in the rooms where the coal is being blasted out. Many accidents also occur in mine shafts, notwithstanding the various safety devices with which the cage or elevator is nowadays provided. Fires and explosion attract a greater amount of public attention than other mining disasters on account of the large number of victims so often involved in a single occurrence of this kind. In the explosion at the Courier Colliery in France, March 10, 1906, more than 1,100 miners perished. This mine had previously been renowned for its freedom from accidents. Coal mine explosions are due to two principal causes, which may act either separately or in combination: fire damp and coal dust. Accumulations of fire damp or methane locked up in coal seams are liberated by the removal of the coal. Frequently, streams of this gas gush forth with a hissing noise and are known as blowers. Fire damp is explosive when combined with certain proportions of air. Apart from ventilation, which dilutes the gas below the danger limit, the principal precaution against explosives is the use of safety lamps so constructed that the gas cannot come into contact with a naked flame. An excessive amount of coal dust in the air of the mine may also give rise to explosions. Such explosions may be prevented by wetting the dust, moistening the air, or powdering the walls, roof, and floor with a non-explosive rock dust. After an explosion, the air of a mine contains a large amount of the deadly gas carbon monoxide, and this afterdamp, as it is called, makes rescue work extremely dangerous. Wherever suitable apparatus is available, the rescuers carry with them a supply of oxygen, by breathing which they are able to live for some hours in a poisonous atmosphere. The Bureau of Mines has established a number of rescue stations in the coal mining districts and maintains several mine safety cars for hurrying rescue crews to the scene of a disaster. The Bureau also instructs the miners in first aid and rescue work and is directing a national campaign in behalf of safety first in mines. Of the many methods that have been devised for testing the air of mines for noxious gases, none is more interesting than the use of caged canaries. These birds are much more susceptible than human beings to the effects of carbon monoxide and show signs of distress before a man begins to feel any discomfort from the gas. In many mines, they are carried in routine inspections. After an explosion, the number of rescuers equipped with oxygen apparatus is always limited. These form the advance guard and are followed by men without apparatus who carry canaries, by observing the behavior of which they can tell how far they may safely penetrate into the mine. The Bureau of Mines has devised a special form of cage in which the canary may be revived with oxygen after being overcome with gas. Experiments show that the bird may be asphyxiated and revived again and again without suffering any ill effects. Neither does he require an immunity to poisoning, which would make him a less reliable indicator. Were it possible for the lump of coal that we burn in our stove, grate, or furnace to tell its story, it would take us back millions of years to a time when the vast areas of the Earth's surface were covered with swamps, supporting a luxuriant vegetation. No human being, mammal, or bird yet existed. Animal life included fish, shellfish, and other aquatic species, besides reptiles and insects. The vegetal forms resembled our modern ferns, horsetails, club mosses, and evergreens. The atmosphere was heavily charged with moisture, and a mild climate prevailed even in the polar regions. Such were the conditions under which, during the great Carboniferous Age, most of the existing coal beds were deposited in earth. Coal is the litter of primeval swamps and forests. Year after year, the debris of the humid jungles accumulated in shallow water or in the boggy soil, where it underwent partial decay and was thus converted first of all into the slimy or spongy material known as peat. Similar deposits are in process of formation in the swamps of the present day, and the peat obtained from them is dried and used as fuel on an extensive scale in some parts of the world, especially Ireland, Holland, Germany, and Scandinavia. Gradual changes in the elevation of the land led to the submergence of the prehistoric peat bogs during successive intervals of time by lakes or shallow seas. Thus their vegetation was killed, and they were overspread with layers of mud or sand, above which, during a subsequent period of elevation, a new peat bog would form, and this process was repeated several times. The conversion of the peat into coal appears to have resulted from the pressure of the overlying strata, probably aided by the internal heat of the earth. Much of its moisture was squeezed and evaporated out, the proportions of its component gases were reduced, and the result was a hard mineral, which has earned the popular name of black diamond because consisting chiefly of carbon, the same chemical element which, in a pure and crystalline form, constitutes the true diamond. Chemically, coal consists of carbon, the gases hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen, sulfur, and ash, the mineral matter that remains after combustion. The record of these long-ago events is found when we sink a shaft through a typical coal-bearing strata. We pass through not one, but several layers of coal, which may vary in thickness from a fraction of an inch to 100 feet or more, and are separated by generally much thicker layers of sandstone or shale, solidified clay. The layers of coal are known as coal beds. Unless a coal bed is at least 2 feet thick, it is hardly worth working, and, ordinarily, the thickness of a bed does not exceed 8 or 10 feet. The shale or sandstone above a bed is very commonly found to contain the remains or the impressions of the ancient plants from which the coal was formed. A study of these remains and casts has made it possible to classify hundreds of species of plants now extinct. Fragments of plants are also sometimes found in the coal itself, and thin slices of coal frequently show a vegetable structure under the microscope. Finally, to furnish conclusive proof of the vegetable origin of coal, we find under the coal bed a layer known as the underclay, which is a fossil soil filled with the roots and rootlets of the coal-producing plants. Different conditions of formation and also probably differences in the character of the original vegetation have resulted in the production of different kinds of coal. The most important heat-producing constituent in coal is the elementary substance called carbon, and the simplest classification of solid fuels depends upon the percentage of fixed, non-volatile carbon they contain. The average percentages running as follows: wood, 50%, peat, 55%, lignite, 73%, bituminous coal, 84%, anthracite coal, 93%. When fuel is burned, the greater part of it unites chemically with the oxygen of the air to form certain invisible gases, especially carbon dioxide and water vapor, and only the ash remains. In the popular mind, coal is classified as hard or soft, while hard coal is further classified according to the size of the lumps. For both scientific and industrial purposes, more elaborate classifications are necessary, and several have been used or proposed. Kinds of coal. The United States Geological Survey classifies coal, first of all, according to rank, depending upon both chemical and physical characteristics. Anthracite, which contains the largest percentage of carbon, ranks highest, and lignite, with the smallest percentage of carbon, lowest. Coals of the same rank are said to be of high or low grade, according to whether they contain a relatively small or large percentage, respectively, of ash and sulfur. The ranks recognized by the survey are anthracite, semi-anthracite, semi-bituminous, bituminous, subbituminous, and lignite. Anthracite is the hardest of coals. It was formed from bituminous coal under the crushing pressure due to the upheaval of mountains or by the intense heat of adjacent molten rocks. Most American anthracite is mined in eastern Pennsylvania. The largest deposits in the world are found in China. Anthracite burns slowly with little smoke. It is well adapted for domestic use on account of its cleanness, but it is not an economical fuel for steam raising or general manufacturing. Semi-anthracite also ranks as a hard coal, though it is less hard than anthracite. Very little is mined in this country, and it is generally sold as anthracite. Semi-bituminous coal is a softer coal, which when burned properly gives off but little smoke. The best semi-bituminous coal ranks highest among the coals in heating value. It is the most valuable fuel for manufacturing purposes, also for steamships, as it requires less bunker space per unit of heat than any other coal. Bituminous coal or ordinary soft coal burns readily with a smoky flame and is the most commonly used for manufacturing purposes. In fact, the bulk of the coal mined throughout the world belongs to this rank. It includes a good many varieties, some of which are extensively used in making coke, while others, such as cannel coal, have been in great demand for use in gasworks. Nowadays, however, the widespread introduction of water gas, which does not require any particular kind of coal, has diminished the demand for gas coals. Subbituminous coal, or black lignite, is common in some parts of our western coal fields. It is a clean and useful domestic fuel when used near the mines, but it is not very satisfactory for shipment, as it shrinks and crumbles under the effects of weathering and is liable to spontaneous combustion. Lignite is the least valuable of coals, and is the form of coal which is the least altered from the original peat. The Geological Survey applies this name only to those coals which are distinctly brown and either markedly woody or clay-like in appearance. Lignite, as it comes from the mine, contains from 30 to 40% of moisture, and it slacks or falls to pieces much more rapidly than subbituminous coal when exposed to the air. It is hardly suitable for transportation. For commercial purposes, coal is also classified according to size. The coal as it comes out of the mine without any sorting into sizes is known as run of mine, and the semi-bituminous coals are commonly shipped in this form. Most coals, however, are passed over bars or gratings, which constitute screens of different degrees of fineness. Each screen permits all the lumps below a certain size to fall through, and thus the coal is divided into the different standard sizes. The sizes of anthracite, from the smallest to the largest, are rice, buckwheat, pea, chestnut or nut, stove, egg, broken or grate, steamboat, and lump. Bituminous coal is divided into slack, nut, and lump, the largest size. A mixture of lump and nut is called three-quarter coal. The modern history of coal. The age of the steam engine is also the age in which the use of coal has become widespread, and the output of coal is a faithful index of industrial progress. Although the Greek writer Theophrastus, about 300 BC, mentions the use of coal as a fuel, and its use was also known to the ancient Britons and the Chinese, it was virtually unknown throughout the Middle Ages. The first record of coal mining in England is of the year 1180 AD, and the coal was first shipped to London in the year 1240. It was long known as stone coal, pit coal, etc., to distinguish it from charcoal, also as sea coal, on account of being carried to London by sea. Bituminous coal was first mined in America in 1750 near Richmond, Virginia. Anthracite was discovered in Rhode Island in 1760 and in Pennsylvania in 1766, but for many years its value was not recognized. As late as the year 1812, Colonel George Shoemaker of Pottsville was treated as an impostor and threatened with arrest for attempting to sell a few wagon loads of anthracite in Philadelphia. Methods of burning it were not understood, and it was declared to be merely black stone. In the year 1820, only 365 tons of anthracite were sold in this country, as compared with the present annual output of about 90 million tons. Before the days of the railway, coal was shipped mostly by water in rough boats called arks, which floated down the rivers to the seaboard towns. As it was impossible to return against the current, the ark was sold with the coal at its destination. A great many arks were wrecked in transit, and the whole process of transportation was a costly one. Only with the introduction of steamboats, canals, and railways did the coal industry assume serious proportions. The production of coal in America has grown at an amazing rate. In the year 1868, Great Britain produced 3.6 times as much coal as the United States, and the output was also exceeded by that of Germany. In 1899, the United States took the lead. At the present time, with an estimated production for the year 1917, 643,600,000 tons, the United States is producing nearly half of all the coal mined in the world. Great Britain ranks second, closely followed by Germany. How coal is mined. A relatively small amount of coal is quarried near the surface of the ground from open pits. The overlying soil is removed by steam shovels, and the coal is then blasted out and shoveled into cars. Most coal is mined underground. Access to the coal beds is obtained either by sinking a vertical shaft or by driving a tunnel, according to the location of the beds. A tunnel driven at a steep angle is called a slope. A horizontal tunnel leading into a coal seam is called a drift. In this country, few coal mines are more than 300 or 400 feet below the surface, and the deepest is about 1,600 feet. Much deeper mines are found in Europe, especially in Belgium. American mine shafts are generally rectangular and are divided into 2 or more compartments. Where a shaft passes through water-bearing strata, it must be provided with a tight lining or tubing to prevent the mine from being flooded. All water that enters the mine collects in an excavation or sump at the bottom of the shaft and must be pumped to the surface. The method of working coal seams most commonly practiced in this country is known as the room and pillar system. One or more tunnels or entries are first driven from the bottom of the shaft or mouth of the drift. These are the main thoroughfares of the mine and are usually provided with tracks over which the mine cars are hauled by mules or by some other method of traction, locomotives, endless chains, etc. Secondary entries, headings, butt entries, etc. branch off from the main entries. Finally, the work of extracting the coal consists of excavating open spaces or rooms adjoining the entries. The actual mining is done in the rooms, and different methods are in use. Anthracite is generally shot from the solid, that is, blasted out from the face of the coal without any preliminary cutting. This method is objectionable, especially in bituminous mines, where it is, however, much practiced, because the large charges of powder requires to produce a great deal of coal dust and weaken the roof and pillars, often leading to falls of coal and fatal accidents. A better plan consists of undercutting the coal before it is blasted out. A long groove is made at the level of the floor, either with a pick or with a coal-cutting machine. Holes are then drilled some distance above the groove for the insertion of the blasting charges, and the coal is blasted down. A single shot will sometimes dislodge a ton or two of coal. The next step is to shovel the coal from the floor into a mine car, which is then pushed into the adjacent entry. The miner attaches a numbered tag to the car so that he will be duly credited for his work, which is paid for by the ton. The loaded cars are eventually hoisted or hauled out of the mine to be weighed and discharged above ground. The final step in working a coal seam by the room and pillar method is to mine out the thick walls or pillars of coal, which are originally left between adjacent rooms to support the roof. As this work proceeds, the worked out sections are filled with waste rock, or the roof is allowed to fall. The object is to leave as little coal in the mine as possible, but practically it is rare that more than 60 or 70% is recovered. One feature of a coal mine that must be carefully planned is the system of ventilation. This is provided not merely for the comfort of the miners, but to prevent, as far as possible, the accumulation of poisonous and explosive gases. There are always at least 2 airways leading into the mine, one or both of which may also be used for hoisting or other purposes. known as the upcast and the downcast, according to the direction in which the air passes through them. A current of air is maintained either by keeping a fire burning at the bottom of the upcast or by the use of powerful fans or blowers. A system of tight trap doors prevents the air from taking a shortcut between the downcast and the upcast, and thus leaving the greater part of the mine unventilated. The coal in the mine constantly gives off various gases, one of which, the notorious fire damp, methane or marsh gas, is responsible for many explosions. In recent years, it has been discovered that coal dust itself, when mixed with the right proportion of air, is violently explosive. Mine explosions may be minimized by requiring the use of safety lamps, oil, gasoline, or electric, by providing devices to prevent sparking in electrical apparatus, and by using for blasting operations only so-called permissible explosives, which give a shorter and cooler flame than black powder. Coal dust explosions can be largely prevented by wetting the walls of the mine or by the new process of rock dusting, which consists of applying dry, incombustible powdered rock to all surfaces. Unfortunately, none of these precautions are employed as generally as they should be. The elevator used for hoisting in the mine shaft is called a cage. After the mine cars reach the surface, they pass upon an elevated structure called the tipple. This is generally the most conspicuous feature of a mining property above ground and provides facilities for screening and otherwise preparing the coal as it passes down chutes to the railway cars underneath. The more elaborate structure used for anthracite is called a breaker. It includes machinery for crushing the coal and arrangements for removing slate and other waste rock by hand picking or otherwise. Coal mining in this country gives employment to an army of 765,000 men. The word army has a sinister appropriateness in this connection, since out of every 1,000 men employed in the industry, 3 are killed and 180 injured annually. The world's coal resources. In order of output, the leading coal-producing countries of the world are United States, Great Britain, Germany, Austria-Hungary, France, Russia, Belgium, Japan, China, India, and Canada. The total production during the latest year for which data are available was about 1,346,000,000 tons. How long will the world's coal supply last? This is a question to which various answers have been given. Geologists are able to furnish a rough estimate of the amount of coal now in the ground and near enough to the surface to be mined. But with the growth of the world's industries, the demand for coal is increasing by leaps and bounds, and nobody can safely predict how much will be needed at any future time. The world's coal reserves, that is, the amount of coal remaining unmined, are estimated at 8,154,322,500,000 tons. In the United States, it is estimated that we have used only 0.4% of 1% of our available coal supply. At the present rate of consumption, the coal in this country would last about 4,000 years. But if the present rate of increase in consumption should be maintained, it would only last 100 years. Fortunately for posterity, there are sources of heat, light, and power which are not, like the fuels, exhaustible. Water power, for example, is a permanent asset, and there are other inexhaustible sources of energy, such as solar heat and the internal heat of the earth, which man's ingenuity will someday turn to good account. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Mentor 1 by Various. Walter Scott by Hamilton Wright Mabie. The Wizard of the North. The causes of Sir Walter Scott's ascendancy are to be found in the goodness of his heart, the integrity of his conduct, the romantic and picturesque accessories and atmosphere of his life, the fertile brilliancy of his literary execution, the charm that he exercises, both as man and artist, over the imagination, the serene, tranquilizing spirit of his works, and above all, the buoyancy, the happy freedom of his genius. He was not simply an intellectual power, he was also a human and gentle comforter. He wielded an immense mental force, but he always wielded it for good, and always with tenderness. It is impossible to conceive of his ever having done a wrong act, or of any contact with his influence that would not inspire the wish to be virtuous and noble. The scope of his sympathy was as broad as are the weakness and need of the human race. He understood the hardship in the moral condition of mankind, and he wished and tried to relieve it. His writings are full of sweetness and cheer, and they contain nothing that is morbid, nothing that tends toward surrender or misery. He did not sequester himself in mental pride, but simply and sturdily, through years of conscious toil, he employed the faculties of a strong, tender, gracious genius for the good of his fellow creatures. The world loves him because he is worthy to be loved, and because he has lightened the burden of its care and augmented the sum of its happiness. From Over the Border, by William Winter, courtesy the Page Company. Waverley, 1. Waverley is a story of the rebellion of the Chevalier Prince Charles Edward in Scotland in 1745. Edward Waverley, the central figure of the tale, was a captain of dragoons in the English army. He obtained a leave of absence from his regiment and went to Scotland for a rest, staying at the home of Baron Bradwardine. During his stay, a band of Highlanders drove off the Baron's cattle, and Waverley offered his assistance in recovering them. Fergus MacIvor was the chief of the band which stole the cattle. Waverley met his sister Flora, and fell in love with her, but she discouraged him. Later Waverley was wounded by a stag, and the rebellion having started in the meanwhile, one of the Highlanders, assuming Waverley to be a sympathizer, used his name and seal to start a mutiny in Waverley's troop. For this reason, Waverley was dismissed from his regiment for desertion and treason. Indignant at this unjust treatment, Waverley joined the rebellion, first, however, returning home in an attempt to justify himself. On this trip he was arrested for treason, but was rescued by the Highlanders when on his way to the dungeon of Stirling Castle. Waverley served in the war, and when the rebellion was crushed he escaped, and later made his way to London. There his name was cleared from the false charges, and a pardon obtained for both himself and Baron Bradwardine. Flora's brother was executed, and she herself retired to a convent at Paris. Waverley married Rose, the beautiful daughter of Baron Bradwardine. One of the most charming scenes in the story took place shortly after Waverley met Flora at the home of her brother. Flora had promised to sing a Gaelic song for him in one of her favorite haunts. One of the attendants guided him to a beautiful waterfall in the neighborhood, and there he saw Flora. Here, like one of those lovely forms which decorate the landscapes of Poussin, Waverley found Flora gazing on the waterfall. 2 paces farther back stood Kathleen, holding a small Scottish harp, the use of which had been taught to Flora by Rory Doll, one of the last harpers of the Western Highlands. The sun, now stooping in the west, gave a rich and varied tinge to all the objects which surrounded Waverley, and seemed to add more than a human brilliancy to the full expressive darkness of Flora's eye, exalted the richness and purity of her complexion, and enhanced the dignity and grace of her beautiful form. Edward thought he had never, even in his wildest dreams, imagined a figure of such exquisite and interesting loveliness. The wild beauty of the retreat, bursting upon him as if by magic, augmented the mingled feelings of delight and awe with which he approached her, like a fair enchantress of Boiardo or Ariosto, by whose nod the scenery around seemed to have been created, an Eden in the wilderness. Flora, like every beautiful woman, was conscious of her own power, and pleased with its effects, which she could easily discern from the respectful yet confused address of the young soldier. But as she possessed excellent sense, she gave the romance of the scene and other accidental circumstance full weight in appreciating the feelings with which Waverley seemed obviously to be impressed. And unacquainted with the fanciful and susceptible peculiarities of his character, considered his homage as the passing tribute which a woman of even inferior charms might have expected in such a situation. She therefore quietly led the way to a spot at such a distance from the cascade that its sound should rather accompany than interrupt that of her voice and instrument, and sitting down upon a mossy fragment of rock, she took the harp from Kathleen. Waverley was the first of the world-famous series of romances to which it gives the title. It was published anonymously in 1814. Although the authorship of the series was generally accredited to Scott, it was never formally acknowledged until business conditions necessitated it in 1826. Guy Mannering. 2. Guy Mannering, a young Englishman travelling through Scotland, stopped one night at the home of the Laird of Ellangowan. When the laird learned that the young man had studied astrology, he begged him to cast the horoscope of his son, who had been born that night. What was Mannering's dismay to find that 2 catastrophes overhung the lad, one at his 5th and the other at his 21st year. He told the father, however, that he might be warned, and later went his way. The fortunes of the Laird of Ellangowan, Godfrey Bertram, waned rapidly. In addition to this, his son Harry, at the age of 5, was kidnapped. It was impossible to learn whether the child was alive or dead. The boy's mother died from the shock, and some years later the laird himself followed her, leaving his daughter Lucy penniless. In the meantime, Guy Mannering had become Colonel Mannering. He had married and had a daughter, Julia. She had fallen in love with a young officer named Van Beest Brown, who had served in India under Colonel Mannering. The colonel objected to him as a suitor because of the obscurity of his birth. When things were at their worst for Lucy Bertram, Colonel Mannering returned to England. Accidentally hearing of the straits to which she had been reduced, he at once invited her and her guardian to make their home with him and his daughter Julia. Captain Brown followed the Mannerings to England, and finally he proved to be the long-lost Harry Bertram, brother of Lucy. He had been abducted with the help of Meg Merrells, a gypsy, and some smugglers, at the instigation of a man named Glosson, once agent for Laird of Ellangowan, who had hoped to get possession of the laird's property. He finally succeeded in this, but, after his crime was discovered, he died a violent death in prison. Bertram had been kidnapped and taken to Holland, where the name of Van Beest Brown had been given him. Meg Merrells is regarded as one of the great characters of fiction. The fairy bride of Sir Gawain, while under the influence of the spell of her wicked stepmother, was more decrepit, probably, and what is commonly called more ugly, than Meg Merrells, but I doubt if she possessed that wild sublimity which an excited imagination communicated to features marked and expressive in their own peculiar character, and to the gestures of a form which, her sex considered, might be termed gigantic. Accordingly, the Knights of the Round Table did not recoil with more terror from the apparition of the loathly lady placed between an oak and a green holly than Lucy Bertram and Julie Mannering did from the appearance of this Galwegian sibyl upon the common of Ellangowan. "For God's sake," said Julia, pulling her purse, "give that dreadful woman something and bid her go away." "I cannot," said Bertram. "I must not offend her." "What keeps you here?" said Meg, exalting the harsh and rough tones of her hollow voice. "Why do you not follow? Must your hour call twice? Do you remember your oath? Were it at kirk or market, wedding or burial?" And she held high her skinny forefinger in a menacing attitude. Almost stupefied with surprise and fear, the young ladies watched with anxious looks the course of Bertram, his companion, and their extraordinary guide. Her tall figure moved across the wintry heath with steps so swift, so long, and so steady, that she appeared rather to glide than to walk. Bertram and Dinmont, both tall men, apparently scarce equalled her in height, owing to her long dress and high headgear. She proceeded straight across the common, without turning aside to the winding path by which passengers avoided the inequalities and little rills that traversed it in different directions. Thus the diminishing figures often disappeared from the eye as they dived into such broken ground, and again ascended to sight when they were past the hollow. There was something frightful and unearthly, as it were, in the rapid and undeviating course which she pursued, undeterred by any of the impediments which usually incline a traveller from the direct path. Her way was as straight and nearly as swift as that of a bird through the air. At length they reached those thickets of natural wood which extended from the skirts of the common towards the glades and brook of Durnaloo, and were there lost to the view. Guy Mannering was published in 1815, the second of the Waverley novels to appear. It is said to have been the result of 6 weeks' work. There are less than 40 characters in the book, and the plot is not very complicated. Heart of Midlothian. 3. In Heart of Midlothian, Scott set himself to draw his own people at their best. The real heroine of the book is Jeanie Deans, whose character was drawn from that of Helen Walker, the daughter of a farmer in Scotland. With few variations, Jeanie's story was hers. Effie Deans, the sister of Jeanie, was doomed to death for child murder. Jeanie might have saved her on the witness stand by lying, but this she could not do even to save her sister. However, she showed the depth of her love by going on foot all the way to London and getting a pardon from the king. Effie was released, but even before Jeanie reached home she eloped with her betrayer, George Staunton, who married her and took her to London with him. There they lived as Lord and Lady Staunton, for George succeeded to the title of his father. Jeanie married a Presbyterian minister, and by a combination of circumstances learned that Effie's son had never really been killed, but had been given to the care of Meg Murdochson, whose daughter Madge had also been betrayed by Staunton, or Geordie Robertson, as he was known in Scotland. When Sir George Staunton learned this, he was anxious to discover the whereabouts of his son. He traced him to a certain band of vagabonds, of which Black Donald was the chief. Staunton attempted to arrest the leader, but in the affray was shot by a young lad called the Whistler. This lad later proved to be his long-lost son. Effie, who was now Lady Staunton, overcome with grief, attempted to drown her sorrows in the gaieties of the fashionable world. But this was in vain. She could not forget her grief, and finally she retired to a convent in France, where she remained until her death. Jeanie and her husband were given a good parish by the Duke of Argyll, and through Effie's influence the children of her sister were helped greatly. Heart of Midlothian was first published anonymously in 1818. It takes its name from the Tolbooth, or Old Jail of Edinburgh, where Scott imagined Effie to have been in prison. This book has fewer characters than any other of Scott's novels. It has also a smaller variety of incidents and less description of scenery. One of the most touching scenes in all fiction is that in which Jeanie visits her sister in the prison under the eyes of the jailer Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe marshalled her the way to the apartment where Effie was confined. Shame, fear, and grief had contended for mastery in the poor prisoner's bosom during the whole morning, while she had looked forward to this meeting. But when the door opened, all gave way to a confused and strange feeling that had a tinge of joy in it, as throwing herself on her sister's neck, she ejaculated, "My dear Jeanie! My dear Jeanie! It's lang since I hae seen ye." Jeanie returned the embrace with an earnestness that partook almost of rapture, but it was only a flitting emotion, like a sunbeam unexpectedly penetrating betwixt the clouds of a tempest, and obscured almost as soon as visible. The sisters walked together to the side of the pallet bed, and sat down side by side, took hold of each other's hands, and looked each other in the face, but without speaking a word. In this posture they remained for a minute, while the gleam of joy gradually faded from their features, and gave way to the most intense expression, first of melancholy, and then of agony, till, throwing themselves again into each other's arms, they, to use the language of Scripture, lifted up their voices and wept bitterly. Even the hard-hearted turnkey, who had spent his life in scenes calculated to stifle both conscience and feeling, could not witness this scene without a touch of human sympathy. It was shown in a trifling action, but which had more delicacy in it than seemed to belong to Ratcliffe's character and station. The unglazed window of the miserable chamber was open, and the beams of a bright sun fell upon the bed where the sufferers were seated. With a gentleness that had something of reverence to it, Ratcliffe partly closed the shutter, and seemed thus to throw a veil over a scene so awful. Ivanhoe. 4. Sir Wilfrid, Knight of Ivanhoe, a young Saxon knight, brave and handsome, was disinherited by his father because he loved Rowena, a Saxon heiress, and a ward of his father. He therefore went on a crusade to Palestine with Richard the Lion-hearted. Returning under the name of Desdichado, the Disinherited, he entered the lists of the Ashby tournament, and having won the victory, he was crowned by the Lady Rowena. At this tournament there was one knight in particular who aided Ivanhoe. This was the Black Knight, and his feats of valor set all the spectators to wondering who he might be. He was in reality Richard the Lion-hearted, the Crusader, King of England. Just at this time, King Richard's younger brother John was conspiring to take the throne of England from him. One of his fellow conspirators was Maurice de Bracy, who was in love with Rowena. He captured her as she was returning from the tournament, and imprisoned her in the Tower of Torquilstone. Ivanhoe, who was wounded in the tournament, was cared for by Isaac of York and his daughter Rebecca. She fell in love with him, but realized that she could never marry him, and knowing that Ivanhoe loved Rowena, she offered to give any sum of money for her release. This was not effected, however, until Torquilstone had been besieged by Locksley, who was really Robin Hood, and his men, led by the Black Knight. The Black Knight had come upon this band in his wanderings through Sherwood Forest. He ran across the little chapel of the Hermit, one of Locksley's men, in the following manner. The entrance to this ancient place of devotion was under a very low round arch, ornamented by several courses, that zigzag moulding, resembling shark's teeth, which appears so often in the more ancient Saxon architecture. A belfry rose above the porch on 4 small pillars, within which hung the green and weather-beaten bell, the feeble sounds of which had been some time before heard by the Black Knight. The whole peaceful and quiet scene lay glimmering in twilight before the eyes of the traveller, giving him good assurance of lodging for the night, since it was a special duty of those hermits who dwelt in the woods to exercise hospitality towards benighted or bewildered passengers. Accordingly, the knight took no time to consider minutely the particulars which we have detailed, but thanking St. Julian, the patron saint of travellers, who had sent him good harbourage, he leaped from his horse and assailed the door of the hermitage with the butt of his lance, in order to arouse attention and gain admittance. The hermit who lived there, and who gave the Black Knight food and lodging, was Friar Tuck. Finally, Rowena was rescued and married Ivanhoe. Rebecca was carried away by the Templar Bois-Guilbert, who was madly and vainly in love with her, to the preceptory of Templestowe, and convicted of sorcery. She was condemned to be burned alive, but was allowed a trial by combat. Ivanhoe was her champion, and in contest with the Templar he was the victor. Rebecca was then pronounced guiltless and freed. Ivanhoe is one of Scott's most famous novels. It was written and published in 1819. The manuscript is now at Abbotsford. Kenilworth, 5. The central figure in Kenilworth is that of Queen Elizabeth of England, but the real heroine is Amy Robsart. She was the daughter of Sir Hugh Robsart. The Earl of Leicester, infatuated by her charms, married her secretly. He then established her at Cumnor Place, a lonely manor house. There she lived alone with 1 or 2 attendants, but she bore her solitude with pleasure as long as she was sure that Leicester loved her. However, Leicester and the Earl of Surrey were rivals for the favour of Queen Elizabeth. In fact, each hoped that he might wed her, and therefore Leicester did not want his marriage to Amy made public. Edmund Tressilian, who had been engaged to Amy, discovered her hiding place, and not knowing that she was married, tried in vain to induce her to return home. Then he appealed to the Queen, and when a disclosure of the truth seemed inevitable, Richard Varney, Leicester's closest friend, affirmed that Amy was his wife. Varney was then ordered to appear with her at the approaching revels at Kenilworth Castle, which belonged to the Earl of Leicester. Leicester and Varney went to Amy and endeavoured to persuade her to pose for a short time as Varney's wife. "How, my Lord of Leicester," said the lady, disengaging herself from his embraces, "is it to your wife you give the dishonourable counsel to acknowledge herself the bride of another, and of all men, the bride of that Varney?" "Madam, I speak it in earnest. Varney is my true and faithful servant, trusted in my deepest secrets. I had better lose my right hand than his service at this moment. You have no cause to scorn him as you do." "I could assign one, my lord," replied the Countess, "and I see he shakes even under that assured look of his. But he that is necessary as your right hand to your safety is free from any accusation of mine. May he be true to you, and that he may be true, trust him not too much or too far. But it is enough to say that I will not go with him unless by violence, nor would I acknowledge him my husband, were all—" "It is a temporary deception, madam," said Leicester, irritated by her opposition, "necessary for both our safeties, endangered by you through female caprice or the premature desire to seize on a rank to which I gave you title only under condition that our marriage, for a time, should continue secret. If my proposal disgust you, it is yourself has brought it on both of us. There is no other remedy. You must do what your own impatient folly hath rendered necessary. I command you." "I cannot put your commands, my lord," said Amy, "in balance with those of honour and conscience. I will not, in this instance, obey you. You may achieve your own dishonour, to which these crooked policies naturally tend, but I will do naught that can blemish mine. How could you again, my lord, acknowledge me as a pure and chaste matron, worthy to share your fortunes, when, holding that high character, I had strolled the country the acknowledged wife of such a profligate fellow as your servant Varney?" Later, Varney attempted to drug her, and in fear of her life she escaped and made her way to Kenilworth. She could not get to her husband, however, and she was discovered and misjudged by Tressilian. Queen Elizabeth found her half fainting in a grotto, but Varney kept her from learning the truth by persuading the Queen that Amy was insane. He also made Leicester believe that she was false and really loved Tressilian, a thing which was not true. For this reason Leicester gave him his signet ring and authority to act for him. Amy was hurriedly taken back to Cumnor Place. In the meanwhile, Leicester, who really loved Amy, and soon discovered the injustice of his suspicions, confessed everything to Queen Elizabeth. The Queen, feeling herself insulted, treated him with scorn and contempt, but she immediately dispatched Tressilian and Sir Walter Raleigh to bring Amy back to Kenilworth. They arrived just too late. Amy, decoyed from her room, stepped on a trapdoor prepared by Varney and plunged to her death. After her tragic taking off, Tressilian fell into profound melancholy and died soon after, young in years but old in grief. Kenilworth appeared in 1819. It was the second of Scott's great romances drawn from English history, and is regarded as one of the most delightful of English historical romances. The Bride of Lammermoor. 6. Edgar, Master of Ravenswood, was the son of Alan, Lord Ravenswood. His father had fought in the Revolution of 1688, and his side had been vanquished. For this his title had been abolished, and his estate taken from him. He had fought hard for his rights in the courts, but in vain, and at length he died breathing curses on Sir William Ashton, who became owner of the estates. Edgar the son, penniless and proud, had vowed vengeance on the family of Sir William Ashton. However, in spite of this, he fell in love with Lucy, Sir William's daughter. They became engaged secretly. Ravenswood found Lucy seated alone by the ruin. "I like this spot," said Lucy at length, as if she had found the silence embarrassing. "The bubbling murmur of the clear fountain, the waving of the trees, the profusion of grass and wild flowers, that rise among the ruins, make it like a scene in romance. I think, too, I have heard it is a spot connected with the legendary lore which I love so well." "It has been thought," answered Ravenswood, "a fatal spot to my family, and I have some reason to term it so, for it was here I first saw Miss Ashton, and it is here I must take my leave of her forever." "To take leave of us, master!" she exclaimed. "What can have happened to hurry you away? I know Alice dislikes my father, and I hardly understood her humour today, it was so mysterious. But I am certain my father is sincerely grateful for the high service you rendered us. Let us hope that having won your friendship hardly, we shall not lose it lightly." "Lose it, Miss Ashton," said the Master of Ravenswood. "No, wherever my fortune calls me, whatever she inflicts upon me, it is your friend, your sincere friend, who acts or suffers. But there is a fate on me, and I must go, or I shall add the ruin of others to my own." "Yet do not go from us, master," said Lucy, and she laid her hand, in all simplicity and kindness, upon the skirt of his cloak as if to detain him. "You shall not part from us. My father is powerful, he has friends that are more so than himself. Do not go till you see what his gratitude will do for you. Believe me, he is already labouring in your behalf with the council." "It may be so," said the master proudly. "Yet it is not to your father, Miss Ashton, but to my own exertions that I ought to owe success in the career on which I am about to enter. My preparations are already made, a sword and a cloak, and a bold heart and a determined hand." Lucy covered her face with her hands, and the tears, in spite of her, forced their way between her fingers. "Forgive me," said Ravenswood, taking her right hand, which, after slight resistance, she yielded to him, still continuing to shade her face with the left. "I am too rude, too rough, too intractable to deal with any being so soft and gentle as you are. Forget that so stern a vision has crossed your path of life, and let me pursue mine, sure that I can meet no worse misfortune after the moment it divides me from your side." Lucy wept on, but her tears were less bitter. Each attempt which the master made to explain his purpose of departure only proved a new evidence of his desire to stay, until at length, instead of bidding her farewell, he gave his faith to her for ever, and received her troth in return. The whole passed so suddenly and arose so much out of the immediate impulse of the moment, that ere the Master of Ravenswood could reflect upon the consequences of the step which he had taken, their lips, as well as their hands, had pledged the sincerity of their affection. But Lucy's mother, the ambitious Lady Ashton, endeavoured to force her daughter to marry another. Lady Ashton was proud and vindictive, and she hated the Ravenswood family with such intensity that she did not scruple at any means to deceive Lucy into believing her love unfaithful. Lucy, on the other hand, was gentle and timid. Her mother called her, in derision, the Lammermoor shepherdess, to show that she considered Lucy plebeian in her tastes. In the struggle, Lucy went mad. Ravenswood, thinking himself rejected, came to an untimely end. The Bride of Lammermoor is in that group of the Waverley novels called Tales of My Landlord. The plot was suggested by an incident in the family of the Earls of Stair. The scene is laid on the east coast of Scotland in the year 1700. Though sombre and depressing, The Bride of Lammermoor was very popular. The plot was used by Donizetti, the Italian composer, for his opera Lucia de Lammermoor. A noted English critic said that he never sat down to write about Sir Walter Scott without a sense of elation and happiness, and he might have added without a sense of satisfaction. For the author of the Waverley novels was a clean, wholesome, loyal human soul. The out-of-door vigor of the Highlands found in him not only a chronicler but an incarnation. At the end, when his strength was failing, his brain becoming darkened, the battle apparently going against him, his struggle against disaster became a moral victory, and his character took on heroic proportions. At a time when so much writing is impaired by egotism, and mental and moral disease gave prose and verse the odor of the hospitals, Scott brings a tonic atmosphere with him. He was a fortunate man. He was born in a country which he understood, at a time when the men, women, and events he wrote about were in the past, but not too far in the past, and he was well born in the best sense. He came at the right time in the right place, and of the right ancestry. In a word, he was in harmony with the conditions of his life, and he was spared the antagonism which often bends and sometimes breaks a promising talent and distorts a wholesome nature. Like Goethe, he had a methodical father, of orderly habit, and a mother of generous heart, a vivid memory, and the gift of pictorial talk. He said of her that if he had been able to paint past times, it was largely because of the studies with which she presented me. She had talked with a man who remembered the Battle of Dunbar, and the day before her last illness she told, with great accuracy of detail, the real story of the Bride of Lammermoor, and indicated the points in which it differed from her son's famous novel. To his father, Scott owed his steadiness of aim and his indomitable industry. To his mother he owed his vivid energy of mind, his tireless curiosity. To Scotland his debt was even greater. Born in Edinburgh in 1771, 4 years before the beginning of the American Revolution, an illness in his second year sent him to reside with his grandfather in a country of crags, and in the neighborhood of a ruined tower. In fine weather the shepherd took him to the places where the sheep were grazing and laid him on the ground among them. He was forgotten one day, and a thunderstorm broke on him. When he was found, he was calling out "Bonnie, Bonnie" at each flash of lightning. His illness made him lame for life, but he was a boy of sweet temper and a winning disposition. Lameness did not daunt him. He learned to climb with great agility and to keep his saddle with the best of them. At the age of 6 he was reciting ballads with zest and fire, and he showed very early the spirit which made him a storyteller and a man of dauntless courage. The boyhood of Scott. At school he was noted as a daring climber, a pertinacious fighter, an irregular student, and a teller of fascinating tales. In high school he was more distinguished in the yards than in the class. In 1783 he entered the Humanity and Greek classes in the University of Edinburgh, but his education was directed by his genius rather than by the school and college curriculum. He began on his grandfather's farm, Sandyknowe, in a landscape that runs to the Chevoy hills and the slopes of Lammermoor, where he lay, a puir lame laddie, on the turf among the sheep. Out of a volume of Ramsay's Tea Table Miscellany he was taught Hardy Newt, long before he could read the ballad. "It was the first poem I ever learned," he wrote years afterwards, "the last I shall ever forget." His grandmother knew all the wild and romantic stories of the border, and the eager boy listened with his heart and imagination. He had only to look across the countryside to see many of the places where these moving events had happened. The peaks of Peeblesshire, the crags of Hume, the landmarks of Ettrick and Yarrow, the Brethren Staines were among the objects that painted the earliest images on the eye of the last and greatest of the border minstrels. When he was 13 years old, he came upon one of those books that open the world of imagination to boys and girls of genius. He was visiting his aunt in Kelso, which he describes as the most beautiful, if not the most romantic village in Scotland. The house stood in a garden in which there was a great platanus tree, plane tree, and under its branches, one summer afternoon, he opened Percy's Relics, which had appeared 19 years before, and the magic of the old stirring ballads which Bishop Percy had piously brought together, laid a spell upon him which was never broken. The summer day sped onward so fast, he wrote long afterwards, that notwithstanding the sharp appetite of 13, I forgot the hour of dinner, was sought for with anxiety, and was still found entranced in my intellectual banquet. As soon as he could scrape 5 shillings together, he bought the volumes and read no other books so often or with such enthusiasm. This vital education for the work he was to do was not interrupted by his studies at the university. Hosts of Americans have climbed Arthur's Seat, and picked bluebells, and looked down on one of the most picturesque cities in Europe. Scott climbed this famous hill and Salisbury Crags or Blackford Hill on Saturdays and in vacation, carrying a bundle of books from a circulating library, and overlooking one of the most enchanting landscapes in Scotland, read Spenser, Ariosto, and the masters of romance. He learned to read Italian and Spanish so as to get direct access to Don Quixote and the Decameron, and Froissart he came to know almost by heart. Edinburgh and the Highlands. Edinburgh was an illustrated edition of a great deal of Scotch history, and Scott left no part of the old town unvisited. He spent so much time exploring the country within reach that his father protested that he was becoming a strolling peddler. "Show me an old castle or a battlefield," he wrote, "and I was at home at once, filled with its combatants in their proper costume, and overwhelmed my hearers by the enthusiasm of my description." So he came to know not only the spirit, but the form and presence of feudalism and the ideals and code of manners of chivalry. His education went a step farther when he saw the Highlands for the first time in 1787. The traditions of 1715 and 1745, when the Highland chiefs had engaged in brave but futile attempts to restore the exiled Stuarts to the throne, which those ill-starred kings had forfeited by their inability to understand the English people, were still fresh on the border. Men who had taken part in the rising of 1745 were still living, and Scott was fortunate enough to be the guest of one of them. He was to write the stories of wild Scotland as no historian had or could write them, and on this memorable visit he was to hear the tales of stirring and romantic deeds from one who had played a part in them, and he was to see with the eyes of youth the landscape on which they had been enacted. It was a happy hour in which the boy who was to write Waverley and Rob Roy heard from a veteran the stories of battle, of dashing foray, of daring deeds and hairbreadth escapes. To know men who had known Rob Roy, to hear the story of the 2 risings which had shaken Scotland like an earthquake, to be a guest in remote and lonely castles, to be guided through wild defiles and over vast mountain ranges by kilted clansmen whose speech was only Gaelic, and whose claymores were still at the service of their chiefs, this was the real education of the writer who was to be the scribe of his country, the truest of her historians. This first-hand education in romantic history was supplemented by the eager reading of military exploits, of medieval romance and legend, of the songs of the border, of Ariosto and Cervantes. The author of Don Quixote, he said later, first inspired him with the ambition to excel in fiction. He was also fortunate in the possession of a memory which held tenaciously everything that contributed to his future work and let unrelated things slip through its meshes. He studied law and practiced at the bar in a desultory way for 14 years. He was appointed sheriff of the court of Ettrick, a position to which a comfortable salary was attached, and for 5 years he acted, without salary, as a clerk of sessions in the court of Edinburgh. He was recognized as an able man, and he was interested in the historical aspects of Scotch law, in its quips and quiddities, and his knowledge of its processes was shown in his novels. But he was an impatient and uninterested practitioner, and long before he formally gave up the profession he was writing poetry. While poetry and law have often been on good terms, they have never been happy partners. Marriage. During this period, Scott's affections were deeply engaged, and but for the interference of parents, he would probably have married a young woman of singularly beautiful nature. His love had a very deep influence on his character, and it remained to the end the great passion of his life. In 1797 he married the daughter of a French royalist who, after her brother's death, came to England. She was described as a lively beauty, of no great depth of nature, but she had humor and high spirits, and she was true-hearted. He protected her from care, and their life together was a happy one. She was not a mate for her husband, but she basked in the sunshine of his prosperity, and she was brave in adversity. Entrance into literature. Scott made the transition from law to literature gradually. He published a translation of Burger's Lenore in 1795. While he was at the university, he began to collect the materials which made up the 3 volumes of The Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border, a collection of ballads old and new, in which the old, simple, violent world lived again in song and story. The making of these books was congenial work, and carried still further Scott's education in the spirit and temper of the Scotland of clans and feuds, of reckless border warfare, dashing foray, fierce revenge and superstition. The various introductions and notes which accompanied the ballads show Scott's painstaking care for fact and detail. He combined in rare degree the romantic spirit, the antiquarian's zeal for the small details of history, and the methodical habits of the literary drudge. In 1805, in his 34th year, the Lay of the Last Minstrel appeared, and secured a popular success of unprecedented proportions. The picturesque or pictorial quality of the poem and its unqualified romanticisms gave it a very broad appeal. It was popular in the good sense of the word. Mountains and wild landscapes generally, which had been shunned for generations, were coming into fashion, so to speak. They have been in fashion ever since, and today their appeal to city folk, to tired people, to men and women of imagination and active temperament, is irresistible. To Dr. Johnson, Scotland was a wild and dreary waste. To Scott, it was a wonderland, and a wonderland it has remained ever since. In the confusion of an age when every sort of opinion gets into print, the call of the wild has a trumpet tone. I am sensible, wrote Scott, that if there be anything good about my poetry or prose either, it is a hurried frankness of composition which pleases soldiers, sailors, and young people of bold and active dispositions. 3 years later, the strongest and most stirring of the poems, Marmion, appeared. It is a poem of scenery as well as of action. Its descriptions are both exact and living. It tells a story with clear and compelling vigor, and it shows at their best 2 of Scott's really great qualities, simplicity and energy. It lacked the delicate shading of the verbal music which gave some later English poetry a magical charm, but it had a fine strength of outline, a noble ruggedness. He said later that he loved the sternness and bold nakedness of the border landscape, and that if he did not see the heather at least once a year he believed he would die. The Lady of the Lake, the Lay of the Last Minstrel, the Lord of the Isles were less effective, but the fresh vitality of the Highlands was in them all. The crash of his fortunes. The Waverley novels have so long stood in the forefront of Scott's literary achievements that it is difficult to put them out of view and remember that in 1814, when Scott was 44 years old, he was known to the world as a poet who had laid a spell on the imagination of his generation. He had broken the record so far as monetary returns for poetry were concerned. Milton received about $100 for Paradise Lost, and Dr. Johnson was paid about $75 for The Vanity of Human Wishes, while The Lay of the Last Minstrel brought Scott nearly $4,000. For Marmion he received $5,000 in advance of publication, and for 1/2 the copyright of Lord of the Isles he was paid over $7,500. He was unaware of the enormous earning powers which he was later to develop. He had given up his profession, and he longed for an income which would support his family on the scale which his tastes and natural generosity dictated. To secure financial independence, he brought James Ballantyne, a former schoolmate and editor of a local newspaper, to Edinburgh, and lent him money enough to start a printing business. This was in 1802. 3 years later, he became a silent partner with Ballantyne and his brother. In 1809, he took a still more venturesome step and started the publishing house of John Ballantyne and Company. The 2 brothers were men of small ability and entirely without knowledge of the business on which they embarked. They knew something about printing, but nothing about publishing. Scott was equally ignorant of business methods. He was a man of generous nature and lavish tastes, and between the recklessness of his partners, for which he was largely responsible, and his lavish use of money, he was soon in financial difficulties, and a crash would have come early if the phenomenal popularity of the novels had not postponed the evil day. In 1812 he bought the farm at Abbotsford, to the ownership of which he had long looked forward. The country was lovely, the 4 acres grew into a great estate, the farm cottage became a stately mansion, as all travelled Americans know, and the owner lived like a Scotch laird, but without a laird's steady income. He entertained lavishly and lived in feudal state, happy in his friends, his tenants, his horses, and dogs. But the land alone cost more than $150,000. A glimpse of Abbotsford. In 1805, Scott was the most popular poet in Great Britain. He had opened a fresh field. He had command of the magic of romance which always has and always will, in spite of temporary changes of taste, cast a spell over the imagination of men. His style was simple and his method plain. All classes of readers could understand him. During the next 10 years he published 6 or 7 long poems of varying merit. When the last of these, The Lord of the Isles, appeared in 1815, the popular interest had diminished in volume and intensity, and the poet was in serious financial difficulties as the result of his lavish scale of living and the mismanagement of his business enterprises. The Waverley Novels. At the moment when ruin faced him, he found himself suddenly in the possession of a great income from an unexpected source. In 1805 he had written, almost at a sitting, an installment of a story of the uprising of 1745 in a futile attempt to restore the exiled Stuart, Charles Edward, to the throne. In 1814 he completed the story and published it anonymously under the title of Waverley. The novel was written in what the oarsmen call a spurt, not because the novelist was writing carelessly at breakneck speed for immediate income, but because he was a tremendous worker and more concerned with the general movement and human interest of the story in hand than with the details of its workmanship. To immense energy of mind and body Scott united patience and methodical habits of work, as he added to a romantic imagination keen interest in the business of life and in the smallest detail of practical affairs. His appetite for facts was as marked as his capacity for sentiment. Scott had breadth and vigor rather than delicacy of imagination. That is one reason why he is out of fashion at a time when men want to know not only what people do, but why and how they do it. He saw men and events in the rough. He was interested in striking historical incidents and events, in strongly marked characters, in actions rather than in moods. In a word, Scott was a writer who took the world as he found it, and described it as he saw it, without any strong desire to reform it. He was a Tory in politics, a strong adherent of an ordered society, a good, sound man not haunted by misgiving and questioning about the general order of things. Scott's novels were literally poured out during 15 wonderful years, and even then the broken man could still apply the whip to his exhausted and crippled brain. The popular success of the novels was unprecedented in the history of literature. It is estimated that Scott earned with his pen not less than $750,000. The earlier stories were the best: The Antiquary, Old Mortality, Rob Roy, Heart of Midlothian, Guy Mannering. These were followed by the series of semi-historical novels with their brilliant historical portraits: Ivanhoe, the most popular though by no means the best of Scott's stories, The Monastery, The Abbot, Kenilworth, Quentin Durward, The Bride of Lammermoor, The Talisman. The defects of these novels and those which came later have been clearly pointed out since the analytical novel and the novel of purpose have come into vogue. Scott did not command the constructive skill of even the second-rate novelist of today. He was often an awkward builder and clumsy in putting his materials together in a coherent whole. His style is often loose and diffuse. He dealt largely with the outside of the spectacle of living. His women have no magic of loveliness, no mystery of temperament, though they sometimes stand out with great distinctness. His heroes are rarely heroic, they are often commonplace. Scott was the chronicler of feudalism, the primitive social order of the clan, of an aristocratic society. He was as little interested in democracy as was Shakespeare, and largely for the same reason. His age was not anti-democratic; it had not reached the democratic stage. Bagehot, the famous English critic, put his limitations under 2 heads. He gives us the stir of the world, but not its soul, and he leaves the abstract intellect unreported. His vital interest in the moving spectacle of life has given us an almost unrivaled report of that world, and of a great group of men and women whose careers, as Scott reports them, have the reality of fact and the dramatic interest of fiction. Jeannie Deans, Madge Wildfire, Diana Vernon, Meg Merrells, Wandering Willie, Andrew Fairservice, and a crowd of their companions are more alive today, after a century has passed, than most of the people whose names are in the telephone directories. Scott was a man of the kind men love to remember. His faults of nature are as obvious as his faults of art, but his splendid vitality makes them trivial. He was large-hearted, frank, generous, honorable. He made life seem more noble by the richness of his nature and his splendid courage. His career was as romantic in achievement and vicissitude as his most striking novel. In 1826, when he was 55 years old, the two business houses in which he was a partner failed, with obligations amounting to nearly $600,000. Scott had recently spent large sums on the enlargement of Abbotsford, in settling his sons in life, and for other people, and he held the bills of constable for 4 novels to be written in the future. The novels were written, but the bills were not honored. 4 months after the failure, Lady Scott died, and Scott's health was breaking. 2 days after the failure, he resumed work on Woodstock, and set himself to pay the debt of $500,000. In 2 years, he earned for his creditors nearly $200,000, the major part of which came from the sales of Woodstock and The Life of Napoleon Bonaparte. If his brain had not given out, he would have discharged the entire indebtedness in a few years. Working with a disabled brain but with heroic resolution, he wrote Count Robert of Paris and Castle Dangerous. In 5 years, more than $300,000 had been paid. Meantime, he had had a stroke of paralysis. After a second stroke, when Count Robert was practically finished, the publishers objected to the work in the last volume. "The blow is a stunning one," wrote the broken man. "God knows I am at sea in the dark and the vessel leaky. I often wish I could lie down and sleep without waking, but I will fight it out if I can." And he fought it out. He died on July 12, 1832, and on February 21, 1833, the creditors were paid in full. Never was a heroic fight more nobly won. On his deathbed, Scott called his son-in-law Lockhart, who was to tell the story of his life in one of the great biographies, to his bedside. "I have but a minute to speak to you," he said. "My dear, be a good man. Nothing else will give you any comfort when you come to lie here." End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Isaacson. The Mentor 1 by Various. Shakespeare's Country by William Winter. Shakespeare's Country, Volume 4. Shakespeare's Country, Number 8, Serial Number 108, June 1st, 1916, by William Winter, poet and critic. Stratford Impressions. It is the everlasting glory of Stratford-upon-Avon that it was the birthplace of Shakespeare. Situated in the heart of beautiful Warwickshire, it nestles cosily in an atmosphere of tranquil loveliness, and it is surrounded by everything that gentle rural scenery can provide to soothe the mind and to nurture contentment. It stands upon a plain, almost in the centre of England, through which, between low green hills that roll away on either side, the Avon flows, in many capricious windings, to the Severn, and so to the sea. The golden glory of the setting sun burns on the grey spire of Stratford Church, and on the ancient graveyard below, wherein the mossy stones lean this way and that, in sweet and orderly confusion, and on the peaceful avenue of limes, and on the burnished water of Silva Avon. The tall, pointed, many-coloured windows of the church glint in the evening light. A cool, fragrant wind is stirring the branches and the grass. The songbirds, calling to their mates or sporting in the wanton pleasure of their airy life, are circling over the church roof or hiding in little crevices of its walls. On the vacant meadows across the river stretch away the long, level shadows of the stately elms. It is an accepted tradition in Stratford-upon-Avon that the bell of the Guild Chapel was tolled on the occasion of the death and also of the funeral of Shakespeare. Sweet bell of Stratford, tolling slow, in summer gloaming's golden glow, I hear and feel thy voice divine, and all my soul responds to thine. As now I hear thee, even so my Shakespeare heard thee long ago, when lone by Avon's pensive stream he wandered in his haunted dream. From Shakespeare's England by William Winter. Warwick Castle. No one should come abruptly upon Stratford, the home of Shakespeare, as Mr. Winter says. It is wiser and pleasanter to approach it gradually by way of Warwick and Kenilworth. Both these castles have a place in Shakespeare's plays, and it is well worth while for the visitor to see them. Warwick is a quaint old town. Its population is about 12,000, and it lies on a hill rising from the river Avon. Far back in antiquity it was a settlement of the Britons, and afterward it was occupied by the Romans. Its present name is of Saxon origin. Many of the houses retain their medieval appearance, and in fact 2 of the old gates of the town are still standing. The prevailing quality of the town of Warwick is a sweet, solemn peace. The people live there as in a gentle dream of repose. The little rows of cottages breathe contentment. Ivy embowers them, and roses cluster about their windows. The Church of St. Mary at Warwick, as it now stands, was rebuilt after a fire in 1694. The Lord Leicester Hospital was established by Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, in 1571. He founded it for the reception of 12 poor men. This building contains several interesting relics, one of which is a Saxon chair, said to be 1,000 years old, and another is a piece of needlework by Amy Robsart, the heroine of Sir Walter Scott's novel, Kenilworth. On a commanding position overlooking the Avon rises Warwick Castle, the ancient and stately home of the Earls of Warwick. This castle is one of the finest and most picturesque feudal residences in England. It probably dates from Saxon times, but the oldest part now standing is the tall Caesar's Tower, 147 feet high, which was probably built soon after the Norman conquest. In 1871, a great fire almost completely destroyed the castle, but it was restored in the old style. The most important event in the history of the building was its successful defence by the parliamentarians during the Civil War in England. The interior of the castle contains an interesting collection of paintings, old armour, and other curiosities. In the Great Hall are the sword and some other relics of the legendary Count Guy of Warwick. His feats of arms in slaying terrible monsters are an important part of English legend. In the Great Hall also are the mace of Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, who was known as the Kingmaker, and the helmet of Oliver Cromwell. This castle is noted for its famous collection of pictures, among which are several by Rubens and Van Dyck. In the conservatory of the castle is preserved the famous Warwick vase of marble, which was found near Hadrian's villa at Tivoli in Italy and is attributed to the 4th century BC. Nathaniel Hawthorne has put into words the very feeling that comes over each visitor to Warwick. We can scarcely think the scene real, so completely do those towers, the long line of battlements, the massive buttresses, the high windowed walls, shape out our indistinct ideas of the antique time. Kenilworth Castle. It was in 1575 at Kenilworth Castle that the Earl of Leicester, then a suitor for the hand of Queen Elizabeth, entertained her and the court at excessive cost, as described in Kenilworth by Sir Walter Scott. Everyone who has read the book knows that the Earl of Leicester had secretly married Amy Robsart, the daughter of a country gentleman, and at the same time was attempting to gain the favour of Elizabeth. When a disclosure of the truth was about to precipitate the ruin of Leicester, he prepared a magnificent pageant at his castle for the Queen. In the meanwhile his follower Varney was to pass himself off as Amy's husband. At Kenilworth Castle, on the Queen's first entry, a small floating island illuminated by a great variety of torches made its appearance upon the lake, upon which, clad in silks, were the Lady of the Lake and 2 nymphs waiting on her. During the several days of the Queen's stay, rare shows and sports were exercised. The town of Kenilworth has a population of only about 5,000. The magnificent old castle is now in ruins. It was originally founded about 1120. In the 13th century, it passed into the hands of Simon de Montfort. Some years later, it came to John of Gaunt. Later the castle became royal property, and in 1562 Queen Elizabeth presented it to the Earl of Leicester. He spent enormous sums of money in enlarging and improving the building. At his death, however, it passed back into the possession of the Crown. When Cromwell became ruler of England, he gave the castle to some of his officers who demolished the stately pile for the sake of its materials. After the Restoration, it passed into the hands of the Earl of Clarendon, who still retains it. One of the principal parts of the building remaining is Leicester's Gatehouse, now occupied as a private dwelling. Then there is also the Norman keep of Caesar's Tower. This has massive walls 15 or 16 feet thick. Merwin's Tower, built by John of Gaunt about 1392, may also be seen. The small octangular chamber, on its second floor, is the one assigned by Walter Scott to Amy Robsart. Charlecote. The well-known tale of Shakespeare's poaching on the preserves of Sir Thomas Lucy and his subsequent punishment is doubted by many authorities, yet this story has clung to the poet and has always been associated with the House of Charlecote. The legend runs that Shakespeare, as a gay and heedless youth, stole deer from the park at Charlecote. The fact of the matter is that there were no deer at Charlecote at the time, but there was a warren, and this term legally covers a preserve for other animals than hares or rabbits. At any rate, the young poet is said to have been called up before Sir Thomas Lucy, who was then sheriff, and prosecuted in 1585. There is added the statement that Shakespeare aggravated the offence by writing a silly ballad on Sir Thomas and affixing it to his gate. This gave the knight great offence, and Shakespeare is said to have been driven from Stratford to London. The ballad, however, is probably a forgery. Shakespeare is generally supposed to have caricatured Sir Thomas Lucy in his portrait of Justice Shallow in the second part of Henry IV and in the Merry Wives of Windsor. This may be true, for in the coat of arms of Lucy there were 3 luces, while slender remarks of Robert Shallow that the ancestors who come after him may give them the dozen white luces in their coat. Sir Thomas Lucy was born on April 24th, 1532. 3 of his ancestors had been sheriffs of Warwickshire and Leicestershire, and on his father's death in 1552, Thomas inherited the estates of Sherborne and Hampton Lucy, in addition to Charlecote, which was rebuilt for him by John of Padua in about 1558. In 1565 he was knighted, and a few years later he became High Sheriff of the county. In 1558, Sir Thomas Lucy introduced into Parliament a bill for the better preservation of game and grain. This, together with his reputation as a preserver of game, gives some colour to the Shakespearean tradition connected with his name. He died at Charlecote on July 7th, 1600. The Charlecote estates eventually passed to the Reverend John Hammond through his marriage with Alice Lucy, and in 1789 he himself adopted the name of Lucy. Charlecote is still occupied by one of his descendants. It contains a good collection of old paintings, antique furniture, and many objects of Shakespearean interest. The park is now well stocked with deer. Charlecote Church nearby contains several monuments of the Lucy family, including one to the wife of Sir Thomas Lucy with a fine epitaph written by the knight himself. This epitaph shows that Sheriff Lucy could hardly have been otherwise than kind and gentle. He may have been a severe magistrate, and perhaps a haughty, disagreeable neighbour, but in those lines there is a tone of manhood and high feeling that wins a prompt response of sympathy. If Shakespeare stole the deer of Sir Thomas Lucy, he received just punishment, and the knight was not to blame. The Church and the River, Stratford-upon-Avon. Historians may deny it, statisticians may disprove it, yet Stratford is the heart of England, and the little Avon is in a sense the most famous of all English rivers. It is the goal of all Shakespeare lovers. The poet and the river are Stratford's 2 claims for distinction. But what place could ask for more? The Avon gives it a setting, the beauty of which can never entirely pass from the mind of the beholder. Shakespeare, the man and the poet, is to be seen and heard everywhere. Stratford-upon-Avon is a clean and well-built little country town of about 8,000 or 9,000 inhabitants. It has wide and pleasant streets with numerous quaint half-timbered houses. It is a place of great antiquity. Stratford is mentioned in a Saxon charter of the 8th century, and Roman coins have been found in the district showing that it was inhabited in Roman times. Later it had some importance as an agricultural centre. In addition to this, the various trades of weaving, glove-making, candle-making, and soap-making were carried on, but now these have lost their importance, and the town owes its fame almost entirely to the memory of Shakespeare, born there in 1564. Over 35,000 pilgrims annually visit Stratford. The River Avon, gently flowing among meadows and forests, is navigable only for small boats. At Stratford it is crossed by a stone bridge of 14 arches. This was built by Sir Hugh Clopton in the reign of Henry VII. On the bank of the river is the Church of the Holy Trinity. It occupies the site of a Saxon monastery and was probably completed in the 15th century. It was greatly restored in 1890 to 1892 and 1898. The central tower dates probably from the 12th century. This is surmounted by a lofty spire. The interior of the church contains many things of interest, but those that attract the visitor most strongly are, of course, the ones connected with Shakespeare. There is his grave, and there, on the wall above, is the bust which was executed soon after his death. The stained glass window nearby, representing the 7 ages, was erected with the contributions of American visitors. Near Shakespeare's tomb are those of his wife, Anne Hathaway, of his daughter and son-in-law, and of Thomas Nash, the first husband of his granddaughter Elizabeth. Shakespeare's house, in which the poet was born in 1564, is now national property. The Shakespeare Memorial Building, the site for which was presented to the town of Stratford by Charles Edward Flower, stands on the banks of the Avon a little above Trinity Church. It was erected in 1879. It includes a theatre in which annual performances are held in April and occasional performances during the winter. The Droeshout portrait of Shakespeare, an authentic portrait of the dramatist, is one of the treasures kept in this building. In the adjoining grounds is the Shakespeare monument presented in 1888 by the sculptor Lord Ronald Gower. On top of the monument is a large seated figure of the poet, and around the base are figures of Lady Macbeth, Prince Hal, Falstaff, and Hamlet. The Red Horse Hotel in Stratford contains a bedroom and a sitting room occupied by Washington Irving. There may still be seen the chair in which he sat, and the poker with which he meditatively stirred the fire. The Guild Chapel and the site of New Place, Stratford-upon-Avon. The earliest record of the house in which Shakespeare died at Stratford is contained in these words of a visitor there in 1760. There stood here till lately the house in which Shakespeare lived, and a mulberry tree of his planting. The house was large, strong, and handsome. The tree so large that it would shade the grass plot in your garden, which I think is more than 20 yards square, and supply the whole town with mulberries every year. As the curiosity of this house and tree brought much fame, and more company and profit to the town, a certain man, on some disgust, has pulled the house down, so as not to leave one stone upon another, and cut the tree, and piled it as a stack of firewood, to the great vexation, loss, and disappointment of the inhabitants. However, an honest silversmith bought the whole stack of wood, and makes many odd things of this wood for the curious, some of which I hope to bring with me to town. The certain man who pulled the house down was the Reverend Francis Gastrell. Shakespeare bought New Place in 1597. It had been built by Sir Hugh Clopton in 1483. After Shakespeare went to live in it, we can imagine him standing in his garden and watching the boys with their shining morning faces going to the school nearby. Now, however, nothing remains but the foundation of the house. Shakespeare died there on April 23, 1616. He left the house to his daughter Susan Hall. She lived there until 1649, and her daughter in turn kept it until 1670. In 1753 it came into the possession of the Reverend Francis Gastrell. Visitors annoyed him so much that he cut down the poet's mulberry tree that grew in the garden and later razed the house to the ground. The site was purchased by money raised through public subscription and presented to the trustees of Shakespeare's birthplace in 1870. Only the foundations are now visible, covered over by wire. The great garden at the back is now a public garden, and in it, on the central lawn, is a mulberry tree, descended from the poet's own tree. Next to New Place is the house of Shakespeare's grandson by marriage, Thomas Nash. It has been restored so as to give it the appearance it had in Shakespeare's day. Thomas Nash was married to Elizabeth Hall, Shakespeare's only granddaughter and last surviving descendant. Opposite New Place stands the Guild Chapel. This is externally much the same as in the poet's day. It is adjoined by the old Guild Hall, where Shakespeare may often have seen the performances of strolling players. The upper story is the grammar school in which he was educated. The village of Shottery. Tradition has always fixed the house known as Anne Hathaway's cottage in Shottery as the house where Shakespeare wooed and won his bride. There is no doubt that the house belonged to a family named Hathaway, but whether to those from whom Anne sprang cannot be said with certainty. The village of Shottery is about 1 mile from Stratford. It is a prosperous little town with 1 or 2 industries and many substantial cottages. Anne Hathaway's cottage stands on the outskirts. It is a rather large building of the Elizabethan period and was once a farmhouse. It stands today practically as it was in Shakespeare's time. In front of the cottage is a small garden, gay with old-fashioned flowers. The house itself is built of wood and plaster and covered with a thatched roof. The interior is low-ceilinged, and the main room has a stone floor and wide fireplace with cosy chimney corner. The house contains an old wooden settle on which Shakespeare may often have sat, a carved bedstead, and other relics of 300 years ago. A bedroom which is said to have been that of Anne Hathaway has a sloping roof and contains some old pottery, chairs, and tables. Anne Hathaway's cottage was purchased for the British nation in 1892 at a cost of about $15,000. It is now cared for by the Shakespeare Birthplace Trust. The Hathaways had lived in Shottery for 40 years prior to Shakespeare's marriage. At this time the poet was just 18, while Anne herself was nearly 26. They were married in November 1582. It is not known exactly where Shakespeare and his wife lived during the first years after their marriage. However, in 1585 he was obliged to leave his wife and children and go to London to seek his fortune. It is probable that Anne then returned beneath her parents' roof. No one can look upon this humble cottage without a thrill as he realises that the garret of the cottage in Shottery may often have welcomed the poet when he came home from his labours in the great city. Shakespeare's Country by William Winter, poet and critic. The Shakespeare country, Warwickshire, is situated nearly in the centre of England, and the birthplace of Shakespeare, Stratford-upon-Avon, is situated in the southern part of Warwickshire. A pleasant way in which to enter the Shakespeare country is to travel by rail from London to Warwick and then drive from Warwick to Stratford. There are 2 roads for the drive, one 12 miles long, the other 8. Both are agreeable, but the longer is the better, because more can be seen by the way. The traveller is wise who lodges for a few days at Warwick, in order to visit Warwick Castle, St. Mary's Church, the ancient gates, and the hospital for 12 aged men, founded in 1571 by Queen Elizabeth's favourite Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, the scene of Hawthorne's singular posthumous romance, Dr. Grimshaw's Secret, and incidentally to make excursions northward to Kenilworth and Coventry. Clopton Bridge, Stratford. All those places in themselves interesting are associated with the Shakespeare story, and a view of them gradually imparts to the observer's mind a sympathetic comprehension of the environment in which Shakespeare was born and reared. The face of the country has, of course, been changed since his time, because little villages, fine villas, fertile farms, spacious parks, and blooming meadows now exist where once there was a woodland called the Forest of Arden, the indubitable forest, memories of which coloured Shakespeare's fancy when he wrote As You Like It, extending for many miles northward and westward from a point near Stratford and along the river Avon. Some things survive, however, which can be seen much as the poet saw them more than 300 years ago. Kenilworth and Warwick. When Shakespeare saw Kenilworth Castle, he did not indeed see it as it now is, a picturesque mass of ruins, the wreck made by Cromwell's soldiers about 1643-45, but as a stately structure, at once a fortress and a palace. Warwick Castle, on the contrary, was the same imposing structure to him that it is to the observer of today. In the modern part of that castle now the visitor is shown a sumptuous collection of paintings, including Van Dyck's famous equestrian portrait of King Charles I, and such suggestive relics as the helmet and the death mask of Cromwell. But those things impress the mind much less than does the building itself. That Shakespeare entered the castle is not known, but that he saw it cannot be doubted, for Caesar's Tower, one of the older parts of it, which dominates the region around Warwick now, has been grandly conspicuous there for more than 400 years, and in the poet's time it must have been familiar to all inhabitants of Warwickshire, Kenilworth, Coventry, and Warwick figure in some of his historical plays, and his particular knowledge of all the surroundings of Stratford, and indeed of the whole of central England, through which the Wars of the Roses raged, is manifested in those dramas. He had ample opportunity of acquiring that knowledge. The first 21 or 22 years of his life were passed by him in his native town. The next 27 years he passed in London, visiting Stratford once a year. In his closing years, from about 1613 to his death in 1616, he dwelt in Stratford, in his house called New Place, bought by him in 1597, where he died. The traveller who visits the Shakespeare country, viewing it exclusively with reference to its associations with the poet, should bear in mind these divisions of time. The larger part of Shakespeare's work was done in London. It is mostly as a youth, though a little as a veteran, that personally he's connected with Stratford. Blacklow Hill and Guy's Cliff. In the course of the drive from Warwick to Stratford, either way, the traveller passes Gunnersley Heath and Blacklow Hill, places said to be haunted. On Blacklow Hill, the corrupt Piers Gaveston, Earl of Cornwall, unworthy favourite of that weak King Edward II, was beheaded June the 20th, 1312, by order of Guy, 10th Earl of Warwick, whom he had opposed and maligned, calling him the Black Dog of Arden, and some of the peasantry of the neighbourhood entertain to this day an old superstitious notion that dismal bells have been heard to toll from that hill at midnight. The scene of Gaveston's decapitation is marked by a monument. Another place of interest to be seen in the course of the drive is Guy's Cliff, a secluded residence beside the Avon, traditionally associated with an ancient fabled Guy, Earl of Warwick, who, after performing prodigies of valour, retired to that place and lived and died a hermit. Camden, the antiquary, Shakespeare's contemporary, whose Britannia, 1586, he probably knew, thus happily describes it. There have ye a shady little wood, clear and crystal springs, mossy bottoms and caves, meadows always fresh and green, the river rumbling here and there among the stones with his stream making a mild noise and gentle whispering, and besides all this, solitary and still quietness, things most grateful to the Muses. The beauty of Shakespeare's country. Those quaint words convey a just impression of the beauty of the Shakespeare country. Its physical aspects are charming. Its inhabitants and its products are characteristic. Its historic associations are diversified and impressive. It is entirely worth seeing for its own sake, and it richly rewards the visitor who explores it in a sympathetic spirit and a leisurely way. But the great glory of Warwickshire consists in the fact that it was the birthplace of Shakespeare, the scene of all his youthful experience, his education, his courtship of Anne Hathaway, whose dwelling yet remains, his marriage, the birth of his 3 children, his death, and his burial. A visit to Stratford. I could never forget the emotion with which my mind was thrilled when first I took the drive from Warwick to Stratford, 1877, and alighted at the old Red Horse Hotel. The day had been one of exceptional beauty. The long twilight had faded, and the stars were shining when that night, for the first time, I stood at the door of the birthplace of Shakespeare and looked on its quaint casements and gables, its antique porch, and the massive timbers that cross its front. I conjure up the vision now as I saw it then. I stand there for a long while and feel that I shall remember these sights forever. Then, with lingering steps, I turn away and, passing through a narrow, crooked lane, I walk in the High Street and note at the end of the prospect the illuminated clock in a dark church tower. A few chance-directed steps bring me to what was New Place once, where Shakespeare died, and there again I pause and long remain in meditation, gazing into the enclosed garden, where, under screens of wire, are fragments of mortar and stone. These, although I do not know it, are the remains of the foundations of Shakespeare's house. The night wanes, but still I walk in Stratford streets, and by I am standing on the bridge that spans the Avon and looking down at the thick-clustered stars reflected in the dark and silent stream. At last, under the roof of the Red Horse, I sink into a troubled slumber, from which soon a strain of celestial music, strong, sweet, jubilant and splendid, awakes me in an instant, and I start up in bed to find that all around me is as still as death. And then, drowsily, far off, the bell strikes 3 in that weird, grim, lonesome church tower which I have just seen. The Red Horse Hotel. Many times since that first night at Stratford I have rested in the old Red Horse, and nowhere in a large experience of travel have I found a more home-like abode. It is a storied dwelling too, for it was an inn where Shakespeare lived. It is believed to have been known to those old poets Michael Drayton and Ben Jonson. Betterton is said to have lodged in it when he visited Stratford to glean information about the great dramatist of whose chief characters his age esteemed him the supremely best interpreter. Garrick knew the house when he was in Stratford in 1769 to conduct the Shakespeare Jubilee, and in later years it has harboured scores of renowned persons from every part of the world. Washington Irving, revered as the father of American literature, was a lodger there in 1817, and wrote about it in his companionable sketchbook, and the parlour that he then occupied has ever since borne his name and been embellished with picture and relic commemorative of his visit. The pilgrim loses much benefit and pleasure by carelessly speeding through the Shakespeare country, as many excursionists do. It is far better to repose in the Red Horse or some other cosy retreat, and spend many days rambling about the neighbourhood. To the lover of the works of Shakespeare, the experience is one of the most profitable that life affords. Stoneleigh and Charlecot. In driving from Warwick to Stratford, the traveller obtains a distant glimpse of Stoneleigh Abbey, one of the fine baronial homes of England, the residence of Lord Lee, and at a certain stile, near Charlecot House, the carriage is halted, so that the spacious park of Charlecot can be crossed on foot by a passenger who may wish to see the place where, as legend has long affirmed, Shakespeare killed the deer of Sir Thomas Lucy, thereby incurring enmity and punishment. The story lacks proof. No deer were kept by Sir Thomas at Charlecot, though now they are numerous there, but they were kept by him at Fulbrook, a park that he owned not very far from Charlecot, and it is not impossible that Shakespeare and his comrades, in the wildness of frolicsome youth, did poach upon his preserves. Tradition in all old English country places has, when tested, often been found entirely worthy of credence. Stratford Old and New. The Stratford of the 16th century, though then nearly 300 years old, was merely a village. The houses were chiefly of the one-storey kind, made of timber. The inhabitants were in number about 1,400. Indeed, the whole population of England was not so numerous as that of London is now. If Shakespeare could revisit his old haunts, though he would see the same green, rose-decked and poppy-spangled countryside that once he knew, and hear the ripple of the Avon softly flowing between its grassy banks, he would miss many objects once familiar to him, and he would be conscious of much change, in many ways for the better. Yet there are the paths in which he often trod, there is the school in which he was taught, there is the garden of the mansion that he once owned, and in which he died, and there is the ancient church that enshrines his tomb. Nash was the husband of Shakespeare's only granddaughter. The house stands next to New Place. The birthplace, as it is now designated, is a 2-storey cottage made of timber and plaster, with dormer windows in its sloping attic roof. It was originally a finer house than most of its neighbours. Its age is unknown. John Shakespeare, William's father, bought it in 1556 and occupied it till his death in 1601, when it became William's property by inheritance. By him it was bequeathed to his sister Joan, Mrs. William Hart. It has passed through many ownerships and has been materially changed, but parts of it remain as originally they were, particularly the room on the ground floor, in which there is a large fireplace with seats in the brick chimney jambs, and also the one immediately above it, the best room in the house, in which, according to ancient tradition, the poet was born. In that room there is a chair of the 16th century. The original window remains, a 3-fold casement, containing 60 panes of glass, on which many visitors have scratched their names with diamonds. No writing on window or walls is permitted now, but in earlier times it was allowed and it was customary. Sir Walter Scott scratched his name on the window, W. Scott. Byron wrote on the ceiling, which is low, as also did Thackeray. Byron's name has disappeared. Dickens wrote on one of the walls. The names of many actors, including those of Edmund Kean and Edwin Booth, are inscribed on the chimney jamb at the right of the fireplace. Booth was specially requested to write his name there, high up. That jamb is called the Actor's Pillar. The birthplace was purchased for the nation in 1847, the American Museum and Circus manager P.T. Barnum having alarmed England by proposing to buy and remove it to America. New Place and Anne Hathaway's cottage at Shottery, about a mile west of Stratford, have since then been purchased, and those properties are now administered as a trust for the public. The Mary Arden cottage at Wilmcote, a little village near Stratford. New Place, the finest mansion in the town when Shakespeare bought it, was destroyed in 1759 by order of Reverend Thomas Gastrell, its owner at that time, who had been annoyed by many visitors thronging to see his house and to sit under a mulberry tree in his garden, believed to have been planted and reared by Shakespeare. The tree was cut down by Mr. Gastrell, but a reputed grandson of it is growing there now. Nothing remains of the building except its foundation, long buried, but later exhumed and now carefully preserved. The house was situated directly opposite the Guild Chapel, a relic of the 13th century, and one of the most venerable and pictorial of the towered churches of England. Shakespeare hired 2 sittings in that church, and when he lived in New Place, he must have seen it almost continually. Next to the church is the grammar school, established in 1482, which there is every reason to believe he attended in his boyhood. The building has been tastefully restored to its original condition. The schoolroom has not been altered. Anne Hathaway's cottage. The Hathaway cottage, to which the flower-bordered path is an ancient right-of-way through gardens and meadows that Shakespeare must often have traversed, is an exceptionally fine specimen of the timber-crossed, thatch-roofed dwelling of the Tudor period. It stands in a large garden, is shaded by tall trees, and is prettily clad with woodbine, ivy, wild roses, and maiden's blush. In one of the upper chambers, a large, antique, carved four-post bedstead is shown as having been used by Anne Hathaway. It is possible that William and Anne lived in that cottage immediately after their marriage, which occurred in 1582. He was 18, she was 26. The bond, a document required in those days to obtain authorization of wedlock, is preserved and may be inspected in the Edgar Tower at Worcester, where I saw it in 1889. The actual record of their marriage is supposed to have perished in a fire before 1600, which, consuming the church of Luddington, a village near Shottery, destroyed the registers of that parish. Shakespeare was poor when, 1585, he went to London, and I venture the conjecture that when he returned to Stratford, he found his wife and children dwelling at either the Hathaway cottage or the home of his friends Hamnet and Judith Sadler, after whom his latest born children, Hamnet and Judith, twins, were named. The Hathaway cottage seems vitally associated with him, as is still another old timbered house, the home of his mother, Mary Arden, which may be seen on the outskirts of the village of Wilmcote, situated about 4 miles northwest of Stratford, an easy, pleasant walk. The country roundabout. Indeed, there is scarce an end to the variety of pleasant walks feasible in the Shakespeare country, and I have found it specially suggestive of agreeable thoughts and feelings to stroll in many directions and for many miles around Stratford, and to fancy the presence of Shakespeare himself rambling, as probably his custom was, over all the countryside. How else could he have gained the minute knowledge that is manifested in his plays of Warwickshire names, localities, characters, customs, and the many peculiarities of foliage and flower that distinguish the Warwickshire clime? The palm that Orlando finds in the forest of Arden in As You Like It is not an oriental palm, but a tree so named that grows now and has always grown on the banks of the Avon. Christopher Sly of Burton Heath and Marian Hackett, the fat alewife of Wincot, are types of Warwickshire peasantry which no doubt Shakespeare saw. Barton Heath and Wincot are places not distant from his home. To trace the course of Shakespeare from his birth to his death is to gain knowledge and wisdom. It is wisely written by the poet Tennyson that things seen are mightier than things heard. End of section 18. Recording by Sam Isaacson.
Section 19 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mentor 1 by Various. Painters of Western Life by Arthur Hoeber, 1854 to 1915. Painters of Western Life, Volume 3, Number 9, Serial Number 85, June 15, 1915, by Arthur Hoeber, author and artist. Play the game. Suppose, said Thomas Huxley, it were perfectly certain that the life and fortune of every one of us would, one day or other, depend upon his winning or losing a game of chess. Don't you think that we should all consider it to be a primary duty to learn at least the names and the moves of the pieces? Do you not think that we should look with a disapprobation amounting to scorn upon the father who allowed his son, or the state which allowed its members, to grow up without knowing a pawn from a knight? Yet it is a very plain and elementary truth that the life, the fortune, and the happiness of every one of us, and more or less of those who are connected with us, do depend upon our knowing something of the rules of a game infinitely more difficult and complicated than chess. It is a game which has been played for untold ages, every man and woman of us being one of the two players in a game of his or her own. The chessboard is the world, the pieces are the phenomena of the universe, the rules of the game are what we call the laws of nature. The player on the other side is hidden from us. We know that his play is always fair, just, and patient. But also we know, to our cost, that he never overlooks a mistake, or makes the smallest allowance for ignorance. To the man who plays well, the highest stakes are paid, with that sort of overflowing generosity which with the strong shows delight in strength. And one who plays ill is checkmated, without haste, but without remorse. Frederick Remington. Remington's life was as full of vigor and action as his pictures. Outdoor life and athletic sports were always a hobby of his. When he was at Yale, he was on Walter Camp's original football team, when Camp was practically inventing the American game, and Remington assisted him. Frederick Remington was born at Canton, a little village in St. Lawrence County, New York State, in 1861. His father, a newspaperman, wanted to train him to follow the same profession, but Remington's taste for dabbing at art was too strong. In the Yale Art School, he picked up a little about art and a great deal about football. He could not accommodate himself to college routine, so he tried life for a while as confidential clerk for Governor Cornell at Albany. This job was too quiet for him, so he threw it up and went out to Montana to punch cows. Remington became a downright genuine cowboy, and his 4 years in the saddle brought him the accurate, minute knowledge of horses, Indians, cattle, and life on the plains that marks his work. After roughing it as a cowboy, Remington went to Kansas and started a mule ranch, made some money at it, then wandered south, taking a turn as ranchman, scout, guide, and in fact anything that offered. When his money was gone, his mind turned back to art. As he said, "Now that I was poor, I could gratify my inclination for an artist's career. In art, to be conventional, one must start out penniless." So he made some drawings which the Harpers accepted. The material was fresh and full of spirit, so Remington got an order to go west and get up illustrations for a series of articles on the life of the plains. He was lucky enough to strike in on an Indian campaign. His success as an illustrator was so great that he never after lacked for commissions. He even went as far as Russia in 1892. Gradually, people came to know that a new and vigorous personality had taken his stand in the field of art, and that his name was Frederick Remington. His sketches and paintings of soldiers, Indians, cowboys, and trappers were full of character, and came to be known far and wide, both as illustrations and as independent works of art. Remington brought all his subjects, fresh from life, straight to his canvas. He lived an active outdoor life, worked hard, and was ever seeking for new material. It was his dream to go to a real war, and in 1898 he got his chance. The well-known playwright, Augustus Thomas, for years a neighbour of Remington's, states that he called the artist up early one morning in February 1898 and told him that the Maine had been blown up and sunk. The only thanks or comment he got was a shout from Remington, "Ring off!" As Thomas rang off, he could hear Remington call the private telephone number of his publishers in New York. At that very minute the artist was in his mind already entered for war service. The latter years of Remington's life were spent in various trips and in periods of quiet work in his home studio at New Rochelle, New York. There anyone could find him, big, simple, and good-natured, modest and plain-spoken, working out his vigorous compositions in a large roomy studio, most appropriately constructed and decorated for his purpose. His collection of relics of all sorts and from all quarters of the world was unique. Aside from his painting and modelling, Remington was justly celebrated for his writing. His descriptive powers were vivid and telling, and his stories, which fill several volumes, are full of living interest. Remington died very suddenly of pneumonia on December 26, 1909. His place in American art is unique. There is no one quite like him. He knew his power, and he exercised it with ease and confidence. His work was his life, and his life was with strong, primitive types of men and with animals, all of whom he loved. The epitaph he wanted for himself was, "He knew the horse." Charles M. Russell. Mr. Russell belongs to no established school of art. His work is distinctly his own, and he is known as the cowboy artist. This does not mean, however, that there is anything careless or hasty about his art. He works with great care. His hand is trained to note every detail of his subject, and he has a memory that never lets go. Several years ago Russell had an exhibit in a gallery in New York City, which he called "Pictures of the West That Has Passed." There was fine audacity in this. The man, who had never taken a lesson in an art school, and had had very little opportunity to see fine art work, who had no critic more severe than himself, took one of the big galleries in New York City for a one-man exhibit. Russell had the courage of his convictions, and his convictions were soon shared by art lovers, for he took his place at once among the best painters of the West. Charles Russell was born in St. Louis in 1865, and, like Remington, had a deep-seated objection to the rules and routine of schools. The most interesting thing in the school curriculum to Russell was vacation, and it was his habit to add to his vacation privileges whenever he could by playing hooky. When he was 15, he was permitted to leave school and go out to the great wild West, the land of his heart's desire, and there he began his real education. He was no delinquent in that greater school, nor was he ever truant, for when nature became his teacher and all outdoors his textbook, he showed himself a keen and interested student. He went to Montana when life on the range was in its glory, and the Indians were part of everyday existence. For 11 years he rode the range by choice, doing night work that he might have daylight for painting and modelling. He was ever possessed by a passion to reproduce in colour or in clay the rapidly shifting scenes about him. And so, day after day, and year after year, he was laying a splendid foundation for the great work that was before him. He lived among the Indians and came to know their inner life, their hopes and aspirations. He learned their sign language and customs, and so was able to depict Indians as if he were one of them. His great success has come not as a gift of the gods, but as a well-earned reward after years of hard and diligent work and close application. For several years he was known in the East just for book and magazine illustrations, usually in black and white. Then he went to New York and made himself known as a painter. Mr. Russell spends little time in the East. Naturally, he was gratified that his work won for him an immediate and distinguished place, but he was not of the mood, nor had he the time, to stand in the limelight. The great West was ever beckoning him back, and every summer would find him at some Indian reservation, or roaming in the wild regions, seeking passionately for the subjects that he loved to paint on canvas or model in clay. Other things interested him little. Russell the man is the same as Russell the schoolboy, indifferent to books or academic matters, but eager for the things that have a living interest for him. The bargain that he used to propose to his schoolmates sounded the keynote of his life. "You get my lessons for me, and I will make you 2 Indians." Charles Schreyvogel, famous overnight. In those words, Charles Schreyvogel was hailed in 1900. The sound of the words was good and cheery, but Charles Schreyvogel knew well enough that his fame had been much longer than overnight in coming. It was only after many vicissitudes and disheartening struggles that he came into the recognition of his colleagues and the general public. When he did win out, however, his victory was so complete and so enduring that he will remain always one of the most distinguished painters of American frontier life. Charles Schreyvogel was a New York City boy, born in 1861, and was educated in the public schools. He began life apprenticed to a gold beater, and later on was apprenticed in turn to a die sinker and lithographer. His pronounced artistic talents could not be denied, and his private studies finally led up to an opportunity to go to Munich, where at the age of 25 he studied for 3 years under Frank Kirschbach and Karl Marr. On his return to America, he went west, and there lived for a while the life of the plains, the mountains, the Indian agencies, and the army barracks. He was fascinated with the wild life of the frontier, and devoted himself eagerly to the study of horses, Indians, and troopers in full action. Then began the story of my bunkie. While engaged in painting, Schreyvogel was in the habit of making sketches for lithographers as a matter of breadwinning. Being sadly in need of funds, he offered one of his paintings to a lithographer who needed a subject for a calendar. The painting was My Bunkie, and Schreyvogel set great store by it. The lithographer rejected it because it could not cut down well to the dimensions of his calendar. Then the artist tried it out in one place and another, and failing to get it published, he sought permission to hang it in an East Side restaurant in New York, in the hope that someone might become interested in it and buy it for at least a moderate sum. To his utter discouragement, he found a short time after that his picture was not even hung in the restaurant. He was about to take it home and lay it away when a friend induced him to send it to the exhibition of the National Academy of Design, which was then approaching. He did this very reluctantly, for he had no hope in it. On the day after the exhibition, Schreyvogel rubbed his eyes and read what seemed to him a fairy tale. His picture, My Bunkie, had not only been accepted, but was hung in the place of honor and received the Thomas B. Clark Prize, the most important one that the National Academy has to bestow. And so Schreyvogel became famous overnight. Schreyvogel made his home at Hoboken, New Jersey, and during the years from 1900 until his death, he painted and published many vigorous pictures of Indian and army life on the frontier, all of them fine in action and full of sentiment. he made an arrangement with a photographer near his home by which his paintings were issued in fine platinum prints. In this form, as displayed in art store windows, they have become familiar to the public all over the world. Krehbiel died at his home in Hoboken on January 27, 1912, and in the spring exhibition of that year, the National Academy of Design, New York, hung once again his celebrated painting of My Bunkie in a place of honor as an affectionate memorial to the artist. E. Irving Cowse. Scattered here and there throughout the Southwest, in unfrequented valleys along the Rio Grande, and on almost inaccessible mesa tops, buried in the sandy and waterless Painted Desert, are found the villages and fields of a people whom the early Spaniards called pueblos, to distinguish them from their roving neighbors, the Plains Indians, who had neither fields nor fixed abode of any kind. These peaceful, home-loving people lived in great houses which they occupied in common, terraced pyramids of sun-dried bricks, and which were both fortress and dwelling. It is among this interesting tribe of Indians that E. Irving Cowse has spent much of his life. He is not a native of the Far West. He was born at Saginaw, Michigan, September 3, 1866, and went to New York for art study in the National Academy of Design. From there he went to Paris and took a course in art in the Julian Academy and the School of Fine Arts, where his masters were the great French painter Bouguereau, T. Robert Fleury, Ferrier, and others. He returned to America and established his studio in New York City, where he soon made himself known. In the years from 1900 to 1902, he was elected to the American Watercolor Society, the New York Watercolor Club, and the National Academy of Design. About this time, Mr. Cowse's interest became directed toward the life of the great Southwest, and he made a trip there which so fascinated him that he continued for years to visit and study the race of the Pueblo. These were most interesting and impressionable years. He found a life new and full of fascination among the Pueblos of Taos. Taos is the northernmost of the Pueblos, and consequently became the buffer state between the fierce Apaches and the no less warlike Plains tribes. Warrior bands from either side, returning from a raid into the other's country, were sure to fall upon the inoffensive Pueblos of Taos, either to remove the sting of defeat or to increase the glory of victory. As a result, the Indians of Taos became the most warlike of the Pueblo tribes, and when the Moquis of northern Arizona, long before the coming of the Spaniards under Coronado in 1640, found even their rocky mesa tops to be insufficient protection against the marauding Navajos and Apaches, it was to Taos they sent for aid. Taos planted a colony on a mesa top near them and called it Tewa. This colony exists today and speaks the Taos language, not that of its Moqui neighbors. But for all that, the barbaric chant of the happy worker in the cornfields, or at evening the low flute note of the love call, springs more easily to his lips than the harsh war cry, for the Taos Indian's heart is in his fields and his home, tucked away in a canyon of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, not far from the Rio Grande in northern New Mexico. Mr. Cowse has followed the Indians in their hunts through the mountains they loved so well. He has listened to the call of the flute in some mountain glade, or the player's prayer to the god of the waters beside some rushing stream. He has learned the Pueblo's way of thought and action, and has recorded much of it on canvas. Living in such close touch with the Pueblos, gaining and holding their faith and confidence, watching with deep understanding the growth of his models from boyhood to manhood, he has come as close to the spirit of the Indian as white man ever can. George de Forest Brush. Mr. Brush is known as a painter of other subjects than those to be found in the Far West. His portraits have great distinction. It is, however, as one of the painters of the Great West that he is considered here, and in that field of art he ranks among the very first. He was born at Shelbyville, Tennessee, in September 1855. He studied in Paris and was a pupil of the great Jerome. Some say that his work shows the influence of his master, especially in the trim finish of his technique and in his fondness for embodying a story in his pictures. Unlike Jerome, however, Brush did not search the classics nor the life of the Far East for subjects. We find no Roman chariot races nor scenes from Scripture on his canvases. His thoughts were always of his country, and he found his material in the North American Indians. In doing so, he took a position among painters of Western life that is peculiarly his own. Mr. Brush is a thoughtful student with a fine poetic imagination. Interest drew him to the Indians. His desire was to discover, in their present condition, a clue to their past. As one appreciative critic has put it, he attempted to recreate the spacious, empty world in which they lived a life that was truly primitive, unmixed with any alloy of the white man's bringing, and to interpret not only the externals of their life, but its inwardness, as with mingled stolidity and simplicity these men-children looked out upon the phenomena of nature, fronted the mystery of death, and peered into the stirrings of their own souls. Take the very picture that accompanies this description, The Silence Broken, for example. A swan has burst from a bank of foliage immediately above the head of an Indian in a canoe. We are conscious of the rush of sound vibrating through the vast isolation. The Indian looks up, but does not cease his paddling. He kneels in the boat, a figure of monumental composure. It is in pictures like this that Brush conveys in eloquent terms on canvas an impression of the solemn romance of those primitive human creatures. Mr. Brush has his studio in New York City and usually spends his summer in New Hampshire. His work will receive attention again in The Mentor when the portrait painters of America are considered. William R. Lee. As the Irish would say, the best way to tell about a man is to let him tell about himself. Mr. Lee, who was born in West Virginia in 1866, has been well known for years as a magazine and book illustrator, and has lately come into a new renown as a painter of great Western pictures. He tells his own story in a very simple, straightforward way. "On my father's plantation, my earliest recollections," he says, "are of drawing animals on slate, or cutting them out of paper. For one of the latter, I was awarded a prize of $1 at a county fair when 4 or 5 years old. I began drawing from nature at 10, and at 12 was awarded $100 by the great art collector, Mr. Corcoran of Washington, after he had seen a drawing I had made of a dog. At 14, I went to Baltimore and studied in the Maryland Institute for 3 years. I got first awards each year in the school, and in the winter of the 3rd year was appointed teacher of drawing in the night school. At this time Mr. Corcoran gave me another $100. At 17 I went to Munich, Bavaria, and worked 1 year under Professor Ruf in the antique class, then 2 years under Professor Geises in the nature class, and 1 year in what was called the painting school, gaining 3 bronze medals altogether. At this time I was forced to go back to America and start to make my living. I spent a year in Baltimore and saved up $300, with which I returned to Munich and the painting school. In the middle of the winter, when my funds were exhausted, I went out looking for employment. It was not to be had for months, but during the following spring I was engaged by an artist to help him with some mural pictures. He did me out of almost everything I had, and left me destitute and in debt. However, Some time after this, I got work with Philip Fleisch to help him on a cyclorama which represented the Battle of Waterloo. Fleisch found me useful enough to advance me sufficient money to get through the year, so that I might help him the following season on another cyclorama. I entered the composition school of the Academy, painted a picture which gained me a silver medal, the highest award in the Academy, and an honourable mention in the Paris Salon. I sold that picture for $1,000, and it is now in Denver, Colorado. 5 more years were occupied in painting 5 more cycloramas and some pictures in between, one of which gained me a second silver medal from the Academy. Overwork had by this time got me into bad health, and I returned to New York, where I soon recovered. I worked for several years in New York, painting many portraits, 2 of which hang in Washington Lee University, also many pictures, both landscape and figure, and a great deal of magazine and book illustrating. Latterly, I have turned my attention to the far west in response to a desire that has been in me since boyhood. Painters of Western Life by Arthur Hoeber, author and artist. The present generation has taken its pictures of life in the far west mainly through the paintings of such artists as Frederick Remington, Charles M. Russell, Charles Schreevogel, and others who will be referred to in this article. And yet 2 of these men, Remington and Schreevogel, who were our contemporaries, are already dead, and it was only about 84 years ago that the first American artists went to the land of the setting sun to paint the Indian in his native lair. This artist was a young Philadelphian named George Catlin, a lawyer by profession, who was born in 1796 and died in 1872. Though trained for the bar, his artistic tendencies were too strong for him. He set forth in 1830 with practically no knowledge of the technique of art, going as a guest of Governor Clark of St. Louis, then United States Superintendent of Indian Affairs. Governor Clark went for the purpose of arranging treaties with the Winnebagoes, Menominees, Shawanoes, Foxes, and others, and the opportunities for young Catlin were unusual. Catlin and Carey, the pioneer painters. A second trip the next season inspired Catlin to still a third in 1832, when he ascended the Missouri on a steamer to the mouth of the Yellowstone. He returned some 2,000 miles in a canoe with a companion, and on the trip sketches were made of the Crows, Blackfeet, Sioux, and Iowas. It was all a revelation to Catlin, who made a serious study of the savage as far as his artistic equipment permitted. Subsequent trips followed, and in 1836 he accompanied a detachment of the 1st Regiment of Mounted Dragoons to the Comanches and other tribes. These visits, of course, were at a time when the Indians were in a primitive and picturesque condition, before the change that was to come subsequently through association with the whites. The result was an enormous collection of drawings and paintings, together with many written accounts and descriptions of manners and customs, and for years Catlin reigned supreme in a field that no one had hitherto explored. Catlin, however, was far more interesting from a historical standpoint than from any artistic conception he gave to his theme. With his indifferent training, unfortunately, he lacked imagination. He recorded what he saw, then a great novelty to the public, but his work now arouses little emotion. For years, however, engravings of his drawings, colored reproductions, and photographs were the only data for reference, and as the artist was scrupulously correct in all details of adornment, local color, costume and implements, manner of life and ceremonials, his work still has considerable value. The modern men do not by any means scorn taking a hint from him. In the Centennial Exhibition in 1876, a great showing of Catlin's work was more or less in the nature of a sensation. The next painter of the West was William de la M. Carey, who in 1861 made a trip across the plains with an army officer. There was still plenty of excitement, and the traveller had to be prepared against both wild man and beast. Mr. Carey made many sketches in the manner of Catlin, and sent home illustrations to the magazines, occasionally recording the humorous side of his adventures. His sketches were well received and appreciated. George de Forest Brush. Some years ago, George de Forest Brush gave considerable attention to the life of the Indian and signed many pictures that remain classics in American art. Some of the themes were of the early Aztecs. Among the titles were The Sculptor and the King and Aztec Sculptor. More modern works were The Silence Broken, Mourning Her Brave, Indian Hunter, and many more, all of them works of fine imagination and admirable composition lines. Mr. Brush, who was born in Tennessee in 1855, was a pupil of the Paris Government Art School under the late J. L. Jerome, and is a distinguished draftsman as he is a commanding figure in American art. Of recent years, however, he has chosen other fields in which to exploit his talent, but of all the native painters, he has brought to his work on the Indian the best artistic equipment of any, and of the dozen subjects of the aborigines all are unusual and of the highest excellence. Remington and the Spirit of the West. The painters of the Great West, however, were yet to come. Men were to arrive who would catch something of the spirit of the life there, who were to record the romance of the savage, the soldier, the cowboy, the latter in particular, a picturesque group of men, the outcome of peculiar conditions, men who rounded up the cattle and were apparently a race apart, of prodigious recklessness, hardihood, and bravery, who lived in the saddle almost continuously, save when occasionally they strayed into the frontier town to squander their pay. These were, as the late Frederick Remington quaintly phrased it, men with the bark on. Remington, 1861 to 1909, was himself to be the first of the modern group to treat the West with artistic sympathy, and his name rises instantly when any mention is made of the plains. First of all, the man himself was a genuine lover of the open, of nature in its wildest aspects. For him, the horse, the prairie, the blue sky, he should have been an army officer. He was almost, for he accompanied the troops on many of their campaigns, and was as well known to the captains as he was to the troopers and many of the Indians. Somewhere about the middle 80s, he began to send illustrations to the various periodicals, crude affairs, as he admitted later and himself characterized as half-baked. But they had that vital, convincing touch to them that meant subsequent success. Somehow, even in his tentative efforts, he had a vim and go that held the spectator. The man knew his Indian, soldier, cowboy, hunter from the ground up. They had in them plenty of red blood, even though the first drawings were crude. There was that about them which disclosed astonishing feeling, clear insight into character, distinct sympathy. The public was profoundly interested and saw great promise. Nor was there any disappointment, for the man made rapid progress. His Indian fairly reeked of savagery. His soldier was an epitome of the hard-working, modest, simple, splendid man of action. His cowboy was a picturesque and vital character. It is almost pathetic to realize that so commonplace and commercial an invention as a wire fence was the means of doing away with the cowboy. This introduction of a cheap and effective means of corralling the animals at one fell swoop put the cowboy out of business, destroyed forever the usefulness of this race of picturesque, hard-riding, reckless youth of the plains. Mr. Cowboy rides on his raids but seldom now. Remington knew these cowboys well. He had mingled with them, ridden after the herds, joined in their boisterous revels, and there came from his brush and pencil a picturesque lot of out-of-door characters to the very life. Remington had camped in the open, had ridden hard and long, had been with the United States cavalry in its expeditions, was the intimate of the officers and men of the then little army of this nation, and he saw history made. In all this crowd there was no more picturesque figure, whether cowboy, Indian, or soldier, than Remington himself. He wrote as entertainingly as he painted, and before his death he was stricken untimely, was to follow his beloved comrades in the army as war correspondent to Cuba in the Spanish War. It is nowise to the disparagement of the men who followed Remington to say that they were all under an everlasting debt of gratitude to him for his initial insight into the breezy outlook on life in the far West, and for his way of presenting his facts. Remington was an indefatigable worker, constantly filling his sketchbook with notes and making mental memoranda of the happenings about him, and he showed steady progress in the technique of his art, each succeeding picture disclosing genuine advance. Nor was he content simply with painting and drawing. He sought artistic expression in sculpture too, modelling much during the later years of his life with great success. Personally, the man was a delight to a host of friends, with his inimitable stories, his genial manner, and his thorough naturalness. One of the best known of his sculptural works is the Bronco Buster, which has long been a public favorite and been reproduced in bronze. Russell, the cowboy artist. There followed Remington an artist very distinctive of the soil, one who was of the land in that he had been a veritable cowboy, knew his West thoroughly, had lived with the Indians, spoke several of the tribal languages, and, still more useful accomplishment, was familiar with that picturesque, poetic, universal means of communication among savages of the Great West, the sign language. This was Charles M. Russell, 1865. In Great Falls, Montana, where he lives and has a home and studio, he is one of the institutions. Few travelers in that part of the country fail to pay him a visit. They call him the cowboy painter, and with reason, for during several years he followed that profession. Also he lived long among the Indians, sharing their camps, their food, riding after game, winter and summer, dwelling with them as a brother. Though he always drew pictures, he never saw the inside of an art school, nor had he ever a teacher. Artistically, like Topsy, he just grew. He cannot recollect the time when a lead pencil did not seem part of his equipment, and he filled sketchbooks with notes. Somewhere about 1892, he concluded to take up seriously the profession of artist, and turned his attention to illustrative work. Among his efforts in this direction were drawings for Stewart Edward White's delightful Arizona Nights, Emerson Hough's Story of the Outlaw, and Wheeler's Trail of Lewis and Clark. Russell went from St. Louis, his birthplace, to Montana when he was but a lad, so that he learned much of woodcraft and the ways of the plainsmen. Today there are few who excel him in throwing the lariat. He is an adept with the pistol. Horses are second nature to him. Buffaloes he hunted and killed by the hundred in earlier days. So it will be seen that when Mr. Russell started in to paint the West, he was reasonably well equipped, and rendered whereof he knew. Since some years now, stern men in blue and khaki have seen to it that the Indian is kept on his reservation. Business men with the wire fences now look after the interests of investors in ranch property. Life in the West has lost much of its picturesqueness. Civilization and order control affairs. But Russell's memory of all these earlier conditions remains. So distinctly were his first illustrations of the soil that they attracted the attention of some of the English weeklies, which made arrangements for his work. From this to painting was an easy transition. No one was more surprised at his sudden success than the artist himself, who had drawn these pictures because of his great love of the work, and to whom financial gain was the last consideration. So it came about that Mr. Russell turned his attention to compositions of various sorts, the lassoing of cattle, the intimate glimpses of Indian life, the ways of the cowboys, and occasionally episodes of army life. They were all true transcripts, painted with considerable sympathy and enthusiasm. Many of his pictures found favor in England. Titled people of that nation hunting in the West regarding these canvases not only entertaining, but as remarkably faithful. He has been spoken of as the painter of the West that is past. Like Remington, Mr. Russell has attempted with no little success the task of representing by sculpture some of the Indians and animals of the plains. Schreevogel's My Bunkie. During the exhibition at the National Academy of Design in New York in 1900, a young painter awoke one fine morning to find himself famous. He was a youth of German extraction by the name of Charles Schreevogel, 1861 to 1912, and his painting, My Bunkie, was the sensation of the display. It was an episode of the United States Army campaign against the Indians, a cavalryman rescuing his chum, whom he had drawn up on his horse. Another painter of Western life had appeared, and had made astonishingly good. Schreevogel followed this picture with many more of no less excellence. He painted the life of the plains, the Indian hunting the buffalo, attacking settlers, at his war dance, the fighting of the American trooper. In short, he disclosed a fine pictorial insight in that wild and stirring life that has now practically passed away. E. Irving Cowse. Trained in the Paris schools, E. Irving Cowse, 1866, after doing some decorative work, devoted his attention entirely to painting the Indians of the Southwest, depicting rather the intimate life out of doors or at the peaceful occupation of weaving, hunting, and other distractions. He gives these canvases a decorative treatment, and they disclose an intimate knowledge of his subject. Mr. Cowse has a studio at Taos, New Mexico, and is represented in many public collections throughout the country. Besides, he has had many medals and honors. Painters of Plain and Forest. Another artist to paint the same sort of subject with distinguished success is Ernest L. Blumenschein, 1874, who began as an illustrator and after work at portraiture became interested in the life of the Indian. He too went some years ago to Taos, where quite a colony of painters assembled. His first important picture to attract attention was his Wise Man, Warrior, and Youth, a group of 3 characteristic red men. Both Mr. Cowse and Mr. Blumenschein may be said to represent the tame Indian, for all their canvases depict the savages at peaceful occupations. W. Herbert Dunton is still another of the Taos colony, where he paints much of the year, though he gives attention to illustrative work as well. He has seized upon the characteristics of the Indian with artistic fidelity. In a similar manner, N.C. Wyeth, both in painting and in illustrative work, has been no less successful. Mr. Wyeth was a pupil of the late Howard Pyle, whose influence is felt strongly in his work. Other pupils of that noted illustrator have attained distinctive positions in portraying varied forms of Western life. The legends and traditions of the Indian have attracted Remington Schuyler. The pictorial aspect of his active life in the open, together with his contact with wild animal life, has supplied subjects for Philip Goodwin, while the life of the frontiersman and the pioneer has inspired the work of Allen True and Harvey Dunn. These 5 men have pictured the West in the same large spirit in which their master worked in rendering the buccaneers of the sea and the continental soldier. Most of the painters of the West have been illustrators first and painters later. At Cody, Wyoming, for a large part of the year, lives William R. Lee. He was born in West Virginia in 1866. He was a pupil of the Munich art schools and received medals in Paris. He has painted much of the West that is past, of Indian and soldier, of settler and cowboy, of some of the battles of the 60s between the United States troops and the savages, and has given some of the wonderful landscape backgrounds, devoting no less attention to the extraordinary local color than to the figure. Edward W. Deming, who has both painted and modeled the Indian, executed some years ago a large decoration for the home of Mrs. E. H. Harriman at Arden, New York, with the title The Hunt, showing the red men after big game. Similarly, Maynard Dixon has executed decorative work of the Indian for some California homes. His training was through several years of illustrative work for the magazines, and in this work he always had a distinctly decorative composition of his subject, though his rendering was realistic and virile. Howard McCormack, who studied the Southwest as far as Mexico, has also given attention to decorative work with the Indian for his theme. Another who began as illustrator is J. N. Marchand, who now paints the storytelling picture of the prospector and the cowboy. He knows well his types and the color of their setting. The name of DeCoste Smith is frequently signed to strong Indian pictures. His Defiance, a group of Indian warriors on the crest of a hill, shown a dozen years ago, had great vitality and beauty. Louis Aiken was one who had much of that vitality and beauty, but he passed away too early for great fame. Another who is now known in mural work, W. de Leftwith Dodge, began his career in Paris by showing in the Salon The Death of Minnehaha and Burial of a Brave, subjects novel to that old art center. In recent watercolor exhibitions, still another illustrator, Frank Tenney Johnson, has had many distinguished showings of the present-day Indian. His oil paintings, too, are full of the poetry of the open. Moonlight and sun glare are to him equally alluring. Two painters who glory in showing vast sketches of the open, who use the human figure, but minimize it in their pictures, are Frank Vincent Dumond and Fernand Lundgren, both permanent residents of the Southwest. All painters of the West regard that country and its life with a deep reverence, and this feeling shows in their work. God's country, though the familiar phrase of all, expresses their enthusiasm and their devotion. In subject, it is the most distinctly American of all themes, and enthusiasm for the theme will go on producing the technical skill to render it adequately. Some of these later men bring to their work a technical skill perhaps not possessed by the earlier men. Yet with this they lack some of the convincing quality of the pioneers. For remaining traces of the picturesque, the painter of today goes to New Mexico, where he finds even more color than farther north. But there he has to portray the arts of peace rather than those of war. Who shall say his theme is no less satisfactory and inspiring? Certainly not we, who have lived to see the art of combat brought up to the nth power. The Indian as an art subject. There is still infinite opportunity to make the subject of the Indian an important factor in American art. His decorative costume gives an element of color, while his life of action gives rhythm and movement, and the background of prairie and mountain provides dignity and grandeur for the composition. In but little of the mural work has this opportunity been used, though some of the decoration of state capitals has included isolated instances, Douglas Volk in the Minnesota Capitol being one. Lawrence C. Earle has decorated a bank building with scenes of pioneer days. Ralph Blakelock, one of the most individual of painters, in his best period pictured the Indian. Elbridge A. Burbank has made many paintings of types and representatives of various tribes. Since 1897, over 125 portraits. H.F. Farney, who did fine illustrative work in the 80s, has been one of the most prolific painters of the Indian subject. Two of his best are The Silent Guest and Renegade Apaches. Joseph Henry Sharp has also been a tremendous producer of the Western life picture. He has painted nearly 100 portraits of Indians and Indian pictures for the University of California and 11 Indian portraits for the Smithsonian Institution, Washington. Sculptors have made ample use of the Indian as a subject. His muscular development, as well as his stoicism, is a monumental quality akin to certain aspects in the Egyptians. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mentor 1 by Various. American Naturalists, Volume 7, Number 9, June 15, 1919, by Ernest Ingersoll. Nature and the Poet. There are those who look at nature from the standpoint of conventional and artificial life, from parlor windows and through gilt-edged poems, the sentimentalists. At the other extreme are those who do not look at nature at all, but are grown part of her and look away from her toward the other class, the backwoodsmen and the pioneers, and all rude and simple persons. Then there are those in whom the two are united or merged, the great poets and artists. In them the sentimentalist is corrected and cured, and the hairy and taciturn frontiersman has had experience to some purpose. The true poet knows more about nature than the naturalist, because he carries her open secret in his heart. Eckermann could instruct Goethe in ornithology, but could not Goethe instruct Eckermann in the meaning and mystery of the bird? It is the soul the poet interprets, not nature. There is nothing in nature but what the beholder supplies. Does the sculptor interpret the marble or his own ideal? Is the music in the instrument or the soul of the performer? Nature is a dead clod until you have breathed upon it with your own genius. You commence with your own soul, not with woods and waters. They furnish the conditions and are what you make them. Did Shelley interpret the song of the skylark, or Keats that of the nightingale? They interpreted their own wild, yearning hearts. You cannot find what the poets find in the woods until you take the poet's heart to the woods. He sees nature through a colored glass, sees it truthfully, but with an indescribable charm added, the aureole of the spirit. A tree, a cloud, a sunset have no hidden meaning that the art of the poet is to unlock for us. Every poet shall interpret them differently, and interpret them rightly, because the soul is infinite, nature is all things to men. The light that never was on sea or land is what the poet gives us, and is what we mean by the poetic interpretation of nature. The poet does not so much read in nature's book, though he does this too, as write his own thoughts there. Nature is the page, and he is the type, and she takes the impression he gives. Of course, the poet uses the truths of nature also, and he establishes his right to them by bringing them home to us with a new and peculiar force, a quickening or kindling force. What science gives is melted in the fervent heat of the poet's passion, and comes back supplemented by his quality and genius. He gives more than he takes, always. John Burroughs. American Naturalists 1. John James Audubon. Audubon, says a recent biographer, Dr. Francis Hobart Herrick, did one thing in particular, that of making known to the world the birds of his adopted land, and did it so well that his name will be held in everlasting remembrance. The father of the future naturalist was a French seafaring man and a merchant adventurer. While engaged in the sugar trade, he frequently visited the port of OK, in the island then called Santo Domingo, but now known as Haiti. As a dealer in West Indian commodities, Captain Audubon became a man of fortune. The son born to him and a lady of French origin at OK in 1785, not in Louisiana in 1780 as some writers give it, was christened Jean-Jacques Fougère. On being taken by his father to Nantes, France, when he was 4 years old, the little boy was received into the household of Madame Audubon, his stepmother, and given the name of his father, Jean Audubon. Even at this early period of his life, young Audubon forsook his classes at school to roam the woods searching for birds' nests. In his early teens, he began to make drawings of birds that appeared near his home in the west coast of France. For a short time, he studied in Paris under the famous artist, Jacques-Louis David. At 18, Audubon was sent to America to learn the English language and the business methods of the New World. The tall, handsome boy found much happiness in discovering the wild denizens of his father's farm, Mills Grove, a small estate near Philadelphia purchased by Captain Audubon during a visit to the United States. Here Audubon first had opportunity to study American bird life. He was a nature lover, and he was also a gay young dandy, notable for the elegance of his figure and the beauty of his features. When he met the charming Lucy Bakewell, whose father owned an adjoining estate, he immediately loved and courted her. It was she who became the guiding spirit of his life, who inspired him and, with material assistance, aided him to achieve his ambitions. Though engaged in business, the youth's heart was in the woods and fields. His method of posing lifeless subjects was unique, and his drawings were expertly done and very natural. In 1808, Audubon married Lucy Bakewell and took her to live in the frontier settlement of Louisville, Kentucky. There a son was born. With a wife and child to support, Audubon continued his career as a merchant and for several years owned and operated a store and mill at Henderson, Kentucky. In 1819, he failed in business, saving only a few personal possessions, including his drawings and his gun. As taxidermist, teacher, and artist, he earned a scant living during several disheartening years. His wife took a position as governess, and later became mistress of a private school in the South. The impelling motive of the naturalist's life was now the publication of his Ornithology, for which he continued to make drawings under the most adverse conditions. Often he was reduced to painting signs and giving music and dancing lessons. To earn a passage on a boat during an exploring tour, he would sometimes offer to do crayon portraits of the captain and passengers. Audubon's genius as a portrayer of birds was in time recognized by America's foremost artists. When he exhibited his work in England and Scotland in 1826, he was elected to membership in eminent societies. He resolved to publish his drawings under the title, The Birds of America, all to be engraved in copper to the size of life and colored after the originals. The work was eventually issued, 1838, in 87 parts, which contained 435 plates depicting more than 1,000 individual birds, besides trees, flowers, and animals native to the continent of North America. In America, the price of the parts complete was $1,000. Today, a perfect set is valued at 4 times the cost of the original. Many famous men and institutions were numbered among Audubon's subscribers to his various works on birds and mammals. Sometimes accompanied by his sons, he traveled from Labrador to Florida and from Maine almost as far west as the Rockies in his search for bird and animal models. In 1842, Audubon took possession of a fine house he had built on an estate overlooking the Hudson, near what is now 155th Street, New York. 9 years later, America's pioneer naturalist and animal painter died here, surrounded by his devoted family. The house he erected remains in a fair state of preservation on a secluded plot of ground below Riverside Drive, and part of the land owned by him has been given the name Audubon Park. His body rests on the hill above his home, in Trinity Cemetery, amid friendly trees that gave shade to the likely spot during his lifetime. Audubon societies exist in many parts of America. The National Association of Audubon Societies for the Protection of Wild Birds and Animals is an active monument to the work and ideals of the great naturalists. American Naturalists 2. J. Louis Rodolphe Agassiz. In a picturesque parsonage on the shore of the Swiss lake of Murat, there was born on May 28, 1807, a child who was baptized Jean-Louis Rodolphe Agassiz. His mother recognized early in his life the peculiar attraction of her son to nature's creatures. His intuitive understanding of animals and fishes she carefully nurtured. With his younger brother, Auguste, the small Louis delighted to catch the finny inhabitants of Lake Murat by dexterous methods of his own invention. He was taught until he was 10 by his father, a clergyman, and his mother, a woman of excellent taste and education. At 14, when he was graduated from a boys' school at Bienne, he defined his aims in mature fashion. I wish to advance in the sciences. I have resolved, as far as I am allowed to do so, to become a man of letters. In later years, he wrote, At that age, namely about 15, I spent most of the time I could spare from classical and mathematical studies in hunting the neighboring woods and meadows for birds, insects, and land and fresh water shells. My room became a little menagerie, while the stone basin under the fountain in our yard was my reservoir for all the fishes I could catch. At his eager request, Louis was permitted to spend 2 years at the College of Lausanne, Switzerland, where he pursued with enthusiasm the study of nature. He afterwards attended the University of Zurich and the University of Heidelberg. At the latter famous seat of learning, the young Swiss naturalist, who intended to become a physician, pursued the study of anatomy, and passed hours collecting, arranging, and analyzing plant and mineral specimens. At the age of 20, he became a student at the University of Munich, where he found of the highest interest the study of the natural history of the freshwater fishes of Europe, while continuing his courses in medicine. The first work that gave his name distinction was a description, written in Latin, of a collection of Brazilian fishes that had been brought back from South America by the noted scientists Martius and Spix. His profits consisted of only a few copies of the book, but the results were gratifying, as his work brought him to the favorable notice of Cuvier, the renowned French naturalist, who consulted the descriptions of Agassiz in writing his own history of fishes. In 1830, Agassiz went to Paris, where he enlisted the friendly help of Cuvier and the great Alexander Humboldt. It was his habit to work 15 hours a day at the Museum of Natural History. He had only a small allowance from his father, and he was often hampered by poverty. Returning from Paris, Agassiz lectured on natural history subjects in his native country. His exceptional ability attracted the interest of scientific men throughout Europe, and he received many honors and complimentary invitations. In 1833, he married the sister of his intimate friend Alexander Braun, the botanist. The art of his wife in drawing and coloring illustrations for his volumes on fishes was of the greatest assistance to him. In the years that immediately followed his marriage, Agassiz became interested in glacial research and was an important member of extended summer explorations in the Alps. His theories relating to the structure of glaciers were incorporated in a book entitled Système glaciaire. Having for some time desired to continue his researches in the United States, it was with delight that he received in 1846 an invitation to give a course of lectures in Boston. As a lecturer, he met with such brilliant success that he was subsequently appointed professor of natural history at Harvard. From this time until his death in 1873, Professor Agassiz was identified with the cause of science in the United States. His work as a teacher was supplemented by repeated excursions to various parts of the continent with the object of studying forests, geological formations, and zoology. Though he had views that were then in opposition to popular opinion, it has been said that everywhere and foremost a teacher, no educational influence of his time was so great as that exerted by him. The splendid Museum of Comparative Zoology at Cambridge, Massachusetts, is a lasting memorial to the ardor and devotion of Louis Agassiz. A son who bore his name did much to perpetuate the aims of this institution, besides being a distinguished investigator on his own account. A few years after his arrival in America, his wife having died, Professor Agassiz married Elizabeth Cabot Carey, a writer and teacher. She accompanied the Agassiz expedition to Brazil in 1865, and was also a member of the Hassler deep-sea dredging expedition in 1871-1872. The last enterprise fathered by Agassiz was the Summer School of Natural History that he established on the coast of Massachusetts a few months before his death, at the age of 66. His resting place in Mount Auburn Cemetery, Cambridge, is marked by a boulder from the Swiss glacier of the Aar, where he pursued his first studies in glacial science, and the pine trees about it were taken from Swiss soil. Thus writes Mrs. Agassiz, "The land of his birth and the land of his adoption are united in his grave." American Naturalists 3. Henry David Thoreau. The grandfather of America's first renowned native-born naturalist emigrated from the island of Jersey before the American Revolution. In Boston, he married a Scotch woman. His son John also married a lady of Scotch descent and engaged in the industry of pencil-making in Concord, Massachusetts. There Henry Thoreau was born in the month of July, 1817. His mother, a staunch, keen, observant woman with a great love of nature, used to take her children into the woods and show them the wonders and beauties of wildlife. Even as a small boy, Henry had opinions and expressed them with independence. He was honest, straight as a furrow, sensible, good-tempered, and industrious. The Thoreau family made willing sacrifices so that Henry, the second son, could enter Harvard when he was 16. When he was graduated, he taught for a while in Concord and on Staten Island, but found the occupation uncongenial and soon took to less scholarly ways of making a living. Nimbly, he turned from one trade to another. He did surveying, or built a neighbor's fence, planted a garden, or worked with his father in the pencil shop. He was thorough and efficient in all that he did, but whatever the means of livelihood, he pursued it with the single purpose of securing just enough money to support his frugal needs while he went off on woodland excursions, communing, studying, writing. Simple, thrifty neighbors regarded Thoreau as a visionary and reproached him for his lack of practical virtues that they had in esteem. They called him lazy. Thoreau, he pronounced it thorough, however, was not wasting time. He kept a daily journal, from which several characteristic and delightfully refreshing volumes were later compiled. When still a young man, Thoreau resolved to seek a retreat in the woods where he could live undisturbed in his enjoyment of the indescribable innocence and beneficence of nature. Emerson, a close friend in whose house he had lived for a time, granted him the use of some land near Walden Pond, about 1.5 miles from Concord. Thoreau cleared the woodland site himself and erected a small shelter, at whose raising a number of notable literary men were present. Beginning with the summer of 1845, this philosopher, with the thin, penetrating, big-nosed face, The deep-set eyes and spare, long-limbed figure, this naturalist who used neither trap nor gun, lived in his hut, remaining for about 2 years. He planted enough ground to give him food, and often received his friends, who sincerely loved him for his unique qualities of mind and soul. At Walden, Thoreau compiled and wrote 2 of his best-known books, A Week on the Concord and Merrimack Rivers, and Walden, or Life in the Woods. The latter has gone into many editions in several languages. Thoreau avowed, "I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life." So he lived, a happy stoic, beside his little lake. "A lake," said he, "is the landscape's most beautiful and expressive feature. It is the earth's eye, looking into which the beholder measures the depth of his own nature. It is a mirror which no stone can crack, whose quicksilver will never wear off, whose gilding nature continually repairs. No storms, no dust can dim its surface, ever fresh, swept by the sun's lazy brush." In the solitude of his days, the lake dweller found himself no more lonely than a single mullein or dandelion in a pasture, or a bean leaf, or sorrel, or a bumblebee. "I am no more lonely than a mill brook, or a weathercock, or the north star, or the south wind, or the first spider in a new house." He describes with affection the old settler and the original proprietor who is reported to have dug Walden Pond, and stoned it, and fringed it with pine woods, and that elderly dame who lived in his neighborhood, invisible to most persons, in whose odorous herb garden I love to stroll sometimes, gathering samples and listening to her fables, for she has a genius of unequaled fertility. Her memory runs back farther than mythology, and she can tell me the original of every fable, and on what fact everyone is founded, for the incidents occurred when she was young. A ruddy and lusty old dame, who delights in all weathers and seasons, and is likely to outlive all her children yet. Thoreau's vigorous, contented years came to a close in 1862, when he was only 45. He sleeps in the burying ground of his well-loved Concord, from which he rarely strayed far during his lifetime. Said his friend William Ellery Channing, "His love of wilderness was real. This child of an old civilization, this Norman boy with the blue eyes and brown hair, held the Indian's creed and believed in the essential worth and integrity of plant and animal. This was a religion, to us mythical. So far a recluse has never to seek popular ends, he was yet gifted with the ability and courage to be a captain of men. Heroism he possessed in the highest sense. The will to use his means to his ends, and these the best." American Naturalists 4. John Muir. In John Muir's own story of his boyhood and youth, he declares, "When I was a boy in Scotland, I was fond of everything that was wild, and all my life I've been growing fonder and fonder of wild places and wild creatures." Muir was born at Dunbar, on the stormy coast of Scotland, April 21, 1838. From his grandfather he learned his letters before he was 3 years old, with the aid of shop signs. His was an adventurous boyhood, punctuated by riotous school fights, hunts for skylarks' nests and foxholes, scrambles among the crags of Dunbar Castle, games of running, jumping, and wrestling, and repeated chastisements by a father who believed in the efficacy of the rod and used it to emphasize his disapproval of shore and field wanderings. A grammar school reader gave the Scotch lad his first knowledge of the birds and trees of America. Eagerly, he read descriptions of the fishhawk and the bald eagle by Alexander Wilson, the Scotch naturalist, and Audubon's wonderful story of the passenger pigeon. When John Muir was 11 years old, he crossed the Atlantic in a sailing vessel with his father, a sister, and a brother. In Wisconsin, the father set about preparing a home for the wife and children waiting in Scotland. The future patriarch of the mountains spent joyous hours exploring pastures new, looking for songbirds' nests, game haunts, and wildflower gardens. At night, when the household slept, he would creep out of bed, though weary after long hours of labor in the fields, and read his treasured books or work on his inventions. For a few months he worked as assistant to an inventor in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. Longing to resume the education interrupted when he was 11 years old, the youth returned to Madison, where despite almost insurmountable handicaps, he was able to take a 4-year course in the new state university. In vacation time, he worked on a farm, cradling 4 acres of grain a day, and then sitting up till midnight to analyze and classify plants native to the region. At the end of 4 years, the embryo naturalist, geologist, explorer, philosopher, and protector of nature left his alma mater. In his own words, he was only leaving one university for another, the Wisconsin University for the University of the Wilderness. As a young man, Muir traveled to the Pacific coast. There he met Dr. John Strenzel, a Polish revolutionist who had escaped from Siberia and had gained fame as the first experimental horticulturalist in California after the Mission Fathers. The young Scotch scientist was taken to a hilltop opposite San Francisco to see the Strenzel orchards. On this hill he wooed the darkly beautiful Benicia Strenzel, and here he made her his wife, and lived with her and their children and grandchildren. And here above Suisun Bay lie John and Benicia Muir in a corner of the orchard where the trees shed their blooms in the springtime. Dr. Strenzel gave his ranch to his daughter and her husband when they were married. Muir cultivated the fruit trees, the grapevines, and the grain fields with such skill and diligence that he reaped a goodly fortune. He drove hard Scotch bargains with marketmen, this great-hearted lover of Mother Nature. But the money he earned was for his family, not himself. Says one who knew him well, "He wanted little that money can buy." Of his friend Edward H. Harriman, Muir once remarked, "He's not as rich as I am. He has 100 millions. I have all I want." While his crops were ripening, this dramatist of the out-of-doors would take himself to the mountains, abide on the flowery uplands, study the ways of birds and squirrels, of big trees and cataracts and glaciers. In 1879, he went to Alaska. During his explorations, he discovered Glacier Bay and the immense ice field now known to the world as Muir Glacier. For several years, he made his summer home in the Yosemite Valley, acquainting himself with its botanical and geological features and making notes for future books. An appeal issued in his name in 1890 led to the creation of the Yosemite Valley and surrounding forests as a national reserve. Muir has been called the pioneer of our system of national parks. In the cause of science, he traveled to Siberia, South America, Africa, and India. Tall, lean, craggy, a great tree of a man himself, he knew the forests of the world. John Muir, grandest character in nature literature, died at the age of 76 on the day before Christmas, 1914. He was the author of several rare volumes of essays and reminiscences, most of which were published after he had reached the age of 70. To read Muir, says a critic of American literature, is to be with a tempestuous soul whose units are storms and mountain ranges and mighty glacial moraines, who cries, "Come with me along the glaciers and see God making landscapes." Yet, "Look at that little muggins of a fir cone," the interpreter of Titanic symbols would exclaim, lovingly stroking a brown trophy of his beloved woods. Said a companion of Muir's during a scientific expedition, "Flakes of snow and crumbs of granite were to him real life." His study of the water ouzel is called the finest bird biography in existence. He loved also to tell of the Douglas squirrel, whose musical, piney gossip, wrote he, is savory to the ear as balsam to the palate. American Naturalists 5. John Burroughs. From his maternal grandfather, who was American-born but of Irish ancestry, John Burroughs avers he gets his dreamy, lazy, shirking ways. That Burroughs, the poet of bee and bird, of flower and tree, has dreamed to good account, all who read and love him know. He got his first taste of outdoor diversions in the company of his aged grandparent, as together they fished the streams of Delaware County, New York, the old man mingling tales of soldier days at Valley Forge with stories about snakes and birds. Burroughs was born in Roxbury, New York, April 3, 1837. In after years he wrote, "April is my natal month, and I am born again into new delight at each return of it." His father was a schoolteacher turned farmer. Burroughs's mother had little schooling, but, he says, "I owe to my mother my temperament, my love of nature, my brooding, introspective habit of mind, all those things which in a literary man help to give atmosphere to his work. The Celtic element, which I get mostly from her side, has no doubt played an important part in my life. My idealism, my romantic tendencies, are largely her gift." Young John was usually engaged outside of school hours doing chores in field and garden, but he was never too busy to raise his head at the note of a brown thrasher, or stop to inquire into the ways of a wildflower nodding in his path. He went hunting, but he used to come back with little game. He was too intent on watching the behavior of fox and pigeon to aim his gun. He says in Dr. Barris's intimate biography, "Our friend John Burroughs. I knew pretty well the ways of wild bees and hornets when I was only a small lad. What or who, as I grew up, gave my mind its final push in this direction would not be easy to name. It is quite certain that I got it through literature, and more especially through the works of Audubon." He acknowledges also the influence of Thoreau and Emerson, who kindled the love of nature in me. By doing farm work and by teaching, Burroughs saved enough money to enter an institute not far from his home. He returned from his first visit to New York with an empty pocket and an empty stomach, but with a bag full of books. All his money had been spent at second-hand bookstalls. For several years he taught school, marrying a pupil, Ursula North, in the meantime. He was 26 when, engaged in teaching near West Point, he chanced upon the works of Audubon in the library of the Military Academy. He relates, "It was like bringing together fire and powder. I was ripe for the adventure. I had leisure, I was in good bird country, and I had Audubon to stimulate me. How eagerly and joyously I took up the study. It gave to my walks a new delight. It made me look upon every grove and wood as a new storehouse of possible treasures." His earliest contribution to nature literature, a paper entitled The Return of the Birds, was completed when he was a clerk in the office of the Comptroller of the Currency in Washington. He held this position for 10 years. In his spare moments, he studied birds and wrote about them, finding that he had only to unpack the memories of the farm boy to get at the main things about the common ones. The love of the great nature essayist for his native countryside pervades much that he has given us. Take the farm boy out of my books, and you have robbed them of something that is vital and fundamental, he avows. From the beginning he liked to write about rustic things, sugar-making, cows, haying, stone walls. Journeys to England, to the West Indies, to Alaska with the Harriman expedition, to the Grand Canyon and to Yosemite, which he explored with his friend John Muir, to the Yellowstone. He visited the national park in 1903 as the chosen companion of President Theodore Roosevelt. Widened the sphere of John Burroughs' happy bird and flower hunting grounds. But he still loves best the scenes of his boyhood, and he often returns in summer to the Catskills to revive memories and write and muse on the beauties of the Delaware County hills and vales. His home above the Hudson at Riverby West Park, where he has lived for nearly half a century, and Slabsides, his tree-shaded, chestnut-barked work cabin on a nearby hill, are places of pilgrimage for children, poets, wise men. "Nature lovers?" said a visitor. "Yes, and John Burroughs lovers, too." "The whole gospel of my books," wrote the sage of Slabsides, most distinguished of living American naturalists, "is stay at home, see the wonderful and the beautiful in the simple things all about you. Make the most of the common and the near at hand." Herein we have the keynote of the enduring charm that distinguishes all the Burroughs books about bursting buds, birds, butterflies, leaves, and the season's graces. Said Walt Whitman of a letter written to him by Burroughs, "It is a June letter, worthy of June, written in John's best outdoor mood. I sit here, helpless as I am, and breathe it in, like fresh air." American Naturalists 6. Ernest Thompson Seton. Ernest Thompson Seton, nature illustrator and writer, was born in South Shields, England, in the year 1860. At 5 years of age, his parents moved to Canada and established a home in the backwoods. He was educated in the public schools and the Collegiate Institute of Toronto, and later attended the Royal Academy in London. On the plains of Manitoba, Canada, he studied natural history and became so efficient that he was appointed official naturalist to the government of Manitoba. Between the years 1886 and 1891, he published 2 books on the mammals and birds of the northern province. Following a period of art study in Paris, Mr. Seton became one of the illustrators of the Century Dictionary. Besides illustrating many books about birds and animals and writing the text, he has contributed numerous articles to leading magazines and has delivered more than 3,000 lectures on natural history subjects. Practically all of this author's books are contributions to natural history. His Life Histories of Northern Animals is a popular treatise on a scientific basis, of which Theodore Roosevelt said, "I regard your work as one of the most valuable contributions any naturalist has made to the life histories of American mammals." The writer made his first popular appeal in Wild Animals I Have Known, which ran through 10 editions in 1 year and has now an established place in animal literature. Mr. Seton is a man of many sides and sympathies. Probably no one person has had a more profound influence on the boys of America than he, for he has taught the philosophy of outdoor life and has been a pioneer in such work. Someone has used the term nature apostle to express the motive of his activity. He has made the things of the out-of-doors attractively real to the man in the street as well as to the child. Mr. Seton likes the woods. He likes to make things to teach and demonstrate woodcraft with groups of boys. He comes to town when he must, but he is happiest at Dewington near Greenwich, Connecticut, where he and his wife have developed an estate comprising buildings, gardens, woods, a lake, and bridges of rare interest and charm. All is unique. Mr. Seton planned the buildings, wrote the specifications, and superintended the building. Much that Seton has written has exploited the Indian, the ideal Indian, as the first American, presenting him in the most attractive fashion and setting before the youth of the land the skill of the Indian in handicrafts and wood craftsmanship. He has not only popularized things that have to do with the open air in America, he was the first man anywhere to organize in practical manner a definite form of outdoor activity for boys. This he did in 1902 when he founded the Woodcraft Indians. The principles of self-government with adult guidance, of competition against time and space, were first laid down by him in those days. Later he became chief scout of the Boy Scouts of America. In 1916, he organized the Woodcraft League of America to carry out the general ideals of his early work. Something to know, something to do, something to enjoy in the woods with always an eye to character. Chief of the Woodcraft League, he says, "Woodcraft is lifecraft." This organization admits boys and girls, men and women, and aims to carry over into old age the real play spirit on the playgrounds of Mother Nature. As a boy, he hungered for nature knowledge, but he had no books to guide him, and he declared that if ever he had the opportunity, he would give to children what he did not have. In the preface of his Two Little Savages, he says, "Because I have known the torment of thirst, I would dig a well where others may drink." Mr. Seton works as hard in building some simple thing for a game for a boys' camp as in seeking facts about nature or planning a house. But above all, he likes to personalize the animals, the birds, the trees, the winds, and the seasons with his pen and in his talks about nature. And because he loves and understands them, he makes them real to others, so that they love them too. Some of the books that have carried his name wherever nature literature has readers are, besides those already mentioned, The Biography of a Grizzly, Lobo, Rag, and Vixen, Lives of the Hunted, Drag and Johnny Bear, Animal Heroes, Biography of a Silver Fox, Rolfe in the Woods, and Wild Animals at Home. American Naturalists by Ernest Ingersoll, author of Nature's Calendar, Wild Life of Orchard and Field, Wild Neighbors, Art of the Wild, Animal Competitors, and other nature books. In the sense of its attractive description and interpretation, as distinguished from its coldly scientific study, the literature of natural history in the United States is a modern development. Americans were intensely engaged in the earlier years of their history in practical affairs. A large proportion of them were pioneers who were too much occupied in subduing the wilderness and its harmful denizens to civilized purposes to be interested in its beauties. Undoubtedly, there were nature lovers even then. The poetry of James Hillhouse, 1754 to 1832, and the fact that he set out the trees that brought New Haven fame as the Elm City prove him to have been a nature lover. But the class of readers now known by that title is, like the phrase itself, of very recent growth. There is hardly a greater marvel in literary history than the accomplishment of the task of publishing 9 volumes of The American Ornithology between 1806 and 1814, the last one a year after Wilson's death. As ornithology, the science of birds, it stands surprisingly well the test of criticism, and otherwise it bears the same classic relation to our literature that Gilbert White's Selborne does to that of England. Wilson's style is clear and free from affectation of any sort, his diction simple and pure, illumined by that joy in his subject which was increased by every new discovery, and sweetened by poetic appreciation and genial humor. It is extremely fortunate that, at the beginning of our out-of-door literature, so excellent a model existed for young writers. Every bird lover will enjoy reading Wilson, and every would-be essayist ought to study his pages. While Wilson was at work, chance brought John J. Audubon, a lively young fellow of 18, to reside in a village near Philadelphia. Audubon, the son of a French father and a French Creole mother of San Domingo, was born at Aux Cayes, in that island, April 26, 1785. Well educated in France, and in easy financial circumstances, he was fond of gunning and of painting portraits of the game he shot. Though Audubon and Wilson met, the temperaments of the two were antagonistic, and no acquaintance followed. It was not until several years later that Audubon's own ambitious Birds of America, began to see the light after a long period of wandering and misfortune, in which nothing but the faithful support of his talented wife saved the author from failure. Audubon's monumental work now brings, in the original edition with the folio plates, $3,000 to $4,000 in the book market. It contains far more material and better plates than Wilson's work, and differs from it strikingly in a literary way, for Audubon's style is characteristically French in its liveliness, its interjection of personal incidents, and its imaginative exaggeration. Audubon's fame as an author is based on the magnificent plates rather than on the text of his book, which is rarely quoted by modern ornithologists, most of whose writings are, however, far less entertaining. Audubon, possessing pleasing social gifts and 4 special opportunities, obtained a contemporary publicity such as Wilson never enjoyed. A third important treatise in our birds was that by Thomas Nuttall, a quaint character in charge of the Harvard Botanical Garden and an original author in botany. Like his predecessors, he gathered his facts by traveling extensively. His 2 volumes are of great value and particularly interesting in the matter of birds' songs. Thomas Nuttall. A contemporary of Nuttall's in Philadelphia was Dr. John Godman, 1794 to 1830. An eminent physician and anatomist who found time to write a charming little book, Rambles of a Naturalist, which was the earliest example of sketches of that kind issued in this country. He later prepared an illustrated Natural History. This was the first systematic account, with engravings, of all the American mammals then known, and it contains much enjoyable and instructive reading, with good pictures. Audubon, about 1840, projected a more pretentious work on our mammals than Godman's, the text of which was to be prepared by Dr. John Bachman of South Carolina, while Audubon and his son Victor were to draw the pictures in copper. This plan resulted in the publication, in 1847, of Quadrupeds of North America, to this day an important and interesting feature of our scientific libraries. During a subsequent short period, almost the only name to be mentioned is that of Henry W. Herbert, a highly cultivated man and an author of many novels and poems. But these are forgotten, while, as Frank Forrester, the writer of My Shooting Box, Field Sports, and other manuals for young sportsmen, Mr. Herbert lives in the admiring memory of every reading man who enjoys tramping the autumn woods with gun and dog. His descriptions of field sports and rural scenes are so elegantly written, and are so instinct with the inspiration of the meadows and marshes where he loved to roam, that they have rarely been surpassed. Theodore Winthrop's Life in the Open Air and other books have similar quality. Nor must we forget N.P. Willis, T.W. Higginson, Starr King, and particularly Wilson Flagg, whose Forest and Field Studies came out in 1857. Flagg added later a delightful book, Birds and Seasons in New England, and had the singular fortune to popularize for a familiar sparrow the name Vesper Bird, in place of its earlier and very commonplace name. Wilson Flagg was one of that circle of writers and thinkers who have made New England, and particularly Concord, so memorable. All of them felt strongly the influence of their rural surroundings. Emerson exhibits it, may be said to have lived close to nature in the sublimest sense of the phrase. One realizes it more distinctly, perhaps, in his poems, but it is to be felt everywhere in his discourses. The same is true of Channing, of Hawthorne, Lowell, and the other essayists and poets in that brilliant company. All loved things out of doors, and communicated to their readers the gracious inspirations they received. Henry D. Thoreau. Among these New Englanders, one stands preeminent to our view, Henry D. Thoreau, whom Channing so happily called the poet naturalist. In him the observation of nature took the foremost place as a life pursuit, but it reflected more than the science of nature alone. Though that was there too, as it must be to make any outdoor book of real and living interest. Let some, if they choose, belittle solid information and extol insight. Nevertheless, the inner meaning, the imaginative perception of the value of a fact, cannot be expressed in any useful way unless the fact itself is truly and accurately stated and understood, and a reader who trusts altogether to a literary artistic presentation of outdoor life is likely to get some very distorted notions. Thoreau's books stand at the foundation of what we now call American outdoor literature. It is probable that anybody who reads a single one will be eager to read the others. But this might not happen if he began, for instance, with the Week on the Concord and Merrimack Rivers, with Walden as an introduction to Thoreau. You get the man really in place, for this is the story of his camp life on the shore of Walden Pond, and has the least of those eccentric meditations which elsewhere sometimes puzzle, if they do not bore, the ordinary reader. Excursions is somewhat more discursive, but equally delightful. I wish to speak a word for nature, for absolute freedom and wilderness as contrasted with a freedom and culture merely civil, he declares, and these essays are memoranda of the author's wonderful walks. Wonderful they were. It was a pleasure and a privilege, wrote Emerson, to talk with him. He knew the country like a fox or bird, and passed through it freely by paths of his own. Thoreau died in 1862, having published only 2 books, The Week, 1849, and Walden, 1854. After his death, there were printed no less than 10 volumes prepared from his great accumulation of essays in manuscript and notes and diaries. The 4 entitled Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter are mines of treasure to the nature student. They consist of dated paragraphs from Thoreau's voluminous journals, the selections being mainly notes on animals and plants seen about Concord at all seasons of the year, with 7 of the queries and musings that occurred to him at the moment. They are books to be owned and referred to by the naturalist, rather than to be read for entertainment. The literary magazines now began to print articles of open-air observation, most of which, then as now, dealt with bird life. This was not only because birds are singularly attractive and the most easily studied of all animal groups, but largely because the United States has been very fortunate in the ornithologists that first made American birds known to the people. Instead of beginning with mere classifiers of dull, unimaginative mind, we were truly blessed in having such pioneers in our ornithology as Wilson and Audubon. One a true poet, to whom birds were emblems of the graces, and the other a painter, whose descriptions are imbued with color and vivacity. John Burroughs. Of the new writers of the end of the last century, none has become more deservedly popular and beloved than John Burroughs, who on April 3, 1919, entered his 83rd year. Ever since Wake Robin was issued in 1870, he has been giving us a succession of essays at intervals crystallized into books that have seemed like so many windows opening on ever-new vistas of a world whose delight had hardly been suspected by the general reader. They deal not only with wild beasts, birds, and flowers, but with the homely facts of rural life, and they tell of experiences that make us long to take to the woods and the streams, to track the weasel through the winter snows, surprise the secrets of the birds and the bees, launch our boat upon river or lake and drift or fish, and then rest through the long summer nights upon a couch of boughs beside a mountain fireplace. The very titles of Burroughs' books are aromatic with the fragrance of woods and fields. Locusts and wild honey, signs and seasons, winter sunshine, birds and poets. As he has advanced in years, Mr. Burroughs has become more and more of a philosopher, discussing deep questions with copious information and illuminating thought. End of section 20.